Hi, mate. Okay. We've got 5 minutes or so, haven't we? Fingers crossed. Yeah, I have no idea. Adam books the, the stream numbers and things, so. It's possible. It often happens. People say that they're hearing, different matches on streams that are labelled with another match and things. Someone has dialed there into our stream number. Okay, mate. We can lose the feed. Yeah. If you're going to take something like that, I won't be so fat. But I don't know. If they do listen back, they'll know what we think of some of the voices. Prima donnas. So the declaration has been made. Leicestershire need how many to win them? 370 is correct. From 96 up to 96 overs. That tells you a bit about Brett as a captain as well. I like that. So please. So they declare on the final score was last night. 2, 3, 4 for 5. Stream is up. Cool.
I'll pass that on to the lads as a motivational speech.
Have we?
They took a blue note.
Morning everybody from a sunny and bright, albeit rather cold, Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. You're very, very welcome to join us for commentary on the final day's play in this LV Insurance County Championship fixture, the first obviously of the season, between Leicestershire and Worcestershire. Ball by ball commentary brought to you by the BBC, as it does on every ball bowled in county cricket throughout the season. BBC Hereford and Worcester, Dave Bradley, and BBC Radio Leicester, Richard Ray, your commentators for the game. And Bradders, as the
Morning.
Worcestershire man, good morning to you.
Good morning, good morning.
You have some news over the
Worcestershire
news.
have declared. There was some talk that they might bat on, but I wouldn't have really seen the point of that. To be honest, if Leicestershire can get 370 to win, good luck to them. 96 overs in the day, maximum, or minimum actually. And
I suspect it will be a maximum as well, but you're right.
Yeah.
You never know, you never know.
No, well,
Squeeze in a few overs.
If a couple
Extra.
of yes, yeah. Well, yeah. If Baker and Oliveira get on, we could get more than that in. But yeah, we could be in for a very good day's cricket. The old early wickets phrase will come in. Worcestershire would quite like to get a couple in the first hour.
I think that's key.
And then chip away, because I think the pitch is still pretty good. Because it's only, it's only the start of day 3 really, pitch-wise, because we've lost a lot of time in the game. If you weren't with us yesterday, we went off basically because the sun set. It was still shining, but it went down behind the trees and the houses.
7:05.
Yeah, 7:05, and that was it. The umpires had to come off.
4 overs we lost. Well, they were overs that we were going to try and catch up. So I guess we had 100 overs then yesterday, effectively.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was a long old day.
Looks to me as if Gareth Roderick is out there fielding for Worcestershire in a white sun hat, just trotting off to extra cover. So I'm not quite sure who isn't out there.
It isn't. I can certainly say for Worcestershire, for the reassurance of Worcestershire supporters, that the bowlers all look to be out there. That's the main thing. And the first of them, Joe Leach, will open the bowling from the Bennett end. He's going to come around the wicket to Leicestershire's left-handed opener, Hassan Azad. Leicestershire, remember, in their first innings really struggled early on, and they'll be hoping for a better start this time. Azad is peering suspiciously at the meet at the moment, standing at short leg. He's looking round at the field. There are the 4 slips. Ben Cox is waving away at long leg, who is now ready. And the slips go down, and Leach is in and bowling outside of stump. A perfectly normal delivery. It's a sort of foot and a half wide, and you greet it as though it was an absolute jaffa by the slips.
Just scored the winner in the World Cup final, or taken a hat-trick at Lords in a Test match. Jake Libby is the player I can't see out there, so maybe he's
got a bang on his hand. I don't know. Lewis Hill got a horrible bruise on his thumb. He showed me.
Yeah, that was early on, wasn't it, yesterday?
Quite early on yesterday it was. One spat. Ooh, Leach is ready to go, but Azad isn't. Why not, I wonder? He indicates towards square leg. Perhaps somebody was chatting. Slightly irritated Leach stops his run up halfway, walks back to his mark, and he's ready to go now. In he comes past umpire Watts and bowls outside off stump. Good bounce and carry, but again Azad has nothing to do with it. Usual format on a Sunday, so half-hourly updates?
Yes, I better trot off in a moment because, yeah, it's about 11 o'clock, isn't it? So, I'll be back uno momento.
Let us hope. There were a few issues with the links to the BBC Sport website commentary page yesterday, apparently, with feeds dropping in and out. So fingers crossed everything works today, because it could be a fascinating day's play. In goes Leach and bowls, much wider this time, and again Azad steps forward and lets it go through, something he will be content to do, one suspects, for some little time, if given the chance. At Fox's Cricket 22, the numbers. At Fox's Cricket 22, at Bradders, at BBC are our respective Twitter feeds, should you wish to get in touch. As Leach sort of arm swing across his chest as he starts his run up and bowls, and Azad is playing this time, pushing it into the gap, calling for the single, and getting there, because running to his right Azhar Ali at a wide mid-off position can't pick up the ball cleanly, so Leicestershire's run chase, if that's what it proves to be, is up and running. 370 to win, 96 overs, 95.2 now is the theoretical target. That probably won't be in their mind at this stage. They'll be just thinking of sort of getting through the morning, essentially, getting through the first 10 minutes. Getting through the first couple of overs, bit at a time. Sam Evans, then, the right-hander, will take strike for the first time this morning. Bowled by Jack Leach, and Joe Leach, who comes in and bowls to him upon towards the hip, and he's up and running. He's going to turn that down towards square leg. D'Oliveira has to run around from mid-wicket to pick up, so comfortable enough single. Yes, Evans was bowled by Joe Leach in the first innings, leaving, just came back the ball. Lovely delivery, and clipped the top of off stump. Evans went for one. Azad also went to Leach. He was caught at fourth slip, a fine low catch by Josh Baker, stuck out his big left hand, and Azad went for five, and Leicestershire at that stage was 6 for 3. Back round the wicket comes Leach and bowls to Azad, who's playing firmly through mid-wicket. He's going to pick up 2 runs for that one, and does so. Moves on to 3. 4 without loss at the end of the over. Here's the first of the updates for BBC Radio Leicester. And the news from the Uptonsteel County Ground is that Worcestershire declared on their overnight score of 234 for 5, which means they have set Leicestershire 370 to win from a minimum of 96 overs. If we get all those overs, then it could be a really sort of interesting day's play. Leicestershire have begun their reply. We've had 1 over. Hassan Azad has scored 3 runs. Sam Evans a single. Leicestershire needing 370 to win are 4 without loss.
Why are they changing the stumps?
I'm just wondering. Back with you online. The ground staff have come out. They've taken a stump from the Bennett end, and are doing something at the pavilion, and
looks as if they swapped a stump over. Have they got
they've got some
logos?
sort of cup.
Is it the logos, I wonder? The logo on
I
the
don't think there's a
stumps.
microphone in there or anything like as in the when you get the TV man who comes running out to prevent it being pinched.
Oh yeah, yeah. The end of the game.
Charlie Morris.
Charlie Morris, indeed it is. From the pavilion end, 4 slips in place. Right arm over to the right-handed Evans, and this ball sees Evans coming forward, pushing away on the offside. Azhar Ali, who I can exclusively revealed is the latest signing for Crystal Palace Football Club. Not many people are going to be aware of this. I found this out this morning because obviously somebody he knows from sport is the Crystal Palace physio. And he was sat in reception at our hotel this morning. I did ask him if he'd actually signed on for Crystal Palace and could I have the exclusive story. A very friendly man. Here's Morris in bowls. Push down the pitch. Crystal Palace playing just down the road, of course, at the King... I still go to say Filbert Street, you know. At the King Power Stadium.
It's only about 200 yards, 250 yards away from the old stadium.
I thought you were going to say it's only 200 years since it was. So we were conjecturing earlier that we need to be away either before 4 o'clock or after 6 o'clock, beat the traffic. Here's Morris in bowls and pushed away solidly by Evans, getting onto the front foot and then planting it firmly down the track and easing it into the offside.
Be interested to know what Worcestershire supporters think of D'Oliveira's overnight declaration. I like it. I think it says a lot about him, what sort of captain he's going to be, positive and giving himself time to win the game.
Yeah. Yeah. As Morris goes in again, Evans edges all along the ground. Could race away for 4. Indeed, it has raced away for 4. He was well forward again there, Evans, and just got a lot of top hand in it just to keep it down. Morris will think, I've got one off the edge. Yes, I think you're right. I think if they'd have batted on, that would have given a bit of a negative connotation, wouldn't it? You know, it's adding obviously more runs to the total, but it's taking time out of the game as well. And I think it's going to take him a while. I think this is still a good pitch. As Morris is in bowls, led appeal to a ball that was drifting down the leg side. I would have thought, and umpire Mallinder indicates a leg bye. Yeah, I think from a Leicestershire point of view, they're just going to go out and bat, aren't they? So if they go out and bat and they're still there batting at tea time and they've got a fair few runs on the board, then you think, yeah, we can go for this. But
I agree, yeah. They won't think about it until sort of, if they get through to lunch with maybe no 1 wicket down, they'll think, well, it's okay here. But at this stage, I would imagine it's just about survival.
Yeah. Morris starts to come in, but the batsman isn't ready. So umpire Mallinder does the okie dokie signal.
Morris is unimpressed.
He is, isn't he? Well, it's the second time today that he's pulled away, I think, isn't it? He pulled away earlier, didn't he, Azhar?
He did, yes, in the first over.
So Morris was almost level with the umpire. And he's in this time, and bowls wide of the off stump. Batsman sees it nice and early. Ben Cox takes, probably weather-wise, as warm as we've had it in 4 days here.
Which isn't saying much. No. It is still pretty cold.
It's actually on 0, but it is the warmest. But it is possible to sit out there with just a coat on today rather than a coat, a blanket, an electric blanket, a duvet.
I was talking to one of the Leicestershire supporters beforehand who's sitting over in the Uptonsteel side. I said, is that the warmest place? He said, well, these things are relative. He said, but I had so many layers on that it wasn't too bad. Joe Leach to continue from the Bennett end to the right-handed Evans. Bowls, leaves, and it does come back. Remember how Evans was out in the first innings? Leaving, nipped back, hit the top of off stump, but he got that one Right, good morning to Robert Coe. First day of the season for Robert's dad, Jeff. Holiday commitments ruined the first 3 days to his disapproval, he says.
Dear me.
The Cornish Atlantic coast is obviously not a patch on the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road. Here's hoping he sees a monumental run chase. Morning Robert, morning Jeff. As Leach turns, is in and bowls, goes past the outside edge first time today. A little bit squared up and good length as well. Wasn't sort of in between, one of those in between lengths. He wasn't quite forward, wasn't fully forward, that is. But the openers, I guess, accept they're going to be beaten from time to time with the new ball. 9 without loss. Jake on Twitter, good morning to you. Leach is in and bowling. Evans is forward, thick inside edge. Bigger stride for him that time. He tried to get further forward and did come back in a little bit and came off a thick inside edge as he defended it out towards D'Oliveira. He says Channel Middlesex at home last season when Leicestershire did complete a decent run chase. Get the scores from that during the next over when Bradders is commentating. Don't want to tempt fate though. In goes Leach and bowls and well forward. Evans there deflecting it deliberately through the gully area. It's running down to third man. It's not going to get across the ropes. A good sliding stop by Gareth Roderick. And he picks up and gets his throwaway. Evans just picks up a couple. He moves on to 7-11 without loss.
Yes, we'll try and ascertain why Jake Libby isn't fielding for Worcestershire. Don't recall him getting a bang on the hand or anything when he batted last night, which is often the reason for not fielding.
Leach is in and bowls undriven firmly without too much effort. Lovely piece of timing from Evans through mid-off. Should get two, might get one for the throw. He's turning for the third. He hesitates, but it's a long throw. Azad has to hurry a little bit. Does so. Cox sort of backhands the throw at the stumps, one of those clever wicket-keepers ones when he wants the batsman to think he's not going to bother flicking the bails off, and actually does try to do so. The throw, the sort of backhanded no-look throw, missed, however. But as I say, Azad isn't always the quickest runner between the wickets, but he had just about made his ground. So 3 to Evans, who's into double figures. 10 off 11 for him, 14 without loss in the third over. Yeah, in that game against Middlesex, Leicestershire chased down 378 to win. In goes Leach round the wicket to Azad, who's angling it down into the ground. As he leans forward, it's stopped at third slip on the second bounce by Ed Barnard, and that is the end of the over. 14 without loss after 3.
Good morning to Lucky Jim, who says, why didn't Worcestershire declare and put Leicestershire in last night? Because they didn't score that many runs off the last few overs. I would think there was 2 reasons. Well, one reason was the light, because at the time I think Parkinson and Ackerman were bowling for Leicestershire, the 2 spinners. The light was disappearing. I'm sure if Worcestershire declared with, I don't know.
Well, they brought Mike on, didn't he? And he took those sort of 3 quick wickets, the fast bowler, and he was quite, I suspect, difficult to pick up.
Yeah. I think the umpires would have said, well, no, it's too dark. Here's Morris, turns it away on the onside, and they'll pick up a single. Dylan Pennington, sorry, confused me there. Dylan Pennington was at mid-wicket, which he's not normally, but he was. So Leicestershire are 15 without loss, set 370 for victory. Not a massive crowd in today, but I wonder how many people are coming along watching the cricket and then they'll disappear at lunchtime to go to the football. Here's Charlie Morris in and bowls wide of the off stump.
Is it a 2 o'clock kick-off or something?
It is apparently, yeah.
It may depend on the situation of the game. If Leicestershire, if all results are still possible, hopefully, plenty of people will hang around. The flags are a limper today, looking across to our left on Milligan Road.
Forecast good for today. Not so good tomorrow, but we're not that bothered. We're not at cricket tomorrow, so bit of gentle rain, thank you. Here's Morris in, bowls wide of the stumps. Hazard sees it nice and early. He's got 3, Evans 11. 15 without loss, Leicestershire 370 needed for victory. Lots of chitter chatter. I swear in the 4 days that we've been here, those trees along by the nets have turned slightly greener. The buds have started to come out. They look pretty grey on Thursday, but now there's just that touch of green. Morris is in and driven down the ground. Morris gets a hand to it, doesn't stop it. Leach on the chase, they'll settle for 1. And Leicestershire are 16 without loss. And a bit of fairly comfortable start for these two.
You had a good chat to Ed Pollock last night. Pleasant,
yeah,
pleasant young man. He said, "Yeah, I'm going to keep if it's there to be hit, I will continue to hit it."
Which is interesting because, I mean, over the years there's been a few openers like that who, if they come off, they can change a game within an hour. If they don't, everybody's going to say, "Oh, what'd you do that for?" But Morris in 3 slips now. Turned away on the onside. Pennington Fields, no run. What's the lad's name? Lathwell, wasn't it?
Mark Lathwell.
Yeah, he
played
did
4
that.
tests, didn't he?
Yeah, he used to come out.
2 tests and 4 innings, or
yeah,
4 tests, something like that.
He came out and cracked it around.
Somerset opener.
Yeah. And many, many years ago when I was a boy, Don Kenyon used to like to hit a boundary in the first over. And if he didn't, he got quite irritated with himself. But he used to get on with it as well. Yeah, it will. It'll be interesting. Here's Morris. He's in and bowls. And gone! Good catch. I think it went to Haynes at second, but it certainly went into the slip cordon. Morris just getting one to nip away. And the first wicket goes down. I do apologise for putting the kiss of death on these guys, but I just said they look fairly comfortable.
Yeah, keeper, it's just straight through to...
Oh, was it really?
Yes.
Okay, I lost the line of that one altogether. Yeah, there's the replay. And indeed, a little tickle. And Cox, a very comfortable catch.
Just enough, just what you want from the opening bowl. Just enough outswing, wasn't there? Just enough movement, and Evans rehearses a defensive back foot shot as he walks in with his eyes to the heavens. He was just drawn into playing. He's now practicing the leave, lifting the bat over the ball. But it was a good ball. It was in that corridor, and it did just enough, and it took the edge. And Cox, a simple catch, really. And a great start for Worcestershire. Just what they wanted.
I think my eye was drawn to the slips area because they were kind of up in the air before it was in Cox's gloves. George Rhodes was out in somewhat bizarre circumstances in the first innings. He edged into the slips. Ed Barnard knocked it up, and Ben Cox, very good reactions, dived forward and
brilliant catch,
took it. Yeah,
by Cox, who is in the game again. So 4 overs, and the first wicket has fallen. The new ball, as propelled by Charlie Morris, has worked its magic. Joe Leach, looking to back up Morris's work, is in from the Bennett end round the wicket to Azad, who's driving in the air and just wide of third slip. Good work down on the was good work down on the third man boundary. A dive from Baker, but although he got both hands to the ball, tumbled over, it trickled over the ropes. Azad picks up a fortuitous 4.
Well, they had 4 slips, and they've cut it down to 3 and a 4th slip.
In the breadbasket, pretty much.
May not have caught it, but it was a great chance for 4.
It would have been. Barnard at third, dive to his left, couldn't quite get there. It was a nice height. A nice height. Azad Will he make the most of that little bit of fortune? Leach is in and bowls to him outside off stump. Good lift and carry, but Azad lets it go through. The score has moved on to 20 for 1 with that boundary.
Do I spy construction workers at work on a Sunday?
They're looking to finish that car park work, aren't they? They've got their rubber mallets out. They're banging the sort of
the
bricks in.
back
What are they? Herringbone. That's the pattern, isn't it?
It.
The whole huge car park is those sort of herringbone bricks. Leach is in and bowls. Good leave. Big stride from Azad. Might just have straightened a touch from around the wicket, and Azad, an unflappable character, lets it go through. Just trying to remember what's his degree in. His first class honours degree in chemical engineering.
Right.
That's it.
Yes. I think we're all big into that, aren't we?
And he used the time off during the pandemic to learn a new language. He said, "Oh, what? French, Spanish?" As Leach is in and bowls, and he's driving very pleasantly. It was just over pitched from Joe Leach. Azad waited for it, head right over the ball and thumped it away through straight mid-off for 4. The first was a slightly fortuitous boundary. Nothing too lucky about that one. He was right behind that and picks up his second 4 in 4 balls.
Nice shot.
But no, when he looked at me and said, "No, a new computer language."
Oh, right.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, well done.
It probably is more used to you, I would imagine. But there you go.
Didn't know there were computer languages, never mind a new one.
Apparently. Very bright man. Leach is in again to Azad, who is going back and defending a ball that's coming back into him. A little bit of swing into him, pushed out towards mid-on, and there's no run. 24 for 1. So the runs have come, but Worcestershire have the wicket.
It's good that he's got that to back him up, isn't it? To fall back on, and we've seen.
So he'll be fine, whatever happens.
We've seen in recent years cricketers actually giving up cricket to go into industry or commerce or whatever.
Leach is in and bowls 2 wide, and Azad can step forward and leave that one very safely, and does. End of the over. The 2 4s from it. 5 overs have been bowled, and Leicestershire are 24 for 1. Chasing, remember, 370 to win.
I think Josh Baker is fine leg stroke third man both ends, is he? Or is he going to backward point? If he isn't, no, he's trudging on up the slope. I think he's third man both ends. Oh no.
He was looking interrogatively at, do you want me in the slips? New batsman? Yeah, get in there. 4th slip.
I failed to go round to that house to tell them that their security light was on all day.
It's
still on.
Been in your eye line all the way through the 4.
It's cost them a fortune over 4 days. You see their smart meter whirring
It's
round.
the principle of the thing that irritates you, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Rightly so.
Yes, Charlie Morris is in and he bowls, and George Rhodes is forward pushing away on the offside. D'Oliveira fields, and there is no run.
Pitch looks a lovely colour now.
It does. It's a biscuit brown, isn't it?
Yeah, green tinge. I think it's been a great cricket wicket.
It has.
Really.
It's been a good pitch, this.
Something for everybody.
Yeah, if we had the 4 days, it would have been interesting how much the spinners might have come into it on the... I know this is the last day, but in terms of overs. Morris's next ball is Rhodes leaves outside the off stump.
Well, both Ed Pollock and indeed Lewis Hill, who I spoke to, said that the odd one had done a little bit, but Hill said, well, it never breaks up here, so he said it'll just probably play about the same, so there'll be the odd one might do something, but he said he didn't think the cracks would open. Ed thought they might, didn't he, when we spoke to him? He thought that 1 or 2 cracks in it might just open, but I think there's so much at this stage of year moisture in the ground that kind of holds it together a little bit, doesn't it? Doesn't crumble.
There'll be a little bit this time of year under the covers overnight. Morris in bowls, forward comes Rhodes, plays to mid-on, Azhar Ali the field, and no run. Total is 24 for 1, set 370 to win. Yeah, because I mean the covers were off at 9 o'clock this morning. So you could say the sunshine on it is going to dry out, but there is often that little hint in the first hour, that little touch of green. That it's not green, but might make the ball do something unusual. Morris races away, and this time Rhodes sees it nice and early. It wasn't too fairly low, that one, to Ben Cox. Took it between shin and knee high. But the up and down bounce has been pretty good from what we can see. There's a couple Ed Barnard bowled the other day that scuttled along, but apart from that, and that could have been the way he held the ball anyway. Morris bowls, Rhodes forward. Oh, there's a bit of confusion there, and there wasn't a run there. In the end, Roderick comes in and picks the ball up, and Rhodes did send his partner back fairly early with the no, which was the correct call.
It was. Good evening to Fango. He says, good evening, Richard and Bradders from the chilly capital of Victoria. Didn't look very chilly this in the Grand Prix this morning.
Oh, right.
Probably is by now. Melbourne
is the next ball from Morris. Whipped away. Nice shot that from Rhodes. Gets him off the mark with a boundary through mid-wicket. Morris just pitching on middle in leg maybe, and Rhodes very quickly across the stumps to whack that one away. So that'll make him feel a lot more confident. Who won the Grand Prix anyway?
Ferrari, Charles Leclerc.
Oh, right, okay.
Young George Russell was third, young Brit.
Okay. 28 for 1, by the way, at the end of the over. Excuse me.
He says, Fango, this is. Worcester, he says, have given us a chance to do something special.
Yeah.
We're expected to lose, Leicestershire that is, so we are playing with house money, i.e. nothing much to lose.
Yeah, that's it.
And Tilda, his daughter, thinks Ben Mike will hit the winning runs.
Ah!
Leach around the wicket to Azad, who is defending. Leaning forward, ball slightly short of a good length coming in, so Azad solidly behind it, out into the offside. The new Crystal Palace signing, Azhar Ali, comes running into field. Probably should explain he isn't, but...
He isn't, no, but a friend of his. I was quietly amused that the Crystal Palace have 3 security guards looking after them in an enclosed building, so I'm not quite sure what they thought was going to happen.
Leach is in and bowls, drifting on towards middle and leg, and he turns his wrists on that defensive shot. Hassan Azad straight out towards Gareth Roderick at square leg it goes, and there is no run. So Roderick, like Cox is now not the only Worcester player with a wide-brimmed sun hat on. Roderick also favours that particular headwear.
Yeah, nice to see a sun hat early in the season.
Leach is in, has had a couple of steps down the wicket, and Leach may just have dragged his length back in response, adjusts accordingly. In the end, Azad just defends it, bunts it out into the leg side where Roderick picks up in the end. But he just occasionally will do this, Azad. He'll whether he's just trying to put the bowler off his, well, I'm sure he is trying to put the bowler off the length. He just hops off down the wicket, but he then rarely plays an attacking shot. He then defends anyway. So sun goes behind cloud as Leach is in, bowls outside off stump, left by Azad. Suggestion of shape back in. Cox takes it, not moving to his right, but with the gloves just slightly pointing to the right. So there was a little bit of shape back in.
Oh, I better go and do something else.
It's that time. It's not too bad. 2 minutes as Leach turns, is in and bowls again outside off stump, a little bit wider this time. Good bounce again, good carry through to Ben Cox behind the stumps. Takes it with the fingers of his gauntlets pointing upwards, but wide enough for Azad to leave safely. Elaine is watching on her TV. She's linked the stream to her TV while she's doing the ironing, it would appear. So a very good morning to you. That's a good way to distract yourselves from a household task. Good picture, it looks like, as well, and hopefully coming through loud and clear in audio as well. In goes Leach and bowls, very straight, and Azad meets it with a very straight bat back down the pitch to Joe Leach, who has bowled 4 overs, taken none for 17, yet to be quite as incisive as he was in Leicestershire's first innings, when he picked up 2 of the first 3 wickets to fall, Sam Evans and indeed Azad himself, to leave Leicestershire reeling, as the tabloids say, on 6 for 3. 28 for 1 this time around, needing 370 to win. That a long way away. Lunch at 1, whatever happens. Today, not a 1:10 start. We don't catch up overs on the 4th day. Morris to continue. He is in from the pavilion end on the back foot. Rhodes is jumping as he steers it into the gap in the covers. Turns for the second. Sees that D'Oliveira has still a good bit of work to do running back from a sort of wide mid-off extra cover position. And picks up his 6th run. 2 for that shot. Good shot from Rhodes. That was a lovely clip through mid-wicket from the last ball of Morris's previous over, just over pitch. He's trying to give it a chance to swing. Here comes updates. Needing 370 to win, Worcestershire having declared overnight. The Foxes have made a lively start. They've scored 30, but they have unfortunately lost a wicket, that of opener Sam Evans, who got an outswinger from Charlie Morris that all he could do was just get an edge on it, and it was taken by wicketkeeper Ben Cox, with Evans having scored 11. That made the score 16 for 1. Hassan Azad is building an innings, though. He is 12 not out, and he's been joined by George Rhodes at number 3, a former Worcestershire player, of course. Rhodes, he'll be very keen to score runs against his former county. He is 6 not out. So 370 is the target for the Foxes. They're 30 for 1. Morris turns. Bottom of his mark, runs in and bowls. Rhodes is forward, deflecting the ball along the ground through the vacant gully area, down towards third man. Baker, who wasn't at 4th slip very long for Rhodes, is down at third man and fields, so just a single. Rhodes moves on to 7. Ed Barnard rolling his arms and stretching at 3rd slip, stretching his side a little bit, so it may be that Brett D'Oliveira thinking about making an early-ish change. We've had 4 overs from Leach, none for 17. This is Morris's 4th, 3.5 overs, 1 for 13 for him at the moment. He is up the slope and bowling outside off stump. A big stride forward from Azad and a big leave, if there can be such a thing. He lifts his bat high over the line of the ball. Yeah, it's just been pointed that's just been pointed out to me that they've got a picture of Elaine's TV with the you know, the pictures and the stream all looking grand, but above it there's a picture of a very large gorilla. Quite what the story is there, I'm not too sure. In goes Morris and bowls, much straighter, maybe shapes back in a bit, but Azad is equal to it on off stump. He leans forward and defends it out into the offside, and there is no run. Do you have gorilla photos on your wall?
We don't have too many gorillas, no.
Despite the fact you cover rugby.
No. Well, it looks like 1 or 2 prop forwards on there in the past, that gorilla, actually.
So, Elaine, what's the gorilla all about?
What's the gorilla? Too much monkey business.
Morris to finish his over is in and bowls full. Azad drives, doesn't quite time it, and it's in the air. It's only a sort of inch or so off the ground, but it's in the air for a couple of feet. Morris sort of falls to his left, gets a big left hand on it, slows it on its way down towards mid-on, and there is no run. End of his fourth over, 1 for 13 for him, and Leicestershire, after 8 overs, chasing 370, are 31 for 1.
I'm often amused because COVID exacerbated it, that people are interviewed on TV news and other programmes from their kitchen, their office or whatever, and I'm often amused about the background. Now, I'm sure that some of them deliberately pose that black background. You know, they've got, I don't know, encyclopedias or
books, I see.
Yeah, books of knowledge in the background, whereas some just don't bother. I mean, there's some where their kids are walking around behind. Here's Leach in and bowls, played out on the onside and no run. And I was watching, is it Ben Wallace, is it the defence minister or whatever he is, was doing a piece the other day, and his cat was sat behind him, and his cat was wandering round and having something to eat and having a look. I will chuckle if the cat suddenly jumps upon his table or upon his lap or something. But yeah, things you have in the background of your pictures can be dangerous.
Lane favours a gorilla photo. Hello to James Sercombe, who's watching from Auckland, New Zealand.
Oh, James, hello.
There you go.
Now, what time is it in Auckland? Because they've changed their clocks, so it's probably
late-ish.
What time is it? It's probably 9:30 at night.
Something like that.
Yeah. Ben Cox, the wicketkeeper, is standing up here to Joe Leach, and this ball is short, pulled away. And I think Azhar Ali didn't see it. Umpire Malinder did and got out the way. Azhar Ali's at mid-wicket. He indicated that he hadn't picked that up at all. But it's flown away to the boundary. It's a good shot. Got there nice and early. Rolled his wrists on it. Leicestershire 35 for 1. Azad on 12. George Rhodes on 11. Did I say Azad was facing? It's George Rhodes facing, so I do apologise.
Well, as I was facing it, almost, as it whistled past him, but it was a good few feet past him. But yeah, he didn't pick it up, which is slightly disconcerting. Sometimes it is quite tricky out of those on that side of the ground.
Yeah, it comes out the trees a bit, or
possibly. Good clean hit though, by
it was a good shot. Yeah, it's given Joe Leach something to think about. He bowls to Rhodes, who let this one go outside the off stump. Cox takes.
And I mean, you'll know as well as I that Rhodes, when he gets in, scores quite quickly. He's a positive player, not quite sort of on this up on the Ed Pollock sort of scale, but he is a positive player, and if he could be dangerous if he hangs around. As far as Worcestershire are concerned, big innings for George actually. Yes. This in many respects, first match of the season. Can he establish himself at the top of the Leicestershire order?
Yeah. Get a few runs, and obviously, as Leach bowls, he goes back and across. No, is the shout from his partner Azad, and Rhodes scuttles back into his crease. Yes, I know it goes without saying, but you bat for a long time and get yourself in, and you go through all the practice matches and everything else, but it's not the same as being out there in the hurly-burly of a championship match, a championship innings, when you've been set a lot of runs to win. He's got a short sleeve shirt on again today. George, he fielded most of yesterday in one.
Hard man.
He's waiting, bat held high. Once again leaves this one outside the off stump.
Do you think that's his Yorkshire blood?
Yeah. He did put a jumper on towards the end of play yesterday, so. Or has he got a sleeveless sweater on? Difficult to tell from here. The sun disappears, briefly we hope. A few clouds building up, but they're not threatening clouds.
There's more news on the gorilla I can bring you.
Good. Stand by for gorilla news. Here's Leach in, bowls Rhodes, pushes away on the offside. No run. And Joe Leach is over. He's bowled 5. Will he take a blow? 5 overs, no wicket for 21. Joe Leach, Charlie Morris, 4 overs, 1 for 13. Leicestershire 35 for 1, set 370 to win. Azad has 12. Rhodes 11. The man out, Evans, caught Cox, bowled Morris for 11. Here is your gorilla update.
The gorilla was painted by Elaine's husband's uncle, which is why he's on the wall. So it's a I nearly said it's a family portrait.
Does it bear any likeness to any member of your family? We have to ask.
Apologies, Elaine.
Yeah. We have got to change a bowling, actually. Ed Barnard's going to bowl.
In a way, it's a family portrait. It's a painting painted by a member of the family.
I painted a gorilla. What did he think of that? Well, not a lot, really.
Yes. Was he wild? He was livid.
He was absolutely, yeah. That's Pennington's warming up. So, no, is this what Brett Dolliver is going to do?
A double change, sort of 4s and 5 over, little spells.
I think he's going to rotate them today.
So Morris is off after 4 overs, 1 for 13, which is a pretty good effort for starters. But he is going up the slope, so he gets 4 overs and is now replaced by Ed Barnard, who is in to Azad and leaving, and it dies rather into the gloves of Cox, taken down by his ankles. It was a slightly sort of loopy trajectory after it had bounced the ball. But Barnard had made a big difference in the first innings, didn't he? He picked up Hill and Swindles had put together a 50 partnership when he came on, and bowled Harry Swindles. In he goes to Azad, a little bit short, cut away by Azad for 4. Really wristy cut, lovely piece of timing by Hassan Azad. And although Roderick dived away to his left and fingers might just have brushed the ball, couldn't stop it, and it's a run away to the point boundary for 4. But one of those, I'd love to be able to have wrists like that.
But to see it that early and play it like that,
no.
It was more. It was a cut shot, but it was very wristy.
Must be lovely. Barnard is in and bowls. Pitches it up outside off stump, trying to get it to swing, giving it a chance to swing. Doesn't too much, but Azad is careful. Steps forward. He's got the 4 in the over already. Lets it go through to wicketkeeper Cox. 39 for 1 remains the score. Put away by Azad, but again he doesn't quite time it, and this time it goes more or less straight to Gareth Roderick.
Stood there for a while, Ed Barnard. I think he was annoyed with himself because he's not quite got into the rhythm yet. Okay, he's only had 5 balls, but he's not putting it where he wants to.
In he goes and bowls. It moves a little bit short of our length. Banged it in, hit the seam, moved away, but it was outside off stump to start with, and Azad was always going to leave. But Barnard got something there, and if he can get the right trajectory and length and that sort of movement, and he indicates to Cox that, yeah, certain amount of encouragement for him there at the end of that first over. Just the one scoring shot. It was a nice scoring shot for 4, but also a little bit of encouragement for the bowlers, which is kind of what you want from a pitch, isn't it?
Yeah.
You can score runs, but there's maybe something there for the right bowler.
The Leicester man who was the most optimistic man in Leicester, certainly on Thursday, is probably a little less optimistic today, is the ice cream man. I've just heard his chimes going around the streets. But on Thursday he was going around, it was howling a gale, rain, sleet anyway, slanting across the ground, and the ice cream man was chugging up the Milligan Road. Good luck to him. Here's Dylan Pennington from the Bennett end. His first ball of the day is to George Rhodes, and Rhodes turns this off his hip. It's a comfortable single down to Charlie Morris, who comes in from fine leg to field. One more to the Leicestershire total, 40 for 1.
Peter West is the wonder. He's watching on the stream the wonders of modern technology in southwest France. He says he's sitting there and he can watch County play Worcestershire, City play Palace, and Tigers play Clermont.
Oh, it's not a bad day, is it?
All from his armchair in the southwest of France.
Yeah, that's not bad. Yeah, too much choice some days.
Sometimes you flick, don't you? Which annoys my missus when I
too much
flick.
choice. Here's Pennington, just 2 slips now, and this ball is played nicely. Probably came back into him a bit, but played down to third man by Azad, Lots of time to see it. He goes to 17. George Rhodes has 12. 41 for 1, Leicestershire. And I mean, the runs are not coming at a massive rate because we're in the 10th over, so it's heading up towards 4 and over.
Well, they've actually put up the sort of over rate required as well, runs per over required.
Here's Pennington's next ball, which is well wide. A good pace on it, but lots of time for George Rhodes to see that one.
Run rate is 3.9. Required rate is 3.9.
Oh.
Says the electronic scoreboard.
Oh, I got it. Yeah. Yes. But it's a positive start, let's put it that way, by Leicestershire, despite losing the wicket of Sam Evans to Charlie Morris for 11. Pennington's next ball to George Rhodes. Rhodes forward. A little inside edge-ish on this, but he's got enough bat on it to squeeze it away to Baker at mid-wicket. There is no run. Still a bit of breeze across the ground. Some covers away to our left that have obviously been taken off by the groundsman, and just lifting the edges of those. And it's not a balmy summer's day, trust me, but it's warmer than it was certainly on Thursday, which was a horrible day. Rhodes waits, Pennington bowls, pushed away to backward point where Ed Barnard fields. Just a couple of slips in there now. I think Brett D'Oliveira thinking that the ball's not really whistling all over the place today, and he doesn't want to give too many runs away at the start. You might think, oh, 370, and it is a lot of runs to get, but if you were 100 for 1, as Pennington bowls, Rhodes forward. Pennington gets a round of applause. Not bad, over a couple of runs off it off the first 2 balls, and Leicestershire are 41 for 1. Worcestershire having declared on 234 for 5, Leicestershire 370 for victory. Azad has 17 and Rhodes has 12.
Good morning to Gary McCaughey, who's listening from Hereford.
Oh, morning.
Come on, you pears, says Gary.
The cider capital of the world, despite what they say in Kent and places like that. We all know the best cider is in Herefordshire.
Do Kent does it claim to be the cider capital?
They do claim this.
I suppose apples and
Hops.
Barnard is in and bowling fairly gentle pace on off stump to Hassan Azad, who's pushing it carefully watchfully out into the offside.
By the way, don't send me a message because I know hops don't make cider. So nice bit of perry. Old boy in our village used to make his own perry. Ooh, potent stuff.
That's homemade cider, is it?
Oh, it's made from pears, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Same as, but
Barnard is in a better length, better line to Azad. Everything very close together as he just leans forward into a defensive press, dropping the ball out into the offside.
Yeah, we always said get a couple of pints of his perry, and if you didn't drink it, you could take the paint off your fence with it, because it was some.
I don't think I've ever had pear cider, which
perry,
probably will upset many a Worcestershire listener.
Nice perry. Don't see much of it now.
Barnard is in again. Good line, good length. Again, it's a good battle between these two as Azad just drops it out into the offside. There's no run. Settled into a really nice rhythm already, Ed Barnard. In fact, it's just been that single scoring shot off him, that cut 4 in his first over 9 deliveries. He is in and bowling. That's drifting in towards middle and leg, and Azad has to adjust, goes forward and then goes back and turns his wrists on it, pushes it out towards mid-wicket where it's picked up by D'Oliveira, who immediately has a long conversation with Joe Leach. Wonder what that's about. When Leach will have his second spell, won't be for a while, we wouldn't have thought. As Barnard is in and bowls again, middle and leg stump-ish, and again Azad is turning the ball into the leg side, this time more or less straight to D'Oliveira, who, having thrown in the ball to Cox, then heads off to see his former captain, the two Worcestershire skippers, for a quick confab. Barnard in and bowls. Fuller again drifting onto leg stump. This time Azad, having played it into the leg side, is going to pick up a run because he played it a little more firmly and just a little wider of Joe Leach, who had to run 3 or 4 yards away to his left and sort of tumble as he stopped the ball, and Azad called Rhodes through for one off the last ball, meaning Azad obviously will keep the strike. He moves on to 18 from 38 balls. Rhodes at the other end, obviously still on his 12, 42 for 1, chasing 370 to win 328 more runs. Sounds an awful lot.
Yeah, we keep chipping away.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
it's batting time today. Here's Dylan Pennington with the slight slope in his favour, we shall say. This leaps into his delivery stride, and an inside edge that goes down to fine leg. Could have gone anywhere really, but to fine leg it is. So the total clicks over to 43 for 1, and Azad goes to 19. George Rhodes on 12. About to face. A chap at Lord's told me when they had to work out the slope on a cricket ground, because Lord's does slope quite a bit across, of course, where this is up and down. He said, follow the line of the seats, the bottom line of the seats. If you do that, you can work out how much it does dip. Next ball, pushed away on the offside. Gone, caught! Great catch by Ed Barnard. I thought that had landed well in front of him. George Rhodes walks away somewhat disconsolate. Barnard, at cover point, dived forward and just plucked that one off the grass. Superb catch. A catch like that really gives a bowler some incentive and the rest of his team. But it looked to me as if Rhodes had just played that down fairly comfortably, but it was turned into a catch. Not only picked up the flight of the ball, but dived forward. So I think George Rhodes is cursing his luck a bit there.
It jumped a little, it spat a little bit at him, and as he came forward, his head came back, just jerked back a little bit and just higher on the bat. Really good bowling as well. It was a really good piece of cricket by Worcestershire all round, really, because Pennington, the quickest that he's been hammering down that slope from the Bennett end throughout the game, really, when he's got the chance, and he did so there, gave it everything, just got that little bit extra out of the pitch, just hit the bat high towards Barnard, who had plenty to do, as Brad has said, and dived forward, got underneath it and held the catch. So that's an earned wicket in the field, bowler and fielder alike.
Yeah. It didn't sort of, as Richard says, it just did that little bit more.
Just enough, yeah, just enough.
He'll think himself a tad unlucky there, George Rhodes, I'm sure. But it means that Leicestershire are 43 for 2, and Worcestershire, as we were saying earlier, will be looking for a couple of wickets in the first hour. Ackerman on his way in, batted a long time in the first innings. He and Lewis Hill. Ackerman, I think, Worcestershire would think is a well, Hill they would know is in a lot of form, but Ackerman would be a prized wicket here. 3 slips in.
Yeah, absolutely.
He is the bloke that could bat all day, isn't he? Pennington's on his way in, but the field hasn't settled as yet. Not everybody in place. 3 slips in now. So Barnard, having taken that super catch, is at 3rd slip. Here's Pennington. Bowls. Oof. That's not. Well, I think I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt, Colin Ackerman. I think he just dropped his wrists on that, but that was a good ball. That's not a great ball to get first up. but he played it or didn't play it well.
He'd appreciate that with Ackers. It was a super delivery, and I suspect he might just have had a little nibble. But he's very good at curtain railing the bat back.
Pennington bowls solidly forward, played up the ground. Good stop that by Joe Leach, who measures himself on the Grace Road turf, gets down and gets a hand on it.
Gets a pat on the behind for his efforts from his captain.
Just hearing a motorbike in the background. I went out that way through that gate, and the Outlaws.
You saw their
bikes,
banner. Yeah, Sunday sortie.
Pennington is in and bowls, pushed up on the offside, no run. This is on the Milligan Road, folks, just next to the ground. The Outlaws, Leicester Outlaws, have their headquarters. And I don't.
They call them chapters, don't they?
Chapters, that's it.
Hells Angels.
Yeah, but I'm not a motorbike person at all. But I actually thought that looks an expensive bit of kit.
Is it a Harley, one of those?
Oh yeah, there was 3 or 4 out there, and I thought, oh. And they were very well looked after. Pennington in bowls. Oh, that's a good ball. Cox takes it above his head. Good over that from Dylan Pennington, takes a wicket, and he troubled Ackerman on a couple of occasions. Leicestershire are 43 for 2. They have been set 370 for victory.
Yes, one would be well advised not to wing one of those motorbikes, or if one does, to get out of it quickly.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, lads. Here's a check. But they are, as I say, I'm not a motorbike person, but as an engineering feature, they are amazing things.
They do glisten, don't they?
Oh yeah.
The chrome.
Yeah.
Highly polished chrome. Ed Barnard to continue from the pavilion end is in to Azad, who is instinctively forward, then back as the ball, as he judges the length and turning his wrist on the defensive shot. Into the leg side it goes. Big partnership potentially this, because Azad, 40 balls faced, has pretty much got himself in. In fact, he's played a couple of nice shots as well. Ackerman obviously at the very start of his innings, but Azad we know to be capable of long innings, as Barnard is in to him. It's well wide, outside off stump, pushed across the left-hander, who has nothing to do with it. In that successful run chase against Middlesex last year, Ackerman made 126 not out. Put together a huge partnership with Marcus Harris of fond memory.
He did well, didn't he?
He did, very much so. Who made 185 in that game, and they took the score from 83 for 2 to 326 before Harris was dismissed. Different day, as Barnard is in, bowls full, outside off stump, late decision to leave by Azad, stepping forward and lifting his bat over the line of the ball. I remember it being a very warm, sunny day.
Whereas this is just, at times, a sunny day. Delete warm.
Yes.
Now, he's doing some signalling here, Brett D'Oliveira, but I'm not sure who it's to.
Barnard is in, and it's full onto middle and leg and turned firmly, but without a huge amount of power by Azad past Leach. Even so, he gets plenty of value because the ball is running on down the slope over the hard outfield. Leach in hot pursuit picks it up around 4 or 5 yards inside the ropes at wide long on. Consequently, Azad can pick up 3 runs, and does. He moves on to 22, 46 for 2, brings Ackerman down to face Barnard for the first time.
Yes, Brett D'Oliveira was signalling something to Pennington. I'm not quite sure what the signal was. I mean, you're not going to take him off after he's just taken a wicket. He's in bowled 2 overs.
Barnard is in to Ackerman, who steps forward and watches with interest as the ball goes down quite low past his raised bat and front pad through to Ben Cox behind the stumps.
And nobody else is warming up, so I think he might get a bit of spin into the attack early on. I think Josh Baker might have an early bowl just to see what it might be doing.
Barnard is in and bowling. Ackerman is getting forward and playing firmly, looking to get on the front foot and drive. It wasn't quite there to be driven, had to check the shot, did so, played it firmly out towards Joe Leach, who picks up and keeps hold of the ball because it's the end of the over and it's almost updates time, perfectly timed for the top of the hour. So Dave heads off next door to give the listeners to BBC Hereford and Worcester the news that they've picked up another wicket, that of George Rhodes. A really good piece of out cricket by Worcestershire. Good delivery from Pennington that just jumped a little bit, did enough and took the top part of the bat and looped towards Ed Barnard, who flung himself forward and the gully, got his hands underneath the ball and held on. Pennington charges in and bowls to Azad, a bouncer. Azad just rocks out of the way, leans backwards on his toes. Good piece of work by Azad, good bouncer, well played by Azad. 46 for 2 remains the score after an hour's play, a fascinating hour's play. Pennington, blonde of hair, charges in and bowls full outside the off stump. Azad steps forward, lets it go through. Cox doesn't move in terms of his feet, just hands together round about thigh height when he takes that one. Oliveira just asking Pennington whether he wants just a change in field, or perhaps telling him he's going to have a change in the field, and the change in the field requires Barnard to leave point and go into third slip. Joe Leach crosses from mid-off to mid-on. Oliveira himself crosses from mid-on out to sort of wide mid-off / extra cover. Pennington charges in and bowls outside off stump. Again, Azad leaves, this time taken around shoulder height by Ben Cox. Gauntlet's obviously pointing upwards as he does so. Had to take a step or two to his left, however. So, as ever, Pennington working up a good head of steam. 1 for 3 from 2.3 overs for him this morning. And a half overs bowled as Pennington is in, bowls outside off stump, not making Azad play at the moment. Azad holds the pose as he steps forward, rather stylish pose. Here's the update for BBC Radio Leicester. Well, they're continuing to score at a decent rate. That's a rate of about 4 and over, but they have lost another wicket, that of George Rhodes, the former Worcestershire player. Got a good delivery from Dylan Pennington, Worcestershire's fast bowler. Just rose on him a little bit, took the top part of that, looped towards the gully fielder, where Ed Barnard took a good catch diving forward. That was Rhodes, gone for 12, made the score 43 for 2. Hassan Azad, though, he's playing very well, touchwood. He is 22 not out. He's been joined by Leicestershire captain Colin Ackerman, who looked in good touch in the first innings, so this is an important partnership for the Foxes. An hour into play and needing that 370, they're 46 for 2. Pennington, 5 dot balls in the over so far. He missed just 1 ball if you're just listening. That was down the leg side as Ad tried to help it on its way. Didn't get anything on it. Pennington charges in and bowls. He's got something on that one on leg stump. Just turns it calmly away down towards long leg as Ali comes running in from in front of the meet. Fields gets his throwaway. Azad picks up 1 from the last ball. moves on to 23, keeps the strike. Good over for the most part from Dylan Pennington. Just the last couple of deliveries, just lost his line slightly. Still successful. 3 overs, no maidens, 1 for 4. I think he would have very much taken that at the start of his spell. 47 for 2. Brad has a sort of flask in which, I don't know what's in it, sort of an elixir of life.
Neat vodka. Or maybe water.
Nectar.
I'm not sure the elixir of life is doing me much good, but there we are. We're going to watch Ed Barnard. He's going to bowl around the wicket, angle the ball into the left-handed Azad. And Brett D'Oliveira making sure the field's in the right place. And Barnard bowls, pushed away on the offside. That could race away for 4. That's a very well-timed shot from Azad. This time, the 4 he got earlier in the piece through there, he kind of sat back and almost flicked a late cut. But that was a back foot drive out through extra cover. Lovely shot. He picks up 4. 50 up for Leicestershire. It's come in the 16th over, the first ball of it. Barnard with a little something to think about here. He's racing away from us now. This ball has Azad coming forward, but then leaving his bat high in the air. Wicketkeeper Cox does the rest. Boys are busy on the car park over there. Sunday morning. Oh, so Sunday afternoon it is now. Must be double time, I would have thought, to get them out on a Sunday. Bright yellow and orange jackets stand out. The sun picks them out in the far distance. A smattering of a crowd, if you know your Grace Road, along by the nets area, as Barnard is in bowls through again to wicketkeeper Cox. And I think that's that spot in front of the meet. There's some benches there, sort of like park benches, that sort of thing. I reckon that's a good place. I had a walk around there this morning. I thought that's a sunny little spot to sit, because you're out of the breeze there. So, well, you're not going to get a sun. You're not going to put your sunblock on, but it could be warmer than other areas. 51 for 2. Barnard's next ball to Azad, sees him coming forward, pushing away on the offside. Roderick a backward point, scrambles on his knees to cut that one off. Would only have been a single because Leach is behind him down at third man. But batsmen always keen to rotate the strike. Well, unless you've got somebody hurtling in at one end you don't fancy facing, then you don't like to rotate it then, but always good too. It gives the bowler something to think about. You've got the left and a right hand combination. Barnard bowls, Azad forward, plays the ball down the pitch. Barnard on his follow through, does the fielding, tosses the ball to Josh Baker, who, as I was saying a few minutes ago, I think he could be in the Worcestershire attack sooner rather than later. And the medium pacers have had, what, 3, 4, Joe Leach had 5, I think, didn't he? Charlie Morris had 4, Pennington 3, Barnard's at the end of his 4th. And this ball has Azad leaving once again outside the off stump. End of the over, and Pennington to continue, it would seem. Yeah, he's switching off his jumper. Now young Baker is doing some arm swinging, so maybe he's a bit cold, or maybe he did get the nod from his captain. Leicestershire 51 for 2. The men out. Evans caught Cox bowl, Morris 11, Rhodes caught Barnard bowl, Pennington for 12.
I'd be a bit surprised if he came on, but as you say, he's warming. He looks to be warming up. Just with the new ball is so important. One feels it is only 16 overs old. But again, D'Oliveira thinking out box.
Yes,
which is good to see.
Yeah.
Pennington is in and bowls to Ackerman outside off stump. Ackerman lifts his bat over the line of the ball. Saw Colin and Robin's little daughter for the first time last night. You did too, actually.
I did.
Little Michaela.
Michaela, that was it.
Gorgeous blue eyes.
Yeah.
Baby Michaela.
What did she say, 7 months old?
About that, yeah.
They look like I mean, when they're little babies and people say, "Ooh, doesn't he look like his mother?" I don't really think so, but you don't like to say, do you?
Pennington is in and bowls and defended out into the offside by Ackerman very solidly, and then Leicestershire's captain turns and inspects the studs on his right boot. 51 for 2.
Yeah, I always chuckle when people say, "Oh, yeah, he's got his father's nose." I thought, "Oh, that's unfortunate. How's he going to sniff anything in the future?"
Pennington is in, bowls, bouncer, and Ackerman just ducks underneath it. Applause. Captain likes that in particular.
He's bowled with a bit of pace this morning, Pennington, hasn't he? I thought maybe my imagination, but I think he's bowled as quick as he has in the game.
I like the look of him. A lot of spirit, and he gives everything each ball sort of thing. There's no holding back with him. He's probably quite enjoying coming down the slope as well. You get that extra just little bit of momentum. In he comes and bowls. Ackerman goes back and turns his wrists on a defensive push out into the onside, and then gestures momentarily with his left hand as though felt he might have been able to get that one away. Perhaps on him a little bit more quickly than he thought it was going to. Baker again bowls a couple of potential looseners. Whether he's trying to give D'Oliveira a hint or whether he's had the word, we will know eftsoons. All right, speedily. Pennington in. Bowls, grunt of effort as it played back through him actually by Ackerman, and he's going to pick up a couple of runs as a consequence. Pennington can't believe that bounced through his hands. Azad, if that throw had hit the stumps, might have been in a bit spot of bother. As I say, he's not necessarily the quickest between the wickets, and he had to just accelerate a little as he ploughed his way back up towards the Bennett end. But it was played directly back to Dylan Pennington, who put down his two big hands, and it just sort of went through them somehow or other, and he looked wonderingly at his hands, and D'Oliveira had to pursue the ball back towards the boundary as a consequence. Pennington is in again to Ackerman, who is very solidly forward to that one, plays it back past the bowler on this occasion, but gently, and out to D'Oliveira it goes. End of the over. 4 overs, 1 for 6 now for Dylan Pennington. In a really good little burst, but we are going to see the spinner. You were absolutely right, Bradders, and the close fielders are donning the little sort of baby pads.
The mini pads.
Mini pads.
Could be a good game at Northampton this afternoon. Northamptonshire set 294 to win. Gloucestershire all out for 363. They have 5 without loss. Sorry, Warwickshire. This is a dead game if ever there was. Warwickshire 345 for 8, trail by 83 runs. Only 16 wickets have fallen in 4 days there. Glamorgan are 8 for 1. They trail by 141 runs against Durham at Sophia Gardens.
Is that okay? That's just the start of the second innings, then. So it's they're not chasing a target or anything. It's
no. I suppose they're batting to save the game. Really
hard to see where that one's going. Other than absolutely.
Essex, Kent. Well, this is drifting as well. Essex made 514. Kent 438 for 5. So 15 wickets in 4 days there. Here's Josh Baker beginning his spell here at Grace Road. Bring in a couple of other scores in between deliveries. He's bowling left arm over to the left-handed Azad. Short leg and slip the close fielders. Baker in bowls. Azad forward pushes on the offside, no run. Middlesex Derbyshire at Lords, where Middlesex have declared on 258 for 5. Derbyshire need 331 for victory. Baker bowls. Azad forward, plays to mid wicket, no run. And Sussex are 60 for 2. They trail Notts by 99 runs. Nottingham's declared on 534 for 9. Here's Baker. Leaps in. Azad is coming down the pitch towards him, and Baker picks up and hurls back at the side. Did that hit Azad? It might have done.
I think it did.
It didn't seem to go into Ben Cox's gloves, but it wasn't a fierce throw. It was more a lob. back at the stumps. Baker in again, and this time Azad is creeping down the pitch, plays it to extra cover. Azhar Ali, the fielder. He's a tall lad, Josh Baker.
Leicestershire got punished for not that sort of incident, but tell you about that in a moment.
Baker bowls again. Azad forward defensively, no run.
First game of the Bob Willis Trophy, Dieter Klein it was played back to him by Danny Lamb of Lancashire, hurled the ball at the stumps, but Lamb was in front of the stumps, hit him on the foot, hit him on the pad or foot, and he sort of hopped away. But yeah, Klein was charged.
Next ball from Baker, and there's a loud appeal for, I assume, LBW. The ball spat away on the offside, and it certainly wasn't a catch, so that's probably all it could be. That completes the over. Good first over from Baker, a maiden. Azad 27, Ackerman 253 for 2 is the Leicestershire total. 370 is the target.
Yeah, just a little bit of turn out of the footholds. Hit him outside the line as it happened, but a little bit there for Baker against the left-hander, and I guess that's what was in D'Oliveira's mind, that with the left-hander there, Baker coming over the wicket, has got a little bit of rough in which to land the ball. Pennington is in from the Bennett end. He bowls to Ackerman, who stays on the back foot as he defends that one out into the offside. So a fifth over for Dylan Pennington. .53 for 2. Run rate is 2.9, required rate is 4. So we had a little burst of scoring, but runs came a little bit more easily for the openers early on. There were obviously more gaps in the field, but this is what Worcestershire have done well actually in the game, or one of the things that they've done well in the game. Pennington into Ackerman again, back foot defensive press out into the offside to mid-off, which is that the bowlers who've come on to replace the opening bowlers, and the combinations, whatever they are, but whoever's replaced the opening bowlers have lacked little or nothing in comparison to the people who've gone before, the bowlers who've gone before them. So it's been a four-man attack in every sense of the word, as Pennington is in and bowls again. Ackerman on the back foot, this time pushing it into the gap. Good work by Roderick, running to his right from point, picks up and athletically throws sort of sideways at the stumps at the non-striker's end. Ackerman had made his ground, the throw missed and Leach backed it up, but nice athletic work by Roderick, keeping Ackerman honest. Yeah, whether it's been Pennington and Bernard, it usually has been, sort of getting a second bite at the cherry after Messrs Leach and Morris, but have lacked nothing in comparison, essentially. Pennington to Azad, nice and straight, good line and length. Azad has to defend, leaning forward, playing it up towards backward point. No run.
Pennington's fifth over.
Given away nothing. 1 for 7, very, little, very little.
Yeah, yeah.
And then that's been the key.
His best spell of the game, this, comfortably. Yeah, where he'll bowl a sixth. Keep rotating those medium paces.
And he comes, bowls to Azad, outside off stump. A little bit too wide on that occasion. Azad just lets it bounce through to Ben Cox behind the stumps.
Charlie Morris is doing some warming up down in front of us, so maybe Pennington's going to have a blowout after this one, or maybe Morris just wants to make sure he doesn't stiffen up. Pennington gets the ball back from Leach. Got Leach at mid-on and D'Oliveira at mid-off, so fair bit of advice, one would imagine. Last ball of the over. Bowls. Talks always a bit of hesitation there, and in the end Pennington, the bowler, has to go and get the ball back because square leg is in fact deep square leg. Roderick out on the boundary, so there was a comfortable run. I think they hesitated because there's normally a fielder there, but there wasn't on this occasion. So it was an easy run in the end. Yeah, I think Morris for Pennington at the Bennett end might well be the next change. But a very good spell. 5 overs, 1 for 8.
It looks that way. Leicestershire have a sort of battery of seam bowlers fighting for slots in the side. Even more so if and when Vian Mulder arrives. How come we've swapped ends? Have we swapped ends?
Well, because I went off and did something else, didn't I? I don't know.
Anyway,
as long as the needles...
it's you now, isn't it?
Yes,
of course it is. I do apologise.
No, I did the last one because they pinched a single off the last ball. Anyway, as long as the needle's wagging, right, it doesn't really matter.
Somebody's chuntering.
Baker is the bowler. Ackerman is the batsman. 3 off 15 balls so far. Waits, Baker bowls, flicked away, nice shot, but straight down the ground to Charlie Morris. I thought he got a little bit squarer than that, but Morris at mid-on was the fielder. Baker, tall, dark-haired young man. Trots in again, bowls. Oh, and Ackerman's down here, and he's got it over mid-wicket. I'm not sure how high over mid-wicket it went. There was a big dive from Azhar Ali. His frustration tells me that it probably wasn't too far away. But it's 4 runs to the Leicestershire skipper. He goes to 7. Can't tell on the replay just how close that was, but as Baker's ready to go again, and this ball sees Ackerman leaning forward, playing it out to mid-on, where Morris is again the fielder.
It was at sort of catchable height, but it was quite a distance from him diving to his left. It would have been an amazing catch, and he didn't. But yeah, for a moment.
Baker bowls, driven all along the ground this time to Azhar Ali at mid-wicket. Slip short leg, deep backward square, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, extra cover, and I'm going to call him a backward point. And a sweeper out on the cover boundary. Baker bowls. And once again, Azhar Ali is in the game. End of the over. Baker's bowled 2 overs for 5 runs. Azad has 29. Ackerman has 7. Leicestershire are 60 for 2.
Ackerman, I think, showed in that over he doesn't want to let Baker bowl, in that he doesn't want Baker to be able to spell the seamers, really, whether he's turning it or not. He doesn't want him to block up an end, to be able to block up an end so that D'Oliveira can give seamers a little bit longer to refresh, to recharge their batteries than Ackerman would prefer. He wants to get some overs into the legs of the Worcestershire seam attack, so that as the ball gets softer, if Leicestershire have some of their key batsmen at the crease, they can take advantage. So sort of battles within battles, even at this early stage. One of the glories of Championship cricket, really. All these little battles to decide who wins the war. Morris is in to Azad. He's bowling a little bit short, but Azad is up on his toes and defending it, blocking the ball back down onto the pitch as it bounces and swings back in towards him. No run. 29 off 66 balls for Hassan Azad. 7 off 20 for Colin Ackerman. Morris, not of the pace of Pennington, but he'd been around for a while and plenty of guile. In he goes and bowls, tries to swing it back in again, and does to a certain extent, but not dangerously so, really. And Azad, staying on the back foot, plays it out into the offside. No run. Azad looks around him. watch a player throughout their career, the body language becomes sort of very familiar, the little routines that the batsmen have, the way they prepare themselves for each delivery. Azad waits, bat raised as Morris is in, bowls to him, slightly straight, but again slightly short of a good length. So he stays on the back foot and tries to punch it out into the offside, does so, but with insufficient force to pierce the field.
I enjoyed Hendrick's batting yesterday, and you say about little foibles of batsman. He just went forward, played the shot, pushed it away, say to mid-off, and then he just didn't move at all. He just stood there. Yeah, could bowl me another one.
Unfussy.
Yeah.
Yes, there were no real routines as far as he was concerned. Morris is in to Azad. Better length, and it does swing a little bit. Azad half forward, pushing forward, takes a thick inside edge, runs along the ground through the sort of leg gully area down towards Azza, that long leg. Azad picks up one, moves into the 30s, on 230 in fact, 61 for 2. 35 minutes until lunch. Leicestershire will not want to lose another wicket before the interval. I think if you offered them 85 for 2 or 80 for 2, they'd take it now.
Yeah.
Morris endeavouring to add to these wicket score. Bowls to Ackerman, again slightly short of a good length, and Ackerman stays on the back foot, looks to force out into the offside, doesn't really time it, runs pretty much straight to the cover fielder, who is Josh Baker, with his Worcester cap, a sort of different colour to everyone else's because it's so sort of new. The greens fade, well, most of the caps fade, don't they, one way or another. Morris is in, and again on the back foot he's forcing, and Baker misses it somehow. It goes through him, and it might run all the way for 4, and does. That's the first real lapse in Worcestershire's out cricket this morning. Don't know quite what Josh Baker was thinking there. He didn't form the long barrier because it wasn't going that fast, really. He just sort of bent down to pick it up, and it bobbled, I suppose.
There's no practice. There's a couple of practice pitches, but that shouldn't have affected him, should it? Where he
no,
was stood. It was very bizarre.
He looked very startled, and then he didn't sort of react immediately either, and then sort of looked behind him, and then the outfield being as quick as it is, the ball almost seemed to gather pace. I'm sure he's apologised to his teammates and Charlie Morris, and he will endeavour to make up for it now by taking a wicket. He's going to have another over, because he's going to be bowling to the left-handed Azad with a bit of rough to bowl into.
Bit of something to play with. Short leg and slip are the close catches. Baker jogs in, or Azad's down to this one. Long way down, a couple of steps. There's some kind of appeal by Ed Pollock, who immediately, almost as he was appealing, put his hand up to apologise for his appeal. As Baker is in again, Azad this time goes back. Quicker delivery from Josh Baker. It's a relatively new ball, this 22nd over. He's a tall lad, he'd be hoping to get a little bit of bounce out of it. Bowls again, Ali is down, drives it back to the bowler. I said Ali then, didn't I? I got them all mixed up yesterday. Azad is the batsman. In again comes Baker. Azad forward, pushes away on the offside. No run. Good little battle, this. A battle within the battle. Doesn't want to get tied down here, Azad. And that's a nice shot out to the covers. That's gone for 4. Perfectly timed. Beautiful shot. I better trot off and do something else, and I'll allow you to finish this over.
Yeah, a shout of approval from the Leicestershire balcony for that one from Azad. Got to the pitch of it. There is a cover out on the boundary in the form of Joe Leach, but he's at the point boundary, and Azad steered it through extra cover Baker is in. Down the wicket again goes Azad, driving out towards mid-off, where Morris is just a few feet back, really. And so Azad calls Ackerman through for 1. And that, too, gets a shout of approval from the Leicestershire balcony. Azad 5 in the over, moves on to 35. Leicestershire on to 70 for 2, which the mathematically inclined among you will immediately realise means that they need another 300 exactly. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. Yeah, and it's really interestingly poised. Worcestershire declared overnight on their 234 for 5 setting, Leicestershire 372 win. Now, they have lost 2 wickets so far today, those of Sam Evans, who was caught by the wicketkeeper off the bowling of Charlie Morris, and George Rhodes, caught in the gully off the bowling of Dylan Pennington for 12, 43 for 2 at that stage. But other opener Hassan Azad is playing really nicely. He's moved on to 35 off 76 balls. The captain, Colin Ackerman, is with him. He looks very determined. He is 11 not out. They've taken the score on to 70 for 2. They need another 300 runs, which is plenty, but the wicket is playing well, and it could be a famous afternoon down here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. Leicestershire are 70 for 2. Azad defends that one from Charlie Morris back out into the offside. He's looking to sort of swing it back in for the most part to the left-hander Morris, in as much as there is swing out there, just and then occasionally push one across or get one even to seam away just a fraction if he can just elicit a little bit of movement from the pitch, which is looking fairly docile at the moment. In goes Morris and bowls. That's one outside off stump, and it's cut away really nicely and wristily by Azad. He does play that shot nicely. It was just wide enough and it sat up, and he cut it away, got right on top of the bounce, timed it sweetly out to the point boundary in front of the manual scoreboard. 4-4, Azad on to 39, 74 for 2 is the score. Bradders is back alongside.
Nice shot. He does play that shot well, doesn't he?
Yeah, it's very pleasing to look at from an aesthetic point of view,
yes.
Not necessarily from, obviously, which depends which side you support, but I think everyone appreciates a nice cricket shot, and that was one. Morris turns at the top of his mark. Long striding, goes in and bowls. Again, it's outside off stump and a little bit wide. It's a little bit further pitched up, though. And Azad, having stepped forward, lifts his bat, lets it go underneath it, through, taken shoulder height by Ben Cox behind the stumps. But Azad, having picked up his 4, disinclined to take a risk further. The adrenaline, I'm sure, is flowing, but he's in control at the moment. Hassan Azad waits, bat raised as Morris is into him, outside off stump, trying just to get that one to seam away, but started wide and sort of went on, and Azad let it go through. 74 for 2 remains the score.
Say good morning to Derek. He's planting his vegetables in Shrewsbury this morning with his lad, whom I'm familiar with, so good to hear from you, Blom Senior. Hope you're well. See you when the sun shines and it's warm. Sun's shining, but it ain't warm.
Morris is in to finish his over. Bowls outside off stump, and again Azad, having picked up his 4 from the over, is content to step forward and let it go through. Robert's been in touch again. On the subject of Grace Road's The Meet, he says, name a more iconic county cricket stand outside the test grounds. Is the Meet a stand? It's not really, it's a building.
It's a building, isn't it? What does he mean by iconic? I mean, it's different.
Yeah.
And it's recognisable.
It's, yeah, I was going to say it's evocative, you know, sort of, it brings, summons up an image.
But the Ladies' Pavilion at New Road would be of a similar ilk, I would have thought. Yeah, because a lot of them, and I get his point, so things like that have disappeared, haven't they? And concrete stands have appeared in their place. Here is Josh Baker to bowl. And, oh, he's gone, caught. Brilliant catch. Pollock at slip. It was a cut shot from Ackerman. Didn't really get all of it, but it was there to be cut. And Pollock, diving away to his right, has snatched it out of the air. Super catch. Second good catch of the morning. Catches, as they say, wins matches. And that was a beauty. And Ackerman, a prized wicket, I always think, in this Leicestershire lineup, has gone to the bowling of Josh Baker, caught by Ed Pollock, who is having a decent couple of days.
I don't think Ackerman can quite believe what he's done there. I mentioned before about him wanting to take Baker on, and it was a little bit short, it was a little bit wide. Might just have bounced a bit more, cut at it hard. Didn't, as Brad has said, get all of it. Went fine, and Pollock did brilliantly, actually. Another really, really outstanding piece of out cricket from Worcestershire. Ackerman is shaking his head. He cannot believe what he's done there. And that is potentially huge. I've talked about the unbeaten 100 he scored against Middlesex. Colin Ackerman, he is very much one of the he was very much one of Leicestershire's big dangers. If they're going to get close to chasing this down, Ackerman probably held the key, certainly one of them, and he's gone for just 11. And Baker has struck, so brilliant piece of captaincy as well, whether it was just instinctive. I'm pretty sure he brought the spinner on to bowl at the left-hander out of the rough. But
yes.
It's the right-hander who's gone.
Yeah.
And Azad now is the rock upon which Leicestershire must build if they're going to get close here. And out comes the inform Hill to join him.
I've just seen a replay of that catch. I'm not sure how Pollock saw it. Never mind caught it, because he probably didn't get it on the full face of the bat, Ackerman, but he got a lot of bat on it.
He did it, but he just sort of just enough of the edge,
yeah,
wasn't there, to be close enough to Pollock, who did brilliantly. Leicestershire's fielders backing up their bowlers in some style. They're taking their chances. They've taken every chance. There's only been the 3 chances really,
yeah,
and they've nothing has gone down.
Lewis Hill, who batted so well in the first innings here, deserved 100. Got out in the naughty 90s, but well, he's another big wicket here, isn't he?
He is, but that Ackerman one feels big. Before lunch, 3 down.
Yeah.
Evans, Rhodes, and now Ackerman. That feels big.
Baker into Hill. He's back and across. Nice nudge into the offside. Picks up a single. One more to the total. I think Worcestershire have got a 13th man on there.
Boom.
I think that's Aaron Finch fielding out on the extra cover boundary. Here's Baker drifting the ball in to the left-hander, if there is any drift on the breeze, but that's too wide of the off stump, and Azad sees it nice and early.
Not the Australia Test opener.
No. I said Aaron, didn't I? It's Adam. Here's the next ball, which is it just gets a little bit squared up here, Azad, but he's not in any trouble because his bat comes down straight, plays the ball back down the pitch. Baker from the pavilion end bowls again and comes down here. Azad, he's looking not to get tied down by the spinner here, but whether Baker saw him coming or guessed that he was going to come down the pitch, just dropped it a little bit shorter. Last ball of the over, and this time little, we'll call it inside edge, and inside third of the bat, trickles along the ground to short leg. End of the over, and at the end of it, the total has moved on to 75 for 3. We've had 24 overs so far in the morning session.
That was a real bonus, but an earned bonus, if you like, on the part of Worcestershire. This is D'Oliveira and Baker and Pollock. And Leicestershire now have simply got to get through to lunch without losing another one. This really is the key partnership. Next in, due in, is the wicketkeeper, young Harry Swindles, who battled in the first innings, but you know, and he is capable. He showed at Somerset last year, but this is a different feel. These two, almost, they're going to have to get the bulk of these runs. And there's a lot of runs to get as Morris is in and bowls to Hill outside off stump, and Hill, a very definitive leave. He sort of almost jumps into the air as he lifts his bat over the line of the ball.
Lunch today is at 1 o'clock, definitely.
Yep.
It's set in stone.
Come what may.
And tea at 3:40, although whether the 9 wickets down rule comes in on the last day, I don't know.
Morris throws the ball from hand to hand, then looks at it and grips it carefully. Did a little walk, and then he gets into his long strides and bowls to Hill, who's playing across his front pad slightly as he leans forward into that and turns it out to mid-wicket. His hand hurts. He showed me his thumb that was hit by a rising delivery. I think it was Leach, wasn't it? Because Cox was standing up.
Yeah.
And I said, actually, because we weren't sure at the time whether having hit his thumb, it was a chance for Cox. He said, no, it went straight down, essentially. But horrible bruise. I said, have you had it x-rayed or scanned? No, he said, I'll go on Monday. I said, it hurts. So he could well be playing with a broken thumb.
It'll still hurt on Monday.
Yeah, well, it will. Morris is in to Hill, who is forward solidly. Bat and pad close together. Back up the pitch it goes to Morris. No run. Yeah, I suppose if you had your X-ray and it did reveal a broken thumb, he wouldn't be able to bat in this innings, would he? And so,
well, no. I mean, yeah, it's a sort of occasion you come in at 11 if your team were desperate, and if you have broken it, but
if you don't know,
if you don't know, you're all right.
You could be pushed out there.
Yeah. You go on Monday and they'll say you broke your thumb 4 days ago. Oh well.
Yeah. He doesn't want another one on his thumb though. In goes Morris and bowls. Hill leaves outside off stump, bounces through again at a good lick to wicketkeeper Cox. Pitch. It's had that lovely bit of carry that you want at this. That you hope for, but don't really expect at this time of year. Cracking wicket. Cracking cricket wicket.
Wind coming from the other direction today, according to the flags.
Yeah,
I'm sure they were fluttering the other way this morning.
It would make. I mean, an east wind is always very cold, isn't it? Usually, anyway. Morris is in, and Hill is clipping through the leg side, but not through the leg side because he's picked out Baker at mid-wicket, along the ground all the way. So he'll possibly feel he missed out a little bit there. Lewis Hill, single to him. Well, he's confident. He's playing well. I said, how disappointed were you to miss out? He said, well, obviously I was. But there's always a second innings for a century. Well, yeah, another 99 will do. Baker is now sent back from mid-wicket out towards deep backward square. Morris likes to do this from time to time. Test out the batter with a short ball or two, or at least make him think there's going to be a short ball. Morris is in, and it is a good short ball, but it was actually I'd say a good short ball. It was a decent bouncer pace-wise, but it was a little bit too short, and Hill lent out of the way. End of a maiden over for Charlie Morris, 1 for 22. His first spell was 4 overs, 1 for 13. So 3 overs, none for 9 in this, his second. 75 for 3. Still need another 295. Feels like an awful lot of runs, that is.
Yeah. We'll get 2 batsmen in. And yeah, it's going to be difficult from here, having lost the 3 wickets this morning, but after things have happened, Azhar Ali is coming a long way down here, just to stop Baker getting on top of him. It squeezes away.
Who is?
Oh, did I do that again?
You're convinced.
Oh, mate. There's too many Azhar Alis, that's the problem. They're all over the place. Here's Baker in again, and Hassan Azad lets the ball go by outside the off stump. Ed Pollock, having taken a brilliant catch, finds himself at mid-wicket. As in jogs Baker, and this is actually goes past Pollock. I think about a run, but D'Oliveira is round quickly to field. So there's no run, is the conclusion of all that. Next ball is whipped away down through square leg area. Dylan Pennington is the sweeper fielder. They do pick up a single on this occasion. One more to the total.
Adel Kiani, go Foxes, all hail from Tehran, Iran.
Oh, blimey, well done. 76 for 3 here. There's Baker twirls away. Oh, loud appeal here. Gone! The finger is up. He has his man. Hill, the hero of the first innings, has been sent on his way by umpire Malinder. Now, they look to be batting that to me, or it sounded like there was batting that to me, but if it was pad and then bat, then that's why the umpire's finger has gone up, and that is a massive wicket in the context of this innings.
Yeah.
Just waiting for a replay on that. Not that we can really tell from a replay whether it was bat, pad, bad, bat, whatever it was. But Baker has his second wicket, and a prize wicket it is. We now have
nice slow motion replay.
a replay that we can watch. Certainly, it was going to hit the stumps, but I think it was pad first. But
Must just have brushed the pad on the way through.
Yeah.
Onto the bat.
And that's enough. So 76 for 4.
Yeah.
And that really is, I mean, the last 2 wickets, Ackerman and Hill, massive wickets in the context of this this last day.
Yeah, they are.
And Baker has 2 for 12 in 4 overs and 5 balls.
It's been a very, very good morning now for Worcestershire. Just when Ackerman and Azad were together, I think Leicestershire would have had a 1 in 10 chance or something like that. They would have retained a not negligible chance of getting there. Now, you would say it's sort of closer to 1 in 40, something like that, really. With respect to Leicestershire's middle order and lower order, Harry Swindles comes bouncing out. Hassan Azad has more than half Leicestershire's runs, 40 out of the 76 for 4.
I'm being told that brilliant catch to get rid of Ackerman, somebody's telling me it was Ed Barnard that caught it.
Let's have a look at the
official scorecard.
Was it?
It says Ackerman on the official scorecard.
Well, Ackerman was certainly the batter.
Sorry, Pollock on the official scorecard.
I think it was Ed Pollock.
I thought it was Pollock.
First slip.
Strange.
Trying to see. Barnard is at slip now, though, isn't he? He's the
He
taller
is now.
of the two. So maybe. Yeah.
I didn't think who caught that had a sun hat on. Oh well. We'll try and find out a little more afterwards. He'd be a bit annoyed, wouldn't he?
Ed? Yes, because it was a very fine catch.
Yeah. Pollock
And if it was him, it was his second.
Yeah. Yeah, last ball of the over, and this that really bounces. Takes off, put a bit more into it. Harry Swindles lets it go by outside the off stump. Leicestershire 76 for 4, Azad has 40. Swindles yet to get off the mark. Evans caught Cox, bowled Morris 11. Rhodes caught Barnard, bowled Pennington 12. Ackerman, we think, caught Pollock, bowled Baker 11. Hill, LBW, Baker for 1. Well, we'll try and...
Joe O'Gorman says it was Ed Barnard who took the catch. So it...
all right.
Well, given he was at slip just then for for the spinner, I think you may be perfectly correct. But it maybe have fooled the scorers as well, because both he and Pollock are wearing sun hats. But Barnard is the taller of the two, obviously. So, but obviously when they're crouched down, it's from this distance.
And Pollock has been at first slip.
Yeah.
Throughout the game.
But apologies if we've inadvertently misled you. We will confirm that.
Yeah. Wouldn't mind seeing a replay just to identify who it was.
Charlie Morris is down the slope to bowl to Hassan Azad, who is leaning calmly forward, defending the ball out into the offside. It goes behind square, and is picked up there by Ed Barnard, who is now wearing a normal cap. Is he doing this on? Is he?
Well, I wondered if he'd got somebody else's hat on, which is what they often do, isn't it? Because Cox, the wicketkeeper, has got a white floppy hat. So when he's keeping up to the wicket
and wearing the helmet,
on,
yeah, maybe he put the sun hat over the cap, and that's what fooled us. Morris is in. Bowles. Bouncer just leans out of the way of that one. Bobs at the knee. Hassan Azad. So, Joe, you might well be correct. Umpire Watts signals one for the over. Lawrence Pearce. It was clearly Bernard wearing both a sun hat and number 30. So
that's it then.
Right, you are.
Darn him.
Apologies to all.
Fielding in disguise. There will be questions in the house.
Morris is in and bowls outside off stump. Big stride from Azad and a big raise of the bat as well. Adele from Tehran. Thank you so much, dear commentators, for the mention.
Well, that's all right. Oh, well, if you've taken the trouble to contact us from Tehran, my friend, you are going to get an honourable mention.
More than honourable.
I wonder if D'Oliveira is tempted to give himself an over before lunch.
James Oldfield likewise confirms it was Barnard.
Oh, thanks everybody.
With a sun hat. So
thanks everybody. Messengers
scribbling
from all over the world. Next ball. That's an eye shot. Sorry, I've pitched your ball here.
Cut away. It wasn't his sort of wristy cut, but a beautiful piece of time. Dribbles over the ropes at deep backward point. And Azad at the moment is, well, he represents the entirety of Leicestershire's hopes, really, of forcing a draw, if not winning the game. He is, as we know full well, capable of a long, long innings, but he needs support. He's moved on to 44 with that boundary, and he has played some lovely shots square on the offside this morning. 2 wristy cuts, and that was just firmly played, middled. Wasn't flamboyant or wristy. It was just a really good, solid shot. Didn't try and overhit it. Morris is in, bowls to Azad. Pitches up a little bit more, inviting the drive, and Azad steps out but then lets it go. That's the pattern. When he has hit a 4, he's, I think each time, let the next one go. Barnard just warming up a little, a backward point. That said, it is 8 minutes until lunch, so should be 2 after this. There's only 1 ball to go in there. Well, certainly will be 2 after this because there's only 1 ball to go in the over. Morris is in to Azad, short of a length and straight. Azad up on his toes, back down the pitch it goes to Charlie Morris. End of the over. 80 runs scored. Leicestershire will be happy enough with that in the morning session. Less happy about the fact that 4 wickets have fallen.
Yeah, an important wicket as well. I'm not sure. I'm not suggesting that Azad is not an important wicket, but the wickets of Ackerman and Hill, I think were vital if Leicestershire were getting anywhere near it.
Agreed.
Lots of people telling me that it was Ed Barnard. Thank you.
They're all piling in now.
Thank you. Could have told us 10 minutes ago when he took, 15 minutes ago when he took the
A lot of people saying, yes, we did tell you.
See, he stood there now with Cox's hat on. I get the
Well, the supportive Tim Singleton tweets to say, well, I didn't have a clue.
no.
We had a clue, we just got it wrong.
Our colleagues in the written press had it wrong as well, and indeed the scorers. So we're just spreading the blame here, though, aren't
Yes,
we?
we're not the only idiots on the ground.
Back to the cricket. 80 for 4. Here is Baker into bowl to Harry Swindle. Swindle's forward plays the ball down to mid-on, where Azhar Ali, who's been playing for both teams according to my commentary this morning, and Crystal Palace a bit later. What jolly japes. Baker bowls. Full length delivery, dug out, no run.
Been a real bonus spell this from Josh Baker, hasn't he? 2 for 12 from 5.2. I'm certain he was brought on to trouble Azad, but he's picked up 2 key right-handers.
He's about to go when Harry Swindle has had a bit of a tidy up and a walk around. Swindle's ready, forward he comes. Baker gets a bit excited by that, but played solidly to mid-on, mid-wicket area. Yeah, Pollock's definitely fielding in the covers, by the way. Next ball. Good line and length from Baker, but seen nice and early by Swindles. Trying to tempt him into maybe a drive outside the off stump, and Swindle's having none of it. There's a bit more gardening. He's looking at the clock. It's 5 to 1. Lunch is at 1. Oh, maybe gonna have a bit of a stroll round here. Swindle's ready. Baker ready. Forward he comes. Baker does his own fielding. So probably one more before lunch, which will give us 29 overs in the morning session. Baker's next ball, and Swindles has played on. And there are celebrations all round from the Worcestershire fielders as they dance around on the just on the edge. I was just looking at that replay. I think he just got a little inside edge, quicker ball on the back foot, inside edge, and Josh Baker is on fire here. He's taken 3 wickets in this session, 6 overs, about 5.5 overs, and he's taken 3 wickets. So Swindles goes, bulbed Baker.
From 74 for 2 to 80 for 5. 3 wickets have fallen for 6 runs, as they did at the start of Leicestershire's first innings, but this time in the middle of the innings. And young Josh Baker, as you say, 3 for 12 from 6 overs, has made what is now, I think, almost certain to prove to have been a decisive contribution.
Yeah, all going well for skipper D'Oliveira at the moment. Most of his decisions are coming to fruition. So we will get an over before lunch.
We will. Had that been the first ball of the next over, that would have been lunch, wouldn't it? But
yeah,
as it is, Ben Mike comes out. He won't be on strike, which will be, I suspect, a matter of some relief to him. He'll be watching while Hassan Azad tries to make sure things don't get even worse for the Foxes before lunch.
The pendulums, the swings of 4-day cricket. 74 for 2, Ackerman in, looking okay. Well, obviously Hassan Azad was in because he's been in all morning, looking good. And all of a sudden, a brilliant catch and a superb spell by Baker, who's taken 3 for 12, has turned the innings on its head. I'm not sure what's happening here, because Charlie Morris was ready, the batsman was ready, the umpire put out his arm to stop Charlie Morris coming in, but I'm not sure why. A bit bizarre.
Morris is in and bowls outside off stump, as he has done throughout the morning on often occasions, as frequent occasions I should say. Just steps forward and lets it go through. He has been an oasis of calm amid the well, in fairness, as I said, as Bradders was saying, you know, half an hour ago, Leicestershire would have had hopes of sort of 80 for 2, 90 for 2 at lunch. Not to be. Morris is in and bowls. Azad just calmly turns it off his hip, a bouncing delivery that he handles comfortably, gets on top of the bounce, turns out to deep backward square, jogs a single, no thought of turning the single down. The over before lunch with the number 7 at the other end, but Ben Mike will have 4 balls potentially to keep out before lunch. 81 now for 5. I think we can ignore that. Needed to win 289. Needed to win to bat, or for Worcestershire, obviously 5 wickets for Leicestershire. It's just a case of batting as much time as they possibly can now. 67.4 overs may be the relevant figure as far as they are concerned.
Yeah.
Rather than the 289. But that's a lot of overs as well as a lot of runs.
Yeah. Yeah. But again, 2 batters, I still think this is a half decent pitch.
I thought, yeah. Morris is in, bowls, oh, forward goes Mike and is beaten on the outside edge, taken by Cox. It sounded, I thought I heard a sound then as well, but certainly slips momentarily excited, but it was just the fact of ball beating bat.
I better go and do other things.
It being the top of the hour, 1300 hours, British summer time. Summer. Tell my toes that. In goes Morris and bowls. Mike is forward. He's going to pick up a run there as he steers it wide of Roderick. Might pick up 2, actually. D'Oliveira back at deepish, extra cover in pursuit. Slides, picks up, but although the batsmen turn, they realise that it's in the hands already of a very fine fielder. He'll be pretty pleased with his efforts as captain in his very first match. Brett D'Oliveira with a very fine unbeaten 100. He's captained his side impeccably, really. His side have responded, picking up wickets at the right time, scoring runs in the case of someone like Ed Pollock or Jake Libby in the right manner as well yesterday afternoon. Morris is in to Azad, who is closing his bat on a defensive shot as the ball swings back in towards him. Morris himself picks up. He's got quite a sort of sturdy walk, Charlie Morris. Purposeful. Feet facing sort of slightly outwards. Registering determination and purpose as he marches back to his mark before turning and coming down the slope and bowling a good delivery on off stump, line and length ball that Azad defends, and that is lunch on the first morning. The first morning on the morning of the 4th day of this LV Insurance County Championship fixture, and Worcestershire are not quite home and hosed, but they are not far off. They've picked up 5 wickets this morning. Mike is talking away to Joe Leach at the moment. Not sure what that's all about. Umpire Malander intervenes. Here comes an update for BBC Radio Leicester. Yeah, I'm afraid they are struggling now. The players are leaving the field for lunch. Just half an hour ago, the Foxes looked in reasonably good shape at 74-4-2, with captain Colin Ackerman going nicely and Hassan Azad in particular going nicely. But Ackerman had tried to cut the left arm spin of edge and was really well caught at first slip by Ed Barnard for 11. Lewis Hill pushed forward at Baker, seemed to be bat, but might just have brushed pad first. Certainly leg before appeal was vociferous, and he was given out leg before for 1. And just a few moments ago, Harry Swindles went back to Baker, tried to play the defensive shot, got an inside edge, and it came off the inside edge and onto the stumps. He was bowled without scoring. 80 for 5. Azad is Leicestershire's last hope, really. He is 45 not out. He's been joined by Ben Mike, the all-rounder, who is 1 not out. Hendricks is continuing, though, from the pavilion end. He is in, and a drive in the air over the top of covers. It was loose from Ed Barnard. And we'll be back with you on commentary on the stream in around about 35 minutes. Time.
No, that's all right. Probably ate it too quickly.
Yeah, I mean, they weren't. They don't prepare them for the sequel, do they? They just kind of react when the interval happens, and that's...
Well, as they know where the interval is. It's nice to have something. We shouldn't assume that we would.
Well, I don't know if you heard Lindsay's last night, who's sort of in charge of the restaurant, saying she's working very hard to make sure we can go back in. She said she's making representations, she wants us back in there because it's good advertising. Right. I suspect we may not detain you.
Well,
I hope not.
no, wait a minute.
You know what I mean?
Another hour will be alright. And then get on the motorway.
You're obviously at New Road next week, but...
No, we haven't got to get no cricket next week. I've actually got a busy week. I just realised I'm supposed to go to a funeral which I thought was on Monday, it's on Tuesday. And I'm doing the British University's rugby finals at Worcester, so kind of
commentary?
did the PA stuff.
Okay.
Read the teams out and all that. It's quite lucrative. It's daft really. You get 120 quid for each game. So there's two games, there's a women's game and a ladies game.
Okay.
But 240 quid for the game, which is more than twice that you get for today's cricket. That's working for the RFU and not the Leagues.
Bolted your pizza?
That too. I should have. That's a bit left a bit.
Walked it home. You could have eaten it, bits of cold pizza on your way back.
Didn't come off too late, did they?
Good afternoon, everybody, from the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester, for the afternoon session on this final day of the LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Worcestershire. BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Hereford and Worcester. Dave Bradley and Richard Ray, your commentators for the game, which, from Worcestershire's point of view, they'll be hoping as much won't last too much longer, because Leicestershire, in their second innings, needing the small matter of 370 to win, went into lunch on 82 for 5. So a really good morning's work by Worcestershire, who've had a pretty good game so far, and they'll be hoping to finish it off in exactly the same style this afternoon. Worcestershire supporters will be glad to know we are set fair. It is cold but sunny, and there's no prospect of any showers certainly saving Leicestershire at this stage. The man who can, or the man who is doing his best to do so is Hassan Azad, who is 45 not out. He came in to open the innings and has played very well indeed. And the man with him is Ben Mike, who came in shortly before lunch when Harry Swindles was bowled off his inside edge without scoring by the man of the moment, Josh Baker, the left-arm spinner, who's going to continue now from the pavilion end. And Dave Bradley is going to tell you all about it.
Well, Baker's in a bit of a golden spell here. 3 for 12 he's taken off 6 overs, and Brett D'Oliveira's, well, not gamble, but his plan to get his spinner into the attack has been more than successful. Baker in and bowls, and this is Ben Mike, who stretches forward, pushes away on the offside. Still no great demons in this pitch if you've not been with us throughout the morning, and they had to work hard for these wickets again, Worcestershire, as Baker is in and bowls, and pushed, in fact, let to go through to the wicket keeper. Worcestershire helped by a couple of superb catches by Ed Barnard, as Baker bowls again, quicker delivery but outside the off stump. One at slip, which we credited, and most of the people in the ground credited to Pollock, but it wasn't Pollock who caught it at all, it was Barnard. As Baker bowls, pushed away on the offside. There'll be only a single here, as it trickles along the ground. Gareth Roderick, who's been fielding throughout the Leicestershire second innings in place of Jake Libby.
We should really say that these, at the moment, are Josh Baker's best first-class figures.
Yes, because he's not played much first-class cricket, I suppose.
He does have a three-for.
He's in and bowls, and this is played back down the pitch. Fields himself. Was that against Sussex last year?
It was indeed 3 for 49 for Worcestershire against Sussex at Worcester last year.
Oh.
So he's now got 3 for 12.
He's in again and bowls, pushed away on the offside. They're going to go through for a single. The Ed Pollock lookalike, Ed Barnard, goes to fetch the ball back.
Yeah, the thing
because
is,
he's got that floppy hat on.
Yeah.
Well, I can have words. He confused the scorers as well. So
when we say look-alike, we don't mean that. They probably couldn't be much more different, actually.
No.
Fair and
but when they stood at slip.
But when they stood at slip wearing sunny hats, when you're expecting one to be there.
Yeah.
And by all that's right, should have been there.
Very confusing. That was the end of the over. Ben Mike has 2. Hassad has 46, and Joe Leach is going to bowl from the Bennett end. It's not difficult to confuse us, by the way. So.
No, indeed. So Joe Leach, wicketless. Not often you can say that. When Worcestershire are going well in the field, but at the moment, wicketless. None for 21 from his first spell this morning. Looking to get in amongst the wickets now as he bustles in from the Bennett end to bowl to Azad, who's turning of a little bit of a loosener out towards mid-wicket. It's intercepted en route by the fielder, who is Mr. Baker, and there is no run.
Who this time last year was in the Worcestershire Academy, thinking, well, you know, not really knowing if he was going to get another academy contract at the end of the year. He got thrust into the first team, played a lot of the Royal London Cup games, and here he is, probably one of the first names on the sheet.
Leach is in, ball bounces and leaves Azad almost, well, it obviously was unplayable. He did try to defend, he probably missed it by quite a long way in the end, but Joe Leach meant that, and he got a real good response from both ball and pitch. Bounced and left. Azad taken head height by Ben Cox behind the stumps. Woof. That's when you just think, well, a bit too good for me. I'm still here. Azad waits as Leach goes in and bowls to him onto the legs, turned down to the leg side. Azhar Ali is down there at long leg. Azad jogs a single. Yeah, there was a a few words said as the players left the field. Joe Leach was chuntering away to Ben Mike, who'd only been out there for a handful of deliveries, but it may just have been a little bit of something from yesterday or something when Mike was bowling. I don't know, but there were, yeah. And umpire Malander just inserted himself.
Really?
I mean, it wasn't a confrontation.
No, but
they were chuttering away.
Yeah.
And yeah, interesting to know what that was all about. I suspect we'd never find out, but this could be interesting.
Be interested to see what sort of a ball he gets.
Leach is in to Mike bowls, and Mike is back defending on off stump, playing the ball firmly out into the off side, where, if unless we're very much mistaken, Gareth Roderick picks up. He has got a sun hat on. Pollock is now in his Worcestershire cap at first slip. And Jack Haynes is at second. Leach is in and bowling outside off stump. Again, decent carry as it bounces through to umpire, wicketkeeper even, Cox.
Umpire Cox.
Maybe one day.
I'm not sure.
No.
Well, yeah, maybe. You never know. I mean, if Jack Chantry's an umpire, well,
Yeah.
Jack's
The tradition of Worcestershire players.
yeah, did a lot over the years. But in fact, well, Richard Illingworth's on the list, of course.
Jigger Naik, who's now Leicestershire's head of academy, embarked on his umpire's course. In goes Leach and bowls, goes past the outside edge, and Mike turned so quickly to look behind him that I thought he must have edged it. He hadn't. Gets away with it. End of the over. Good one from Joe Leach. They so often are. Didn't quite manage to make the breakthrough, but he produced a couple of deliveries and beat a couple of great deliveries and beat both batsmen. 85 for 5.
He's on the course, is he?
He was.
Oh, right.
You know, he's qualified now.
Okay.
But his coaching is going pretty well, hence his appointment as sort of head of Leicestershire's academy and pathway and all that.
I know. Josh Baker continuing from the pavilion end, has had his down and drives to mid-on, where D'Oliveira is the fielder. There is no run.
So whether it's something he'll pursue at another time, it's nice to have the option, I suppose.
It is, yeah. Good to have it there. And Baker bowls again, played to mid-wicket, where Ed Pollock is definitely the fielder. Yeah, and it's, I know it used to be that umpires, you know, when they retire, go and be an umpire, but it's very much more of a career now, isn't it, umpiring? As the next ball is pushed away on the offside. No run there. That's Ali, the fielder. I believe there's a new umpiring supremo been appointed by the ECB to oversee an official of officials or something like that. Assad on 47, and he's pulled that one away. He'll go to 48. Dylan Pennington comes in from the sweeper position out on the boundary, although he's not out on the boundary as such, because if he was, it'd be a comfortable 2 to him. So it's a very long boundary. We've seen a couple of 4s down to that boundary, all run 4s. 86 for 5 Leicestershire. Baker in bowls, and that's nice shot that from Ben Mike. He's got that one away. Could race away for 4. Yeah, Barnard gives up the chase, or somebody in a floppy hat gives up the chase, not necessarily Ed Barnard. And in fact it was Gareth Roderick. They've gone through for, well, they've picked up a boundary. Nicely timed shot, just dropping a little bit short there, Josh Baker. The total goes to 90 for 5. Ben Mike moves on to 6. Somebody's hard at work somewhere in the distance. Baker bowls. Forward comes Ben Mike, pushes the ball away on the offside. No run. Completion of the over. And Leicestershire are 90 for 5. As had us 48. Mike has 6. There are officially 64 overs remaining in the game. And Worcestershire declared this morning 234 for 5, setting Leicestershire a total of 370 for victory. And it's a very warm afternoon now, sat in our little box.
It is. What do they say? I like hard work. I could watch it all day.
Yeah, yeah, gardening. I love gardening. Watch people doing it forever.
Leach to continue from the Bennett end, so with the advantage of the slope, such as it is. It isn't much of one, but it's just enough to give you a little bit of momentum. Leach is in to Azad. Nice line and length. Azad straight back down the wicket. Bounces nicely for Leach. Azad hops back into his ground just in case, but Leach is disinclined to hurl the ball at the stumps. Doesn't matter. Azad is not one of those batsmen who is inclined to give it back as good as he gets in terms of you know, words that may be directed in his well, sent in his direction out there. So I think most bowlers now know that and don't bother. Leach is in and bowls. Azad is forward and he's found the gap. That could be his 50. It should be his 50. He slips, that said, at the end of his first run, but it has gone far enough beyond Brett D'Oliveira, who chases it back to deep extra for Azad to make 1 into 2 nonetheless, and that is his 50. And in the context of the innings, it very much stands out. Absolutely carnage around him, but he's batted really, really nicely. His 50 has come off 110 balls and includes 7 fours.
Yes, well batted.
Most of those fours, not quite all, but most, cut away through the offside
He's played a couple
with
of,
some style.
Yeah, a couple of those wristy cut shots that he plays. Lovely to watch, unless you're the bowler.
Checks his guard, he's ready now. Leach is over the wicket, bowling to him, and he tucks it off his legs, just turns his wrists on that one. But in defence, and he runs out towards Baker, who's at mid-wicket at the moment. Yes, I mean, it doesn't look, it's not a pretty picture, the innings at the moment at 92 for 5, but without Azad, it really would be a nightmare.
I think Worcestershire will be well aware at lunchtime, we'll have talked about it. There's still a lot of work to do in this game. Can't assume that they're going to just roll these last 5 Leicestershire wickets over.
Leach in, bowls outside off stump and just allowed to bounce through by Azad. Yes, we've seen in all 3 innings up to a point that the new ball takes wickets. Leicestershire in their first innings weren't able to recover from the position that Worcestershire themselves were in at 40 odd for 4 back on, seems a long time ago now. Their first innings recovered brilliantly, led by the skipper D'Oliveira with an unbeaten century, and this man who's bowling at the moment, Joe Leach, who biffed us 70, bowls a bouncer but really did have to bang it in and instinctively ducked slightly. Azad didn't need to, he was a long way above him. But Leicestershire's tail wagged to a certain extent.
Yeah, he's got the star batsman Hendricks to come in. Yeah,
you enjoyed that?
I like the way. I like the way he just
carried himself.
He just plays the ball and stands there. Yeah, bowl me another one.
And he was perfectly happy to play the same shot 6 balls running.
Yeah.
As we had one splendid over. As Leach back round the wicket to Zad, and he's bunted it away through mid-on. It should be 1, might be 2. Yeah, Mike is turning and he's quite quick between the wickets. In fact, D'Oliveira throws to the wicket keeper.
It's a no
and
ball,
it's a no ball, yeah. Signalled by umpire Watts. So Mr. Leach is going to have to bowl it again. Zad on to 52. Swapping from side to side, Joe Leach. Maybe that just helped him to overstep, so to speak. He's staying around for Azad to bowl this extra delivery.
There's There's the ice cream man.
There's your boy. In he comes and bowls. Azad is waiting for that one in the crease. It was foolish, but it wasn't a big stride forward from Azad, but solidly behind it out into the offside. It goes. End of the over, 96 for 5. 63 remain, 63 overs in which Worcestershire need to take 5 wickets, or Leicestershire score 274 runs at a required rate of 4.4, or simply occupy the crease.
Yeah, I was just looking at a cameraman who's out on the balcony away to our right, and he is completely muffled up. He's got a hat on, he's got a snood type thing on, a big coat, his gloves.
Nikash, his name is?
Nikash, yeah, nice chap. It's gone a bit dull, a bit cloudy over to the west, but the weather seems to be coming from, well, those flags have changed again. It seems to be blowing up the ground now, or down the ground.
Yeah, it's funny sort of air now, isn't it? It's the sky isn't clear at all. It's something in the atmosphere.
Extra close fielder coming in here at, where's he going to go? Was he going to go at short leg? Is he backward short leg, forward short leg, or just in front of square on the leg side? Ben Mike faces up to Josh Baker, who appeals, but that looks as if it was a lot of bat first in that to me. Umpire Malinder unmoved.
You should enjoy this now, Baker. You can just bowl now.
Yeah. This one, a slightly quicker and flatter delivery. It's a good shot for nothing. Moved quickly across the crease, Ben Mike. Played it to backward point where Dylan Pennington is the fielder. Baker, just last couple of overs, just dropped a couple too short. That's better, fuller length. Forward comes the batsman. And, it's Jack Haynes at silly mid-off. Next ball worked away on the leg side. Azhar Ali at mid-on fields.
You'll have your opportunity possibly after this game to ask him about the Pepper Army nickname. Is it true?
Pepper Army, well, I have to remember that. Baker bowls. And this is turned away through the leg side. Might be two. No, they've decided that Joe Leach has got to the ball fairly quickly. And a good flat throw from Leach.
So this is just his 6th first-class fixture.
Yep. So, yeah.
He's now taken 15 wickets.
He got a 50 at Lord's. Had a chat to him there, and he couldn't Baker in again. And this is Azad, as he has throughout the day, gone a long way down the pitch to smother any spin. Pushes it on the offside, no run. As he said, you know, you just wondering if you can earn a place in, or keep a place in the academy at the start of the season. At the end of the season, you're scoring a half century at Lord's. It's that sort of a game, the great game of cricket. Well, Hassan Hassan, he was around a bit, wasn't he? You know, he played for various different second teams and.
Well, Nottinghamshire was his county in the end, and he didn't manage to make the breakthrough there, so he went back to university and got that first class honours degree in chemical engineering.
Played some varsity cricket, didn't he? Yeah.
Leach over the wicket, bowls to Ben Mike, who looks to force it out into the offside, a bit too straight, so he checks the shot. It bounces out into the offside and is fielded, and there's no run.
Worcestershire signed a couple of lads, Ben Gibbon who's a bowler and Taylor Gornall is a batsman, who are sort of early 20s. They've played different second teams, and you know, they've been given an opportunity that they maybe thought had gone, which is I love those stories of people who come late into the game, and Alan Richardson was one of those, of course.
Leach is in, bowls outside off stump, steps forward and leaves Ben Mike. Well, I suppose by definition they tend to be slightly more rounded people, are aware of they're doing it because they really want to do it, and they're grateful for the chance sort of second time round. As I mean, as I say, Azad would and will, no doubt, whatever he ends up doing, have a hugely successful career away from the game, but he's determined to make a success of first-class cricket, and he's applied his intelligence to the way he's worked at it. In goes Leach and bowls. Good stride forward from Mike, and forward defensive, back down the pitch to Joe Leach, and then he's run all the way down the other end. I don't know
what's that all about.
He's flicking a load of dust away from Joe Leach's crease.
Perhaps there's a bit of
Did
dust
it blow
came
up or something? Or?
I don't think I've ever seen a batsman do that before.
I guess when his feet landed, there might have been a little puff of dust or something that caught Ben Mike's eye.
And to the other end and cleared up the cricket. That's weird.
Leach is in and bowls to him outside off stump, fullish, but Mike not tempted, lets it go through.
Tell you what, you've got a good eye if you can watch the ball coming out of Joe Leach's hand and see his feet at the same time.
Umpire Watts goes out and inspects as well the crease, but doesn't scrape at all.
Yeah, I think going back to what you're saying, if you've been I mean, Hazard obviously a clever lad, but you know, if you've been a hod carrier on a building site and you've got a chance to play cricket, I better go and do an update, hadn't I?
1 minute past 2.
I'll go. I'm not sure if we have a 2 o'clock news, but
Leach is in and bowls to Mike, comes back a bit, and he's a little bit late on his defensive shot there, and there's a stifled appeal because he did get just his bat to ball in time. There's an amount of pad involved as well, but might have been a thick inside edge on to pad. Oliveira wanders across and has it. Well, he's been shown the ball by Joe Leach. He's showing it to his captain, mate. I don't know whether it's starting to get a little bit out of shape. It's 34.5 overs old. We saw earlier in the game as Leach is in, bowls a bouncer, and Mike just ducks underneath it, lets it go through. As he was running in, Baker was running back actually from normal mid-wicket to deep square, so whether he'd forgotten that to the last ball that was the plan, either way Mike didn't notice it as well, that he didn't have a hook at that one. End of the over, a maiden over as it happens for Joe Leach, who's bowled 8 overs now, none for 28. At the other end, however, it's been the left arm spin of Josh Baker that's done the damage. He's bowled 9 overs and has got 3 for 20. And we'll continue from the pavilion end. A little delay at the moment because Hassan Azad, I think he's fine, he's ready to go. Ben Mike might have got a new pair of gloves. Will Davis, Leicestershire's acting 12th man, came out with something and a drink. But anyway, we're all ready to go now. Brett D'Oliveira, a last word for Josh Baker, who will be bowling over the wicket, trying to spin the ball out of the rough at the left-hander Hassan Azad. In he goes. That's a little bit short, worked by Azad off the back foot out into the offside, but despite the very large gap at point, he actually doesn't get it past Azhar Ali, who's at extra cover. Touch of the right pad, and then he's ready to go. Azad is waiting for that one in his crease, and was a little bit risky, but he just turns his wrists on the defensive push out to mid-wicket, middles it, and again there's no run. Pollock it is out there at mid-wicket. Baker is in, down the wicket dances Azad. He doesn't get to the pitch of the ball, but it doesn't really spin, so he's able to cover up, defend it back up the wicket to Josh Baker. And Dave's back with us, having made it in time.
Oh, loads of time, at least 30 seconds.
Baker is in, back goes Azad. Again, no turn, back down the pitch, it bounces. Baker will be enjoying this, I would think. He's not under pressure at all. In he goes, and Bowles tosses that one up, outside off stump though, and it bounces, and let's say just takes on a little bit of pace from the pitch, but it's well wide, and Azad lets it go through into the gloves of Cox. If he can get one just to bite in the dust of the follow-throughs, in he goes, and Bowles, Azad making sure he doesn't get a chance to spin by advancing down the wicket to the pitch and defending it back up the pitch. And that is the end of another maiden over. Consecutive maidens and bowled by Worcestershire, who are pretty much in control. Leicestershire in survival mode at the moment. Baker has 10 overs, 3 for 20, his best first class figures as things stand. Leicestershire are 97 for 5, needing 273 runs in 60 overs.
Tweet from Ricky Clark, Surrey, Derbyshire, Warwickshire. These county pitches are a massive problem in the game, just the 1800s in the opening games this week. I think he's making a point.
He is, and it's a good one.
It's a very valid point. Here's Joe Leach, he's bowling from the Bennett end and just turned on the onside by Ben Mike.
The ground staffs around the country must be hugely nettled by some of the comments that have been made, really.
Yeah. And now they're on about having groundsmen that cover all the different grounds. You know, somebody who oversees the pitches have all got to be the same. Well, that's nonsense. And what's the point of having pitches all the same? Then you go and play in Bangladesh where it turns square. I just, it's beyond me. Leave it alone. Leach in and Bowles was smooth and ours. It probably came back a bit, but Ben Mike left it on length, I would have thought.
Well, someone like Ollie Pope makes hundreds and thousands of runs on flat tracks at the Oval.
Yeah.
But it doesn't seem to do him too much good when it comes to facing Australian fast bowlers. It's down under, or indeed in this country. So don't see how pitches are to blame.
No, I think pitches are the last thing to blame. Is Joe Leach in Bowles, pushed away on the offside. I mean, the pitches have been like, you know, if you've got four decent seamers, you're not going to have a dry pitch, are you? You know, you used to go to Derby, you knew it was going to do a bit because over the years they've had Mike Hendrick, Holding, going back to Derek Morgan and people like that. They're good seam bowlers. Same, I mean, Trent Bridge, when Hadley and Rice were opening the bowling, it was difficult to know where they were going to put the stumps in at the start to play. But you make your pitches to suit your team, of course you do. Here's Leach in, pushed away by Ben Mike, and as a batsman you have to adapt to those conditions.
English Cat 19 on the feed. Worcester will lose Libby, Barnard, Pennington and Baker to England this summer. Well, I'd be...
Libby, maybe. Pennington, no. Not enough experience. Barnard...
Not quick enough. They like the seamers to be quicker. And young Baker's only played 6 first class games.
Next ball from Leach, pushed away by Ben Mike on the offside. I am not trying to put the kiss on the death of them, but he's looking pretty solid here, Ben Mike. Yeah. Well, whether he sent us that just to start a conversation, I don't know. But I think that's highly unlikely.
Yeah, the Worcestershire County Snorkeling Club has responded. I doubt it.
Yeah. Perhaps he's had a heavy lunch. Here's Leach, last ball of his 9th over, yet to take a wicket. Ben Mike waits, and this time drives up the ground. Going to get At least 2 here, maybe 3. Charlie Morris is shadowing the ball towards the marquee up there with a very bright roof, the sun reflecting off it. Adam Finch is on the field as Worcestershire's 13th man, as Gareth Roderick is on as 12th man. And I think it's Dylan Pennington who's just left the park. And Leicestershire at the end of that over, 99 for 5. Azad has 52. Mike has 9. Out today, Evans 11, Rhodes 12, Ackerman 11, Hill 1, Swindles 0. 3 wickets for Baker, 1 for Pennington, and 1 for Morris.
Yeah, well, it was pointed out to me before play that I made a comment yesterday about umpire Malander being preceded out of the pavilion by his tummy, and that it was a little bit over personal, and it was, and I do apologise about that. It was intended to be jocular. In goes Baker, and thick inside edge from Azad bounces down and is stopped at short leg. Sometimes when you're commentating on a long day, things escape that shouldn't, and as I said, I do apologise about that. Baker is in, back goes Azad, forcing it out towards mid-wicket. Pollock sort of dives away to his left. I thought he was going to get there, and may just have got a hand to it, but he can't stop it. And it runs out towards deep-ish mid-wicket, where I think that's Charlie Morris.
I think it's the 12th man.
Ah, okay,
Adam Finch.
It's carried him, Mr. Finch, I beg his pardon.
Yeah.
Gets there and completes the fielding, but the run brings up the Leicester 100. To say there's a ripple of applause would be to exaggerate. In goes Baker, bowls, tosses it up. Mike is forward, a big stretch, thick inside edge, and it's fielded just behind himself by the short leg. And there's no run. I could get tired of that cutting of bricks. In goes Baker. It's driven back to him along the ground by Mike, and there's no run.
It's a bit like church bells when they stop. You think, oh, that was actually slightly...
Perhaps not quite as sonorous as a church
no,
bell.
this is true.
But I take your point. Baker is... It tosses that one right up, and lovely delivery, but Mike is equal to it and indicates as much. Just defended it on the front foot. There wasn't any turn, but he really did give that one plenty of air. Young Baker. It's a safe delivery pretty much at the moment. In he goes and bowls. That's a slightly flatter, slightly quicker delivery, and Mike drives it, but only as far as D'Oliveira. At mid-off, just a single from it. Worcestershire have control of the scoreboard. Leicestershire are not going to win this game. The required rate is now up, well, almost certainly not. It's creeping up to 5 in terms of runs required. And both Azad and Mike look like they're in occupation mode rather than put the bowlers under pressure mode. Mike has 9 off 32. Azad 53 off 124.
Remember when I think it was the millennium and the Worcester Cathedral bells rang a certain chime, and I'm not sure what it was, that went on for 2.5 hours. And it was great at the start. Oh, that's nice. But after 2.5 hours, and when it stopped, there was a round of applause across the New Road ground. I love church bells, but 2.5 hours was pushing it a bit. I know several of our listeners are experts on bell ringing, so they'll probably be getting messages any minute saying you're talking rubbish, which is not unusual. Here is Joe Leach coming into bowl, and this is down the leg side but goes straight through to the wicket keeper. Now I'm just puzzled as to why umpire Malander has gone to the offside from the leg side when there's nobody obstructing his view on that side. Although there is
to have a chat too.
There is a leg slip. I wonder if he's getting a reflection. Oh yeah, yeah. So saying, we stop looking like Ed Pollock when you're in the slips. It's very confusing.
There are 2 idiots up in the commentary box.
More than us, mate. Here's an X-ball pushed out on the onside. No run. The members of the written press got it wrong as well, and the officials,
and the scorers,
and the guy who does the online scoring. I assume that got corrected. The score is 100 for 5. Azad has 53.
Dylan Pennington starting to warm up down below us at long leg.
Oh, he just went off for a while, so maybe he's going to
Put his bowling boots on.
Yeah. Do they have bowling boots these days, or
Dunno.
just boots? Here's the next ball from Leach. It's short and it's helped on its way down to fine leg for a single. One more to the total. It moves on to 101 for 5. Those who were with us yesterday evening will know we had a bonfire in a garden just next to the ground, which the smoke was beginning to drift across the ground for a while, and we did wonder if we'd ever seen smoke stopped play. I'm sure it must have happened somewhere. Probably when Dickie Bird was umpiring.
It had some amazing effects in the light, wasn't it? Because the sun was kind of behind it very low, and it was coming through the trees, the smoke, and there were all sorts of strips of light.
Looked like a rock concert.
Yes, it was very cool.
Expected Meatloaf to come in through the smoke, which would have been a hell of a thing, really, as he passed away last year.
Yes.
That would have. Was it last year?
It was not so long
year?
ago, wasn't it? Last year, I think. Bless.
Martin Lee Adey, his real name. Is Leach's next ball, and it's a good ball, but it's well left. Saw it nice and early, got the bat out of the way.
That is an album that was played an awful lot in my house common room in about 1979. Bat Out of Hell.
Oh, Bat Out of Hell, yeah. Yeah. A lot of Meatloaf songs are used by sporting clubs as their introduction songs. I think everybody uses the what are they called? 7 Tribes, is it?
Is that Meatloaf?
No. Is the next ball pushed away on the offside? There's no run. No, I've gone on to another subject now, mate. Sorry. Should have been like at home. I should say change of subject. What's it called? 7 Nations, isn't it? And I think loads of sporting teams use that one. Well, it's a good old beat. It's the middle of a song.
It's our pleasure, Dr. Grippo, who has thoroughly enjoyed our company over the last 4 days and is very grateful indeed, he says.
Most welcome. Thank you for contacting us. Thank you for thanking us. Here's Joe Leach, the last ball of his 10th over, and Mike is wrapped on the pads. I would say that was going over the top.
Judging by the fact
he's rubbing very high up on his leg. He would have to be
John Arlett's favourite place. Yes.
Yeah, his lower abdomen. He would have to have been down fairly low to be hit there and be LBW. That's a good shout, though. He beat the bat, so.
And Tim Singleton has enjoyed the coverage, but he's going to catch up with what's going on in the matches involving Derbyshire and Durham.
Oh, okay.
Derbyshire are at Lords against Middlesex. Durham, they're at Cardiff, aren't they?
They are.
Against Glamorgan.
And Glamorgan were in a bit of trouble, I believe.
As are Leicestershire. Much of it caused by Josh Baker, who is going to continue. And why not? He's just not conceding any runs at all at the moment, but he's going to go round the wicket, interestingly, to Azad. He's been going over to the left-hander, of course, in the hope of getting something out of the rough, because the pitch isn't offering any turn, really. Rarely does here. They tried to get some turn into them last season for Parkinson, and succeeded to an extent. In goes Baker bowls. Azad is forward and defends, and there's no run, but only by sort of putting dust on to the pitches, you know, and that's always sort of fraught with danger. Baker is in, tosses it up, goes past the outside edge, hits the pad, but it hits the pad going on outside the line.
The angle he's bowling at, he's got to do a fair bit, I think, to get an LBW there.
It's got to really turn back, hasn't it? And it just isn't at the moment. But lovely flight, and it beat Azad in the flight. Baker is in, drops a little bit shorter. Azad had danced down the wicket, so perhaps Baker saw him coming. Ends up just blocking it out into the offside. 54, Hassan Azad. Went into lunch on 45 off 99, so he's faced 31 balls since for his 9 runs. Forward goes Baker, forward goes Azad, and pushes it out to Azhar, who's at extra cover at the moment. Gives the ball a perfunctory polish on the bottom of his nice new Worcestershire sweater. Baker is in and bowling. Azad is turning his wrists on that forward defensive, so he goes out to Pollock at mid-wicket. I have to say, the sort of green stripe extension on the trousers as Baker is in. Azad is down the wicket, looking to drive. Checks the shot, goes out to mid-off, and there's no run. Aesthetically, I'm not entirely convinced.
If you look, Josh Baker hasn't got that stripe on his trousers, so maybe he's not been given the proper kit.
No, or true. Yeah, maybe he likes last year's better. Did last year's have a stripe?
Charlie Morris hasn't got a stripe on his either.
No. The same manufacturer. I can see the symbol on both shirt and trousers. Must be last year's, perhaps.
We've got to change of bowling. Dylan Pennington's going to bowl. Glamorgan are indeed in a little bit of trouble. They're 66 for 3 against Durham. They need 83 to avoid the innings defeat. Essex against Kent. What a ball that is. Essex made 514. Kent of 484 for 6.
500 plays 500.
Watching paint dry and platting soot comes to mind. Gloucestershire against Northants. Northants need 245 more to win. They're 54 for 2. So they'll do well to get there. Sorry, Warwickshire, well, 428 for 8, plays 424 for 9.
Yeah, don't tell me you want flat pitches to watch games like that.
No. Here's Dylan Pennington. He's in and he bowls, and Ben Mike sees it nice and early. Let's go through to the keeper. I nearly gave you the Worcestershire-Leicestershire score then. Middlesex have set Derbyshire 356 to win, and they're 103 for 1. Sussex against Notts. Sussex are working hard to save this game. They're 120 for 5. They still trail by 39 runs. Here's Pennington. And he bowls, and Ben Mike has edged and gone, caught. Good catch low down. It was definitely Ed Pollock on this occasion, and Worcestershire have the breakthrough. Dylan Pennington gets the wicket, his second of the day. Good ball that just swung away a little bit, drawn into the shot, Ben Mike, and his stubborn effort has ended. As I say, it was low down. Pollock just plucked it above the grass.
Excellent bowling change again by the skipper, but again Pennington, we're just emphasising a point we've made a number of times really, that the quality of the Worcestershire seam attack is uniformly high and consistent. Straight back with a wicket. 2 for 8 from 5.2 overs now for Dylan Pennington.
Yeah, I think we said in that Worcestershire first innings, didn't we? They're in a bit of trouble, but once Hendricks, although didn't take a wicket, and Wright had gone off, although Barnes was unlucky, might have taken a wicket or two, that pressure seemed to come off, whereas in the Leicestershire innings, Worcestershire pretty much kept the pressure on. And with a spinner at one end, it's joy, isn't it, for the captain? You know, you've got 4 medium pacers. It's so easy to rotate them.
Exactly that. I think, you know, that was why Ackerman was looking to kind of get after him, really. But now the scoreboard is going absolutely nowhere either. And he can post the field he wants.
Yeah.
And Worcestershire have their foot on the throat of Leicestershire at the moment and show no signs of letting them get up off the ground. But Ed Barnes, Leicestershire supporters have seen before, can be a very obdurate and effective batsman indeed, which is why he's coming in at number 8. It's a position too high, really, but it's an indication of the fact that he's highly rated as a potential all-rounder.
Well, Ben Michael hung around for 13 overs, and to be honest, he looked pretty solid, didn't he?
Yeah.
Pennington's extra bit of pace. Found the edge. I'll just do a couple more and then I'll disappear. Barnes waits, Pennington bowls. Gets one that just climbs a little bit on him, but does well. Gets into position, gets behind the ball. Or gets all the bat on it, plays it out on the offside. I'm not sure that too many of the crowd that were here this morning disappeared for the football this afternoon. They all seem to be in place, and they would have gone by now if they were going.
Yeah, the game is 25 minutes underway down the road. I think the wind will mean that we won't hear anything. Sometimes can from where I live. I'm nearer the centre of town.
My granddad used to live 3 miles from Villa Park, and I used to go and watch the Villa, and I'd go and see Grandad after, and he'd say, well, I know the Villa scored 2. How many did the others get? Well, it was usually 3. So
I like Villa Park. I think it's been developed in a way that has really retained its
proper football ground.
Identity.
Yes. Here's Pennington in again. Bowls. That's just gone straight through Ed Barnes. With all due respect to Ed Barnes, I think a higher order batsman than he might have struggled with that one. That was a pitch.
It was. It really was. Whether it's reversing, I don't know, what is it, 40 overs old, whether it's conventional, a little bit of outswing. It's just very good bowling, whatever it is.
Yeah, but a better ball behind on live from the stream, so Pennington is in again. Barnes pushes out on the offside. He's going to get a run, get off the mark. D'Oliveira, cover point, goes to his right to field, and there is no run. Oh, there's 1 run, sorry.
Azad has seen 6 partners come and go. He's in with a chance of carrying his bat.
See, this is the confusing thing in the Pollock-Barnard thing, that when there's 2 slips, Barnard isn't one of them. When there's 1 slip, he is.
One of the 1 slips.
One of the 1 slips. One of the lone slips. The lone slipper.
Your ice cream man. He's determined to sell you one.
He is, yeah. Might have to go and find him after the game. Last ball of Pennington's over. And Azad lets it go by outside the off stump. That is the end of the over. Leicestershire 102 for 6.
Well bowled. Dylan Pennington. He has 2 for 9. Josh Baker at the other end, 3 for 21. So the backup in inverted commas bowlers, proving that there are rather more than just that. D'Oliveira comes out. He ran to the boundary and he's coming back with another helmet. So they're really going to surround Ed Barnes. Real opportunity here for Josh Baker to, well, he has his best first class figures at the moment, 3 for 21. But he wants another wicket to be sure of them, because 3 for were his best. He's achieved it before. In he goes and bowls to Barnes, who steps forward resolutely and presents a firm defensive bat to that one. Out to D'Oliveira it goes at mid-off. Short leg, silly mid-off and slip. And Baker's in. There's an appeal for leg before. No, says umpire Malander. There's a big stride from Barnes. Say these days that doesn't necessarily save you. Baker is in. Barnes goes back and cuts, and he gets it away as well. Finch dived across to his left but couldn't get there, has to pick himself up and go in pursuit. He picks it up around about 2 yards inside the ropes. Barnes thinks about a fourth, but the throw is on its way. So settles for 3, moves on to 4. Brings Azad down to face Baker. All change in the field for the left-hander as a consequence. The Baker is going to stay around the wicket. Cox is directing traffic at the moment. Finch had run to deep mid-wicket. He's been moved to deep square. Baker is in. Back goes Azad. Turns it down towards long leg. Should be a comfortable 2 because Finch has to run around a good 20 yards or so to his left. Throws to Cox. Azad picks up 2. Moves on to 56. 5 from the over, which is more than they've been for quite a few overs. Baker is in, and this time just a single for Azad as he goes back and calmly turns the ball around the corner. Finch, no doubt somewhat relieved, can just run in rather than sprint around the boundary or sprint down towards the boundary and get his throw away. Single taken. Azad on to 57, 108 for 6. Baker in, tosses it up, forward goes Barnes, firmly down into the ground. Stopped one-handed, rather nonchalantly, there at silly mid-off. End of the over. Pollock takes his helmet off, having fielded the ball. He's got pads on underneath his whites, and beg his pardon, it's Haynes. He too fair of hair. Takes the sun hat, frisbee styles it towards Ed Pollock, who picks it up and deliberately puts it on to try and confuse us. 108 for 6.
Which, as we've said many times, is not difficult.
No. Azad on strike.
And it's going to be Pennington, who has now, or Worcestershire have, sent a deep square leg out. D'Oliveira goes out to deep square. Now, once again, umpire Malinder jogs across to the offside. Once again, I'm not sure why. Is it because... I think I may have a clue on this. Pennington bowls tucked away on the leg, so that'll all disappear now, because Azad is at the other end. But Worcestershire have 3 men. They have a fine leg, a leg slip, and D'Oliveira out on the square leg boundary. So if one of those, well, if D'Oliveira would be, goes behind the crease line, it's a no ball, because you can't have more than 3 fielders behind square on the leg side. So that's why he's jogging across to the other side. We think, or I think. Shouldn't spread the blame like that, should I? Pennington is in and bowls, and Barnes lets this one go steaming through outside the off stump. Must be a little bit warmer because our friendly cameraman away to our right has actually taken his hoodie off. Oh no. His snood's back up, his hoodie's back up. I think he was just readjusting his gloves. Oh my Jove, he does look cold. Poor fella. Back out in the middle, Dylan Pennington is the bowler. Oh, that's a good bounce. Oh, he's gone. Well, now what's happened here? Now, it's leapt up in the air. It's come off the forearm, the umpire has indicated, and gone away into the slip gully area. I think it went to 3rd slip, which is probably one of the Pollock Barnard lookalike brothers. But it was a cracking ball. Really hurried Ed Barnes, but full marks to the umpire Watts, who pointed to his arm to say, "Now lads, come off his arm." But Pennington bowling a fairly rapid spell here. Into Barnes again. Barnes forward. Plays it down into the leg side. No run. That's Gareth Roderick, I think, under the helmet. It is. Still don't know why Jake Libby is not fielded today. He's here. He's on the ground. I've seen him.
He was banged on the helmet yesterday,
Yeah,
wasn't he? So it
maybe
might just be a precaution, hopefully, just
Yeah.
purely a precautionary thing.
Next ball is pushed out on the offside, straight to Leach, and no run. Yeah, but we've got a bit of a headache today, so no cricket for Worcestershire next week. It's their turn for a blank week after, well, not going to go on about that again. 8 teams in the league, and if you can't sort out level fixtures, well. Is Dylan Pennington 109 for 6. Last ball of his 7th over. Bowls. Barnes lets it go by outside the off stump. End of the over. Out today. Evans for 11. Rhodes for 12. Ackerman 11. Hill 1. Swindles 0. Mike 9. 3 for Baker. 2 for Pennington. 1 for Morris for Worcestershire. We've got on the board 53. Is that a 3 or a 2?
3.
53 overs left in the day. It's a long way off, and my eyes are a bit iffy these days. Oh, that's better. And tea, if we get there, will be 20 to 4.
Baker will continue to wheel away from the pavilion end. Azad will be, I think we can safely say, surrounded. Has Mr. Finch been relieved of his duties out there at deep? Where is that Morris out there now? In goes Baker over the wicket, and it looks to be Morris the way he's running.
Said Charlie Morris.
He comes running in to meet that one because he advanced down the wicket as that and then turned it on the ground calmly enough out towards deep mid wicket and takes the one.
Is Azhar Ali? Yes, he is. He's at mid wicket. That drill's going well again.
Yeah. Beginning to grate a bit, isn't it? In goes Baker, and bowls just pushed back to him by Barnes, who's waiting for it. Worcestershire at the moment in line for, well, 22 points, having picked up the 6 bonus points. Baker is in, Barnes is forward, pushing it out past Silimidov. Haynes pursues it, but doesn't pick it up, lets it roll to Morris, who's come into point for the right-hander. 2 men on the offside. Oh, they're swapping now. So Haynes is going in at short leg, and the man who was in at short leg has gone to Silimidov. Back goes Barnes and cuts in some style. Morris is going to have to chase that. He's doing so in a manner unconvincing, but I don't think it's going to get there. Yes, it is. He judged it better than me. I think he always just realised it had just enough. And trickles over the ropes at wide third man, almost backward point, and Barnes picks up 4 with a cut of some authority.
Nice shot. Got quickly into position across the crease.
Baker tosses one up. Barnes, not particularly elegantly, sort of walks into a defensive push. Ball goes back down the pitch towards Josh Baker. 3 for 32 now for him. He is in. Bowls, big attempted drive, thick inside edge, trickles to short leg, who immediately throws it to Ben Cox, who takes the bails off. But the back foot of Eddie Barnes had remained firmly anchored in his crease. End of the over. 114 for 6. Leicestershire's tail, shepherded by Hassan Azad, is at least making Worcestershire work for their wickets. There are no really extravagant shots being played. They're just keeping the visitors honest. But I think at the end of the game they will have to, unless it's saved somehow, miraculously, they will have to accept they've been pretty much outplayed by a good Worcestershire side.
Yeah, they've had good sessions, haven't they? First session for them was a good one. Here's Pennington in bowls. Nice nudge. Out towards third man from Assad. No run. Sorry, that's twice I've done that in the last over. Said no run, when clearly there was a run. So one more to the Leicestershire total. Let's clear that up. Which has gone to 115 for 6. It's going to be Barnes, who has 8 to his name. Facing Pennington. Pennington, it's a fairly full-length delivery, pushed away on the offside. No run. The crowd as such, I was chatting to one or two at lunchtime. I said, oh, it's a bit warmer today. No, was the solid answer.
There's a trio that are sort of wrapped in a huge big travel blanket over there in the Uptonsteel ground.
Next ball is nudged away on the offside, where D'Oliveira fields at cover point. Yeah, I thought it was a flag at first, but it isn't. Well, if it is a flag, they've taken it down and wrapped it round.
Sort of lime green with black stripes.
Changing the field here with a fine leg coming in, and third man, who was Leach, is going up to mid-on. So Baker comes in at, I'll call him a legs, that's a leg slip or a leg, it's a leg slip I think. So Brett D'Oliveira thinks he's seen something here in Barnes' approach. Pennington bowls to him, and that's a good bouncer. Caught him on the arm in the last over, and he's not overdone the bounce of Pennington, but when he's bowled it, it's caused the batsman a little bit of discomfort. Never any danger of Barnes being hit, and he got out of the way nice and early. But
in a funny sort of way, I mean, he obviously doesn't bowl off the wrong foot, wrong in inverted commas, but his action reminds me just a little bit of Proctor, the way it starts, the arm starts quite low, and it almost does a full 360, doesn't it?
Yeah. He's bowling again, and this is flicked away through square leg, and they're going to pick up 2. Baker from that leg slip position, leg gully position, goes across the field. Yeah, I think I think one of his later strides is quite a short one, and it's almost as if he's lost his run up, isn't it? And then he recompensates, but he seems to be getting it right.
Absolutely.
Barnes got 2, that's 10 to him. Leicestershire 117 for 6. There's another game of cricket going on away in front of the groundsman, sort of on the far side. As this is turned away by Barnes. I don't think he's going to get 2 this time. He might do. No is the shout as Morris comes in from deep fine leg to field. End of the over. Barnes has 11, Hazard has 60, Leicestershire 118 for 6.
Yeah, I'm just standing up for it, and I can now see the orange-clad workmen in the car park behind the Turner Indoor Centre. There's a fair clutch of them, 5 or 6, and clouds of dust. They're working hard.
Obviously on a time contract. Got to get it done by such and such, or you lose part of your fee.
Baker will continue, and why not? 14 overs, 3 for 32. And he's going to be bowling to Ed Barnes, who's moved into double figures now as Baker goes in and bowls to the Yorkshireman, who drives very pleasantly. He's threaded it through into the gap between extra cover and mid-off, and even the fleet of foot Brett D'Oliveira can't chase it down. It was one of those frustrating ones when the ball, it wasn't exactly gathering pace, but it was maintaining pace because it was going down the slope. And D'Oliveira got within about a yard of it, but he couldn't quite make up the final few feet. 4 to Ed Barnes in a nicely timed push indeed. He moves on to 15, 3 for 36 now for Josh Baker. He's got to be careful, he might lose those first class best figures. He needs another wicket to be sure of having them. D'Oliveira brings silly mid-off out into short cover as Baker is in. Barnes, that's a decent shout for leg before, and he is on his way. Didn't really get up. Height wasn't an issue. Didn't really turn too much, to be quite honest, and I think that is a very fair decision. On first view, I'll have a look at the replay, but I don't think that was going anywhere else other than on to the stumps. Big stride, though, Ed Barnes took.
No, I don't think you'd have too many complaints about that one. Should have a replay coming up imminently, and yeah, oh, it's his back. It's his back pad.
Did it go straight on,
yeah,
did it?
It went between
In
back
which
and
case,
pad, and it's
yeah.
his back pad. As far as I can see, that's how it looks to me, so away he goes, and Worcestershire chipping away at these
Here we go.
Leicestershire wickets. Was I right? I haven't got a replay yet.
I think you were. So it did turn a little bit, I think, inside the front pad and hit Barnes as he stretched forward on the back pad and was going on to hit off stump. So Josh Baker, we can now definitely say congratulations, because you have a first-class career best. Can he make it into the much coveted 5 for or more? He could end up with 7.
Yeah, and I mean, getting a spelling like this early season for a spinner in England in April, although we've had a very dry spring and the pitches are pretty dry, but it doesn't happen that often.
It really doesn't. 4 for 36 now for the young man from Redditch, isn't it?
He is. Good local boy.
Is that somewhere between Worcester and Birmingham?
Well, it is.
Baker is in, and Parkinson, another left-arm spinner, is on strike. Callum Parkinson, that is, strokes it out to mid-off where it's picked up by D'Oliveira.
People of Redditch will be up in arms, but it's almost a suburb of Birmingham.
Baker is in, quicker, flatter delivery, goes back. Parkinson steers it out into the offside, but can't beat the man at extra cover.
Very good friend of mine is a big supporter of Redditch United. I can describe that. Oh, South Birmingham United. Gets him going.
Baker is in, forward goes Parkinson and defends. I remember Rick Mail, who one of his early characters was Kevin Turvey from Redditch.
That's right, yeah. Forgot all about Kevin Turvey.
I think he was from Redditch. Point has gone back a few yards as forward goes Baker, looking for another leg before. Maybe he's getting just a turn, and he's getting a lot of congratulations anyway, because it's the end of his over, a successful one again, and as Dave said, chipping away nicely. Worcestershire, Leicestershire 122 for 7. They need another 248 to win. I think we can safely discount that one now, or their last 3 wickets have got to survive for a minimum of 50 overs. And Azad remains.
He does.
While the waters swirl around him, the rock, he is 60 not out.
Thanks to Jim Morris, my minor counties correspondent. Next Sunday, Herefordshire start the Group 2 2020 campaign, playing Cornwall at Brockhampton. Lovely place to play cricket or watch cricket. First match begins at 11 o'clock. Thank you, Jim. What am I doing next? It's Easter Sunday, isn't it, next Sunday?
Eating chocolate eggs, or are you going to...
Oh, I might be going to Brockhampton.
Okay.
Here's Dylan Pennington in bowls and wide of the off stump, and Azad, who's been in there for 47th over, is quite content to let that one go through. Yes, Easter weekend, no cricket for Worcestershire. There we are. I'm sure I'll find a game somewhere. I think Worcestershire's second team are playing at Kidderminster next week, which, with all due respect, could be a bit chilly, the wide open spaces of Chester Road. If you get there early, you might be able to park your car on the boundary. Here's the next ball from Pennington as that pushes on the offside. Worcestershire with a couple of 3 fielders set deep, but quite happy for him to take the single to bring Parkinson on strike. Field changes over for the right hander, and also because it's a more attacking field. So Roderick under the helmet, a leg slip and 3 slips. So the wicketkeeper 6 close catches. Pennington to Parkinson, who is hit on the pad of the ball going down the leg side. Squeezes out. I'm going to sneeze. Apologies. Thank you. Baker the fielder. No run.
Brick dust. I think
Brick dust, yeah.
I think
smoke
blowing away.
Smoke from the bonfire. Yeah. Pennington to Parkinson. Parkinson is struck on the pad. Well, Dylan Pennington appeals, and I think the slips joined in because they didn't want him to be there on his own. But it looked pretty much from this angle as if it was going down.
Sounded a bit wooden as well.
It didn't have much going for it in terms of a bowler's appeal, let's put it that way.
Could be that the noise is coming from the Outlaw's house. If you'd like to pop across and ask them to tone it down a bit, boys.
That's good. Turn those bikes off, please. Here's Pennington in bowls, and this is going to be runs. It might be. No, it's been cut off down there by D'Oliveira. Didn't go with the power that I suspected it had in the first place. So it's 2 runs, which gets Parkinson off the mark with 2. 125 for 7. Leicestershire. I thought there was a change. No, D'Oliveira's gone. Well, yeah, they're quite happy to give Parkinson the single, aren't they? Which is why D'Oliveira's gone back onto the boundary and deep square leg's gone out. Pennington to Parkinson, who gets a bouncer.
Got that wrong.
I think he lost his foot in there. That would have not a great bouncer, and he looked back at the ground, Pennington, after he'd bowled it.
Question for Leicestershire supporters, if I may, and I appreciate its tempting fate, but when was the last? Who was the last Leicestershire opener to carry their bat?
Oh, good question.
Please. I probably can look it up and find it, but if you happen to know and are listening, you could be very helpful.
Yeah, could save you a job. Anything to save us a bit of work.
Absolutely. Over the wicket goes Josh Baker to Hassan Azad, the man who's possibly going to achieve that feat, and he defends on the back foot out towards mid-wicket where Ed Pollock picks up. Baker is in, back goes Azad and whips it away through the vacant square leg area. Charlie Morris is out there at deepish square leg. He's a good third of the way in from the boundary, about 50 yards from the bat, and so Azad continues to calmly accumulate while wickets fall at t'other end. And indeed Parkinson is now surrounded. Round the wicket goes Baker and bowls to his fellow left arm spinner, who just turns it into the onside. Ow! I say ow because it was picked up by Azhar Ali at mid-wicket, hurled the ball at the stumps and hit short leg, who was trying to dive out of the way. He's all right. Happily, it's Haynes, isn't it?
Yeah.
There, and he waves at a distraught Azhar, who was very worried for a moment, but I think it sort of hit him on the shoulders or back.
On the shoulder, yeah. He started to get out of the way, but left it too late.
He tried to, didn't he, dive out of the way. In goes Baker, and doesn't bowl. He dropped the ball. It's gone behind him. Azad had gone dancing down the wicket, and it's being fielded by
behind
Brett D'Oliveira, 20 yards behind the bowler.
That's bizarre.
He's grinning away now, but yeah.
Oh, he gets some stick for that.
Quite how he managed to get it. I can imagine if it had gone down at his feet or something like that, but 20 yards behind him. In he goes and bowls. Azad just goes back and calmly defends to mid-wicket.
That was bizarre. I don't see that very often. You see the bowler drop the ball, but yeah, flinging it backwards takes a bit of doing.
Good effort. In he goes, tosses it up. Forward goes Azad. The bat is well in front of the front pad as he defends that one. Haynes comes out from short leg. Oh, please stop that racket. I guess it'll at least will be done for the next home game. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. Yeah, they're struggling. I'm afraid they've just lost their 7th wicket, that of Ed Barnes, who went leg before wicket to the young left-arm spinner Josh Baker, who has now picked up a first-class career best, 4 wickets in the innings. Leicestershire's only hope lies with Hassan Azad. The opener has been there from the start, obviously. He is 62 not out off 146 balls. He's an oasis of calm amidst the chaos around him. Leicestershire need another 243 to win. That isn't going to happen. They're going to have to try and save the game by batting for a minimum of another 48 overs. They're 122 for 7. Back with you. In fact, they're 127 for 7. Misread the scoreboard there. Apologies. That was delivered to BBC Radio Leicester's FM frequency, which is at the King Power Stadium at the moment, down the leg side from Dylan Pennington. Parkinson tries to help it on its way, doesn't get anything on it. Baker is at leg slip, but if Parkinson sort of does flicker one down the leg side, it's going to be a heck of a catch. I'll have to go straight into the bread basket, so to speak, because he's not so very far from the bat there at leg slip. And Pennington is lively as he comes in for the second ball of his 10th over and bowls. Parkinson is very solidly forward. Back down the wicket it goes to the Shropshire man. 6 foot 4 inches of Dylan Young Pennington. Young is his D.Y. Pennington, and the second name is Young. Family name, perhaps. In he goes and bowls. Parkinson is forward, pushing out into the gap in the covers as our Ali jogs, accompanying the ball at roughly the same pace for 4 or 5 yards before picking it up. Always going to be one. And the one is duly taken. Ed Barnard is beginning to warm up at third. At leg slip, actually. He's gone to leg slip now. We've got Pollock at first for the left-handed Azad as Pennington goes round the wicket. Haynes at second. And Barnard at leg slip. Pennington is in. Azad is forward, just dropping it out towards Point, who is back 2/3 of the way to the boundary, so Haynes has to run up from second slip. Pads underneath his whites, and a very easy single is taken by Hassan Azad. Moves on to 63. 129 for 7. Two 134 in Leicestershire's first innings. That was the score. They were taken there by a very decent last wicket partnership by Chris Wright and Bjorn Hendricks. Pennington is in. And he's driving Parkinson, and it goes underneath Azhar Ali. That wasn't a brilliant piece of fielding. Might go all the way to the boundary, pulls up about a foot inside the ropes. Ali in pursuit, gets his throw away. Parkinson picks up 3. Brief holding up of the hand from Azhar in apology. In the greater scheme of things, that probably isn't going to matter too much, but Worcester's out cricket has been so good that it rather stands out. They've caught everything that mattered in this innings, that matters in this innings, and stopped everything that mattered. Pennington goes around the wicket, Dylan Pennington, and bangs it in, looking to get it into the ribs of Azad, who is on top of the ball as he defends it out towards square leg, and there is no run. 1-3-2 for 7 with that 3 to Parkinson, who moved on to 7 as a consequence. The 238 will win it, and that would be at 5.1 runs per over because there are 47 overs remaining. Not my mathematics. You won't be surprised to hear those of the electronic scoreboard. I think it's a machine, I don't know, it's a sort of tamping down machine that in goes Baker, bowls outside off stump and allowed to do so by Parkinson. Oof, it's becoming a little annoying. I won't go on about it because you can hear it as well. Baker is in, forward, getting to the pitch of the ball is Parkinson. And there's no run. Baker, just a little walk and then a few skips and bowls. Parkinson is waiting for it on the front foot. Baker himself fields. Tucks his little, whatever he has around his neck, back down into his jumper. And bowls. Parkinson forward again, getting to the pitch of it. He just have to drag his length back a merest fraction. Hold one back a bit. Baker, who goes in and bowls. Quicker delivery, and he is not at the pitch of that one, Parkinson. He's waiting for it, though. It doesn't spin, and he can guide it, dab it out to Charlie Morris, who's at point, just backward of square. Leach is saying, should I go back here? And he has been sent back to deep backward square by D'Oliveira. Baker is in, bowls and stroked back to D'Oliveira at mid-off. And a maiden over is completed. Josh Baker's 5th in 17. The figure that counts is the 4 in the wickets column, 4 for 38. Top of the hour, 3 o'clock. I won't tell you the score from the King Power Stadium, because I don't know it actually, but I didn't get long enough for a burst in my earphones to hear what was going on. Down the road, it's about a mile and a half perhaps towards the city centre from us. You can see it from the back of the pavilion. Partly because of the noise. Can't hear any roars from the crowd, but there has been one, from Leicester's point of view, a pleasing one. Barnard is now going to come back on. Just bowled the 4 overs in the innings so far, done for 12. He's coming round the wicket to Hassan Azad, slightly short outside off stump. Azad steers it away off the back foot, out towards deep-ish backward point. Ed Pollock, who has got a sun hat on now. Barnard's, presumably. Or, well, who knows? No, his own, I would think. Fields, and the single is taken as add on to 64. Two roars of approval at the King Power Stadium, in fact. Back over the wicket comes Barnard to bowl to the right-handed. Parkinson, who is beaten by a beauty, groped forward at that one. Callum Parkinson went past the outside edge, didn't take it as it went on into the gloves of Ben Cox. Oh, goodness, it stopped. Thank goodness for that. Hopefully for a while. Barnard is in and bowls to Parkinson, who is forward. Right behind that one, out into the offside. Azhar Ali makes the stop. Carl Ditz on the feed. One problem with English bowlers is the pitches. He thinks the carry and pace are too true, and that makes the bowlers look better than they are. I'm not sure I entirely follow the logic of that. If the pitches were worse, they'd get more movement, wouldn't they? In goes Barnard, bowls outside off stump. Parkinson steps forward, lets it go through. It bounces, the noise starts again. We only had a few seconds of respite.
What doesn't make sense?
A comment on the feed from Carl. He says, one problem with English bowlers is the wickets. He says, the carry and pace are too true, which makes the bowlers look better than they are. Do you mean make the batters look better than they are?
Possibly.
Because if the pitch was moving, anyway. In goes Barnard, bowls, clipped by Parkinson out towards mid-on, where Baker tumbles as he falls to his right to make the stop, and the single is taken. Parkinson on to 8.
I don't think there's too much wrong with the pitches in this country. Occasionally you get a bad one, don't you? Where it's obvious that, you know, you've got 2 class spinners, so you've got a dusty one, or you got some class seamers, so you've got a green one, but I think they're pretty good, most of them.
Barnard round the wicket to Azad, who's seeing it pretty well now. He gets one coming into his legs, waits for it on the back foot, turns it out towards mid-wicket. Azad picks up, and there is no run. End of the over, 134 for 7. 236 needed to win. 45 overs to occupy the crease to save the game. I think if it gets to 20, then D'Oliveira might have some thinking to do, but at the moment he is reasonably content to have picked up the 2 post lunch, 1 more before tea.
Yeah.
Ideally 2 from his point of view, but 1 more before tea. I think he'd be reasonably happy with that.
Here's Josh Baker bowling left arm around to the right-handed Parkinson, who's forward stretching. Baker 4 for 38 on a pitch that's not doing that much really. He's flighted the ball pretty well as he's in again, and this time pushed out on the offside. D'Oliveira jogs into field. He just uses a bit of flight, a bit of guile. 134 for 7. Baker bowls driven. They're taking a single to D'Oliveira, but D'Oliveira's got to go to his left to pick up and then throw right-handed, so by the time he's done all that, they are through for a single. 135 for 7. Baker over the wicket to the left-handed Azad, who is back and pushes away on the offside. Leach jogs in from the extra cover boundary, square cover boundary to field. 1 more to the total.
Hassan Ali on the stream. Hopefully Hassan Azad gets an England Lions call up this year. He says he's a genuine old school red ball player.
Next ball is Parkinson stretching forward, plays the ball back down the pitch. Baker about to bowl the last ball of his 18th over. Jogs in, Barnes forward once again, pretty solidly behind that. End of the over. There are 44 remaining in the game. A minimum of 44, but I don't think we're going to get any more than that in. It's interesting, Brett D'Oliveira's doing a bit of bowling practice himself. So maybe he's going to give young Baker a rest. He's bowled 16 on the trot.
Which is probably the most he's ever bowled in first class cricket, given it's his 6th.
Is that 18 on the board? I can't.
18,
18,
yep.
Yeah.
4 for 40.
And, you know, spinners get tired as well. So, maybe Dolly will twirl a couple of overs a leg spin.
Yeah, why not? It's not going to get carted, is it? Or if it does, it doesn't make any difference. In goes Barnard and bowls to Azad, who tries to work it into the leg side. Doesn't quite time it, and it goes just down the pitch on the onside, and Ed Barnard picks up in his follow-through. Hands it, the ball that is, to Joe Leach to do a spot of polishing. 52 overs have been bowled with this old ball, so it is past its best. from the bowler's point of view. Barnard in, bowls, cut away. A lot of time by Azad. It was quite close to the body, really. It was a guide as much as anything. He had to be a bit careful. And D'Oliveira has himself posted. So he's posted himself out there at deepish point. So just the one for Azad, and moves on to 66. Parkinson checks his guard. Beaten by Barnard in the previous over. He's in and bowls. Not beaten by that one. Very solidly forward. Back close to front pad. Down the wicket on the onside it goes. Picked up at mid-on. And D'Oliveira bowls a few more warm-up leg spinners.
Yeah, I think he's definitely going to have
a trundle.
A trundle. A bit of a burst.
Down the slope comes Barnard and bowls. Ooh, that one jumped a little bit at Parkinson, who actually played it very well. In fairness, he took his bottom hand off the bat and managed to keep it down nonetheless. That's the one that jarred poor Lewis Hill's thumb yesterday. Made a right mess of it.
Did a lot of bowling early season last season, Brett D'Oliveira. Of course, with Baker as a full-time spinner, as it were, in the side, he's probably not going to bowl as much early season this season, depending on the pitches, of course.
In goes Barnard and bowls. Parkinson on the walk in defence, back to him. 15 wickets last season for Brett D'Oliveira from, he did bowl a fair bit, 253 overs in fact. Only two other Worcestershire bowlers bowled more. Ed Bernard, 368, and Dylan Pennington, who bowled 200, beg your pardon, of course, Joe Leach, 428, so 3. But yeah, plenty of bowling there for him. Bernard is in Fuller this time and driven by Parkinson without any real aggressive intent. Straight to Leach at that slightly deepish extra cover position.
Yeah, he bowled a lot of early season overs. There were some fairly dull draws against Essex at Chelmsford and Nottinghamshire at New Road. Indeed, the last day of that game, not a wicket fell. And Baker takes his sweater, having taken 4 for 40. And D'Oliveira will bring himself on from the pavilion end. That's beginning to get irritable, that noise now, isn't it?
It's beginning to get irritating, that's for sure.
Irritable, irritating.
Yeah.
Could do with it being switched off. Still, we've all got a job to do.
Bless you.
Excuse me, it's a dust, brick dust, that's what it is, you're right. Floating down the ground. Tea today, it will be at 3:40. As it's set in proverbial stone on the last day. D'Oliveira in bowls, wide of the off stump. No movement really from Azad, apart from lifting his bat in the air. He's faced 155 balls now. 154 for his 66 runs. D'Oliveira bowls again, this time way outside the off stump. Not getting the batsman to play.
Given Baker has bowled 18 overs, I'm surprised the over 8 is level.
Yeah. Next ball sees the batsman go back and across. Yeah, I think they were behind somewhat in the first innings.
They had a bit of catching up to do, did they?
Yeah. D'Oliveira is going to go round the wicket. This ball sees... Oh, Azad leaves this one. There's some oohs and ahs, but it appeared to me that it missed the off stump fairly comfortably, but there's any excuse for an ooh and an ah? No, we're having a change in the field here. Baker is donning the helmet after it's been thrown to him, And he's going in at short leg, forward short leg. D'Oliveira to Azad, plays it comfortably enough. I say there's not a great amount of turn there for the spinners. Baker has flighted the ball really well to take his 4 wickets. D'Oliveira bowls a quicker ball. Just pushed away, back down the pitch, or hardly down the pitch, about 2 metres down the pitch. Maiden over for Brett D'Oliveira. Didn't really threaten the batsman too much. So Ed Barnard to continue. And Leicestershire are 137 for 7. The figure that they will be looking at is 42 overs left in the game.
26 with the old ball, so Worcestershire.
Good point.
A point, you know, that were Leicestershire to get that far, they do at least have the recourse, Worcestershire that is, of a second new ball. Hoping not to have to use it is Ed Barnard, who is in and bowling to Parkinson. Goes past the outside edge. I think it bounced before first slip, where Pollock formed the long barrier. Didn't take the ball cleanly. But I don't know whether it did carry there. There was the lack. Barnard looks really upset, so it might well have carried.
I'm not sure what it came off or where it went.
We'd need to see a replay on that one.
It
Perhaps.
bounced.
Yeah,
I thought in front of Pollock.
That's what I thought. It just hadn't carried really, but it was a little difficult to see. In goes Barnard again. Bowls 2 pucks and a beauty that goes past the outside edge. Beats him again. This time into the gloves of Cox without taking the edge. Getting movement. In he comes and bowls again to Parkinson. A little bit shorter this time. Doesn't do anything too much in terms of movement, and Parkinson is solidly behind it. Back down the pitch it goes to Ed Barnard. Hassan Azad has come out running down with some information to impart to Callum Parkinson. Does so. Quite what? I don't know.
Quite a strange light, isn't it?
Yeah, I was just saying it's
murky.
Odd, isn't it? In he goes, a bouncer, and ducks underneath it. It goes over his protruding rear end, so to speak. Didn't really get up too much. A short ball from Ed Barnard.
The sun is up there somewhere, but it's not poking through the cloud at the moment.
It's high cloud, but it's sort of oddly uniform in a sort of haze almost. Worcestershire trying to stay enthusiastic. They are, I'm sure. In goes Barnard, bowls, and Parkinson, nice high left elbow as he defends on the front foot. Out to Azhar Ali. No run. Came together when Ed Barnes went leg before wicket to Josh Baker for 15. The score was on 122 at the time, so they've added just 15 since then. These two. Parkinson has got 9 of them, while Azad has just been pretty much intent on occupation. Barnard is in, bowls, late decision to leave from Parkinson, and the right decision as it swings through into the gloves.
Thanks to Andy.
Cox.
Sorry, mate.
Sorry.
Thanks to Andy. Just a note of appreciation. Great commentary on this match by both of you. It can't be easy competing with the noise from the building side.
Yes, if it's annoying you out there, we can turn down the sort of effects mic a little bit.
I think you're still going to hear it on air.
And of course, as soon as I do, it stops.
Yeah, there you go. That's what it is. It's, you have control of it on that switch.
My head is ringing with the silence.
Yeah, the sound of silence. Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Please leave it off.
Here's D'Oliveira. Must be knocking off time. It's nearly 3:30. jogs in and bowls wide of the off stump. Cox doesn't take it cleanly, mainly because it doesn't bounce much, or mostly because it doesn't bounce much. Oliveira off what, 4 paces, bowls, played away towards mid-wicket. Difficult to tell from air angle if he's getting a neat turn. Umpire Malinder says, hang on a minute, not quite ready. Now we are. D'Oliveira bowls. Oh, Assad is on his way down. Gets the pitch of it. Plays it away. The ball before that one did just straighten a little bit. D'Oliveira bowls again. Once again, just nudged on the leg side. No run. 137 for 7. Leicestershire. Haynes goes in too short leg. D'Oliveira bowls. Forward. Azad. He's got 66. Parkinson has 9. Got mid on, mid off for the missed hit drive and saving a single, of course. Azad is down and drives. D'Oliveira flicks the ball onto the stumps very cleverly. There's an appeal, but umpire Malinder says that the batsman Parkinson has made his ground. It's one of those where it's actually impossible for the umpire almost to tell, because he can't get side on in that time. But it was deliberately diverted onto the stumps by D'Oliveira. Just watching it again. No, I think he was.
He was standing almost.
Yeah.
He'd gone anywhere too far, Parkinson.
That was the end of the over. 137 for 7. There are 40 left in the game. Overs, that is.
The first of them will be bowled by Ed Barnard. In he goes and bowls to Parkinson, who turns him sweetly away off his legs down towards Morris, who's at long leg. Came in to meet the ball. Just the single taken by Parkinson to get into double figures onto 10. Intent on selling his wicket dearly, Callum Parkinson, if at all.
What's he faced? 39 balls for his 10, yeah.
Barnard hands on hips at the moment, the old double teapot, because we're waiting for Brett D'Oliveira to fasten his shoelace. It's ready now. At mid-off, as in comes Barnard and bowls. A bouncer outside off stump. And Azad just moves his head out of the way. I can turn the effects mic back up now. If it comes back on as soon as I do so, then yes.
Put a stopwatch on it as to when it comes back on. I'm just saying that, are they putting the kit away for the day? Oh no, I think they're here for a bit longer.
Barnard is in and bowling, forced away off the back foot through the offside, through the vacant backward point area by Azad. Pennington, is it Pennington? No, it's Baker who comes in from the backward point boundary, not quite on the boundary because it's so far out there. It travels him pretty quickly, just the single for Azad, 67 to him. 139 for 7. 6 and over is what they need now if they're going to win it. 39.3 overs is what they need to survive. Back over the wicket goes Barnard to the right-handed Parkinson, who plays and misses, drawn into a shot that he shouldn't really have played outside off stump, trying to force it away. Didn't really get up too much, but even so, it was well wide, trying to get some runs. Practices the leave. Just a little lapse in concentration by Callum Parkinson. got away with it. 2 balls left in the over. In goes Barnard. That's a more concentrated effort, if you like, from Parkinson. Leans forward and forward defends the ball out into the covers as our Ali has it in his hands at the moment.
He's back on with a stone cutter, but it's in short bursts this time.
Yes, at least it's not that constant noise. That's he says as it continues.
It goes on till 7 o'clock.
Yes. Barnard to finish his 8th over. Comes in, bowls to Parkinson, who's up on his toes to a slightly short of a length ball just outside off stump and blocking it out. Into the offside end of the over, therefore. None for 17 from 8 for Ed Barnard. 139 for 7 remains the score.
Well, there's one thing for sure. We're not going to beat the football traffic, are we? This was the conjecture today, because what we're told the football match end 3:45. 4 o'clock, the crowd will be out.
Well, my next update is 4:05, so that's when the game is well finished. So, you know, I think it's safe enough.
Here's D'Oliveira in bowls, and this is that's a shot that Azhar Ali has played a few times today. It's a cut shot, but it's a wristy cut shot. I know what I said. That Azad has played today, a wristy cut shot. I should have paid for every time I'd done that today. I got me Pollocks and my Libby's mixed up last night as well. Oh well, sign of old age. I was very stupid when I was 20. So. 140 for 7. D'Oliveira's next ball was a flatter and quicker one, and Parkinson goes across and plays it back down the pitch. Slip is the only close fielder, well, apart from the wicketkeeper, of course. D'Oliveira chugs in again, and it's wrapped on the pads, but it's going down the leg side. That's well, it wasn't really an appeal. It was a shout of frustration, maybe. 46th over when Parkinson came in. Next ball pushed out on the offside. We're in the 58th. And he's faced 45 balls for his 10 runs. 140 for 7. D'Oliveira bowls. Push back to the bowler himself. Leach drifts off towards deep square leg. Worcestershire quite happy to give Parkinson a single. Last ball of D'Oliveira's over, wide of the stumps. Through to wicketkeeper Cox. That is the over completed. I'll go and do another job.
13 minutes until tea. 38 overs left in the day. With D'Oliveira bowling, there's a Barnard's not hurrying as he prepares to bowl his 9th over from the Bennett end. With at least 3, obviously, possibly just 4 overs. The rate at which D'Oliveira gets through them. 22 to the new ball, so 16 potentially with the new ball if Worcestershire need them. Barnard is going to come around the wicket to Hassan Azad. Just the one slip now, who is Pollock, but he does have a short cover. Who is Haynes? Barnard is in. It's into the body of Azad, and on the back foot he is comfortable in turning it out towards deep backwards square. Taking the 1, Azad is the fielder. Azad moves on to 69. Over the wicket goes Ed Barnard to bowl to Callum Parkinson. Nice and straight, but Parkinson presents a very straight bat to keep the ball out, pushing it out towards D'Oliveira at mid-on. D'Oliveira, come on, here we go, guys. Come on. Trying to keep their spirits up and his players on their toes as Barnard is in and bowls a bouncer to Parkinson, who just ducks underneath it, then turns and wanders off towards short leg. Barnard is in and bowls another bounce, a better one actually, in that Parkinson had to duck a little more quickly this time. Swung a little bit after it had passed his, the back of his shoulders. Cox, who'd started to move to the left, ended up reaching slightly above his head to the right. Bowls, line and length delivery, and a line and length shot, if that's such a thing, in that it was a solid forward defensive press from Parkinson. Nice clunk of ball hitting middle of bat. Up his heels, Barnard is in again, and Parkinson equal to another straight delivery back down the pitch on the offside to mid-off, picked up by Joe Leach, and that is the end of the over. Leach examines the ball critically, holds it up like a laboratory specimen, eyes it, looking for a sufficient change of shape to perhaps show it to the umpires, but doesn't see it. So ends up handing it to his captain, Brett D'Oliveira. D'Oliveira will continue his occasional leg spin. I think that's reasonably fair to say, despite all those overs he bowled at the start of last season, 200 odd. There's a quick word with Dylan Pennington. No obvious effect in terms of changing the field. Round the wicket he goes, bowls to Azad, who goes back, and pretty slow the delivery, and he plays it off the pitch. It might just have shaped back into him a touch. Warming up Azhar. Is Azhar going to have a little bowl? D'Oliveira drops very short, and back goes Hassan Azad, guides it out towards backward point. Leach runs around to field, and it is just one. I think we can definitely say Azhar Ali is going to have a bowl, judging by the extensive warm-ups he's already going through. In goes D'Oliveira over the wicket to the right-hander, defended back down the pitch towards him. Does have 48 first-class wickets to his name, Azhar. Averaging 44. Eight of those wickets in Test matches. D'Oliveira is in, tosses that one up nicely. Ooh, little squawk there because it was a little bit inside part of the bat from Parkinson as he stretched forward. Best bowling of 4 for 34 for Khan Research Laboratories versus Peshawar in Peshawar long time ago. In forward goes Parkinson, out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. In 2003, 18 years ago. Nearly 19, depending on when it took him, perhaps. One ball of D'Oliveira's fourth over to go. He's only conceded 2 runs. He is in, and forward goes Parkinson back down the pitch to him. Just a single from the over, and that is 142 for 7. 60 overs in the innings have been bowled. 36 now remain. 5 minutes until tea, so if Azhar bowls one, I assume that we'll get another from D'Oliveira, but this might be fun. As I say, he has got a fair few first-class wickets, 48 of them, 69 in List A cricket, so has bowled a fair amount. And Dave Bradley is back alongside to tell you all about Azhar Ali making his Worcestershire debut. Seeing if he can take a debut wicket.
Yeah, I mean, he's not an occasional bowler. I suppose you could say he was, because he only occasionally bowls, but yeah, it's a good move this by Brett D'Oliveira. He needs something to break up this partnership, which is very stubborn. 46th over they came together. We're in the 60th now, so it's been a good effort. I mean, if they could get Assad out now, they would be very chirpy. So I'm in trouble now because we've got Azhar Ali bowling to Azad. And that's a quickish delivery, speared in towards the leg stump, but turned away by Azad on the leg side for a single one. Now, what have we got in the field here? We've got changes coming.
It's started, brothers.
Yeah. It even got mentioned in the Guardian phone-in on BBC Hereford and Worcester that I just interrupted. Oh. Apparently we're having trouble with the building side. So I've got 2 slips in now. Here's Azhar Ali. Jogs in bowls. Gives this one a bit of air, and that's played very nicely by Parkinson. That's going to race away for 4-3. Worcestershire fielders give up the chase fairly on there. Nice flowing drive. Bowled him a nice... Well, now he's taken a slip out here. Now the runs don't matter for Worcestershire.
No.
It's the wickets that matter.
You encourage him to drive in a way.
Yeah.
He might not drive in, be less inclined to, if that man's there. But anyway.
Next ball from Ali, and he's gone. He's gone. He's got him. Caught behind. Had a little waft at that one, Parkinson, and he's broken this stubborn stand. And what a move from skipper D'Oliveira. Gives Azhar Ali his first bowl in Worcestershire colours, and he gets Parkinson caught behind. Well, who'd have thought it?
It was a wide ball. It wasn't in any way a good ball, other than the fact that it pitched. I think that might be tea now, by the way, as well. But couldn't help jabbing at it, trying to force it away off the offside. Took the edge. Cox took a good low catch. And everything Brett D'Oliveira touches turns to gold at the moment.
He must think this captaincy lark's a dream. That is indeed tea.
147 for 8. That's tea.
Azhar Ali go down with a pulled muscle at tea time and say, well, no, carry on, lads. But that's a very important wicket, because a good effort there from Callum Parkinson. He's looking quite dejected as he goes off, but he batted a long time to hold Worcestershire up in this afternoon session. So we're going to go off and have a bit of tea. Where are we time-wise?
22, pretty much.
Okay, so we'll be back at just about 4 o'clock to bring you the post-tea session.
Good afternoon, everybody. Again, welcome back to the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester, third and final session on the last day of this LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Worcestershire. Leicestershire are back to resume in their second innings on 147 for 8. They need 223 more runs to win. 370 is their notional target. All that they can really hope to do is survive the remaining overs. There are 35 and a half of them. If they can get through those, well, they will have saved the game and pick up an extra 8 points for the draw. As it is, Worcester looks set to pick up 16 for the win with 6 bonus points, 22 points game to start. Will do them very nicely. Wicket fell with a delivery before tea, and Azhar Ali was the bowler. Brilliant piece of captaincy, shall we say, from Brett D'Oliveira, who has had a wonderful game in his first match as Worcestershire skipper. Brought on Azhar, who had Callum Parkinson caught behind. Not perhaps the greatest shot that Callum has ever played, having battled brilliantly to go to 14. So Azhar has 3 deliveries left to bowl, and Chris Wright will be the batsman. My name is Richard Ray from BBC Radio Leicester. Dave Bradley from BBC Hereford and Worcester, the other commentator, tosses one up there, leg spinner from Azhar, and pushed somewhat tentatively by Wright, only as far as mid-off. And there is no run. Big loopy delivery. Azhar is in, and that's an off spinner. It's gone. Oh my goodness me! It goes between bat and pad, off I think bat onto pad, and then just rolls past the off stump. Doesn't quite go on to the stumps. Azhar's enjoying this one. He's mixing it up. In he goes and bowls off spin again, cutaway for 1 because Joe Leach is on the boundary at deep point in front of the Uptonsteel stand. The Leicestershire flag that's usually there, brought by Stench, has gone, so I think he may have gone down to the footy. He's also a Leicester City, I think, season ticket holder, and has accompanied them on their European travels this season. I think he's off to Eindhoven, where they have a second leg of a European tie-in. Is it next week or the week after? I think it's next week. This coming week, that is. End of the over anyway. 148 for 8 with that single. Wright getting off the mark means he keeps the strike. Baker will get a chance to pick up a maiden 5 for. D'Oliveira, who bowled a few overs before tea, has gone back to the man whose spin is his main job. Round the wicket he goes to Chris Wright, who is forward. Back down the pitch to Baker, and there is no run. Wright had attacked Baker once Leicestershire were, well, actually just before Leicestershire had saved the follow-on in the first innings. Baker is in, tosses it up to Wright, who defends, and collared him to some effect. However, Baker had the last word because Wright was caught by Charlie Morris at long gone, having made 32. Squares right up with that one, Baker. Just gets himself in a little bit of a tangle and squeezed out off the outside edge towards Morris at backward point, and there is no run. Baker is in, bowls, Wright is forward, defending, out to D'Oliveira at mid-off. Baker in, bowls, quicker, flatter delivery. Again, Wright, tall man, can stretch forward. Play it out to D'Oliveira, and there's no run. D'Oliveira sends Leach back from backward square, and also Pollock from extra cover, inviting Wright to take 1. Nice straight delivery though from Baker, and Wright just defends it out into the offside. So a maiden over, 19 overs, 6 maidens, 4 for 40 for Josh Baker. It means that Hassan Azad will be on strike, and it's Dave Bradley's nightmare, because Azhar Ali is going to continue to bowl to Hassan Azad. Bradders summoned back next door. He was about to come in then. I think he's got an update to do. I will myself in a few minutes' time, but it's going to be in a few minutes' time because there's so many sporting events. Tigers playing in France against Clermont. Hazard is going to go around the wicket to Azad. Bernard is at slip. Who's in there at short leg? Pollock. In goes Azar bowls, and Azad looks to work it off his legs. I think it was a bit inside edge onto pad. Let's see if there's a signal from umpire Watts. There isn't. So a run to Hassan Azad. He moves on to 72, 149.48. Runs an irrelevance really now, up to a point. Azar is in and bowls. Right is forward carefully. Just almost letting ball hit bat. And it runs out towards backward point, where Gareth Roderick is the fielder. Jake Libby's been off the field all day. Azar is in, goes past the outside edge. It was a sort of little, unless he brought the bat back inside the line there, it was a sort of little swing. It almost seemed to swing a little bit, that one. Sort of little out, a little seamer, perhaps. Feed is miles behind. In goes Azar. Tosses that one up and clipped, reaching for it by right, but only as far as D'Oliveira at mid-wicket. Looks like he's rather enjoying himself, Azar, at the moment. 1 for 7 from 1.4 overs for him. Might be a useful option for D'Oliveira going forward. Bowls to right, maybe just turns a fraction. And he's very much on the front foot, Chris Wright. Just turns it towards Haynes at short leg. And there's no run. Azar is in, bowls, forward goes right, out into the offside goes the ball. And just the single from the over that was taken by Hassan Azad from the first ball. Azad sort of jogs down, kicks up his heels as he heads off to talk to Chris Wright, the 2 touch gloves. 2 overs and 3 balls that they've seen out post tea. Still means there are 33 overs to survive, with just the 2 wickets in hand, just Buren Hendricks to come. Azad will be on strike to Josh Baker. Dave Bradley is back alongside.
I am.
Although there will be an update for BBC Radio Leicester shortly. You'll hear it in there.
We can sort that out. Here's Baker. Comes in and bowls, and Azad is down, pushes away through the onside, picks up a single. Charlie Morris, deep square leg, comes in to do the fielding. I don't know what there must be a definition of stupidity or balminess, but I was just coming out of the other box and I had a clipboard and a cup of tea, and I thought, well, I can't shut the door, so I put the clipboard on the stool and shut the door and thought, you idiot, you got to open the door now to get the clipboard back. You know, it gets to you after a while, folks, honest. It's a drip effect. Right facing up, short leg slip, and forward very solidly, as we know. To it with the car keys in the same sort of hand, dropped the bag in and accidentally dropped the keys in, but couldn't work it out for a while. There's the next ball sees Wright coming forward. Well, they put on Hendricks and Wright in the first innings, put on 48 for the last week. The runs don't matter here, it's the overs that we're keeping an eye on. As the next ball, once again, forward to this delivery from Josh Baker, pushing out on the onside. There's a couple of guys sat down below who are kind of historians and statisticians of Worcestershire cricket. So I asked them, when was the last time a Pakistan Test cricketer took a wicket in his first over for Worcestershire? And somebody said, when was the last time Worcestershire bowled 3 spinners in the first game of the season? Which is indeed unusual in itself. It wouldn't be unique, because post-war they would have had 3 spinners in the team, but...
When Hampshire were here at the start of last season, both Crane and Briggs bowled, a leg spinner and a left armour.
Yeah. Here is Baker in, bowls, got a silly mid-off in now. Standing almost on the cut strip. As Baker twirls away again, right, just plonking that left pad down the wicket and playing around the front of it. Total is 150 for 8. Actually missed the one.
Several of the layers beneath, and I mean several, because I think there's 2 more sweaters, a shirt, and something thick and green underneath as well. I think in goes Azar, bowls a little bit shorter this time. Right stays, looks to force it out into the leg side, but plays it straight to mid-wicket, end of the over.
I think for Worcestershire, that's the 65th though, so in 15 overs they could take a new ball, which would leave them 16 overs with the new ball if they still needed to take 2 wickets. Yeah, they would hope that they probably don't have to do that.
Nice little insurance policy though
it
to
is,
have, just in case.
I thought the lights were coming on there, but there's a bit of sunlight reflecting off the top of the floodlights, so they're not coming on.
I suppose light could be a factor. This sort of haze that's around now, might thickening up a touch, but at the moment the sunlight, there is sunlight, it's watery, but there is sunlight. Here comes the update for BBC Radio Leicester as Baker bowls. Azad turns it down towards fine leg. It's short fine leg though, so no run. 151 for 8 remains the score. Here comes the update. They've just resumed after tea. Leicestershire with just 2 wickets in hand. 151 for 8, the Foxes. Notionally, they need 370 to win the game, so another 219 runs. But obviously, having lost as many wickets as they have, it's all about saving the game. 30.4 overs remain. The main man, as far as the Foxes are concerned, is Hassan Azad, who is 75, not out. It's been 20 years since a Leicestershire opener has carried his bat. Maybe Azad is going to do it this time round. They'll be hoping not, because they'll be hoping one of the 2 tail enders, either Chris Wright, who's at the wicket now and on 1 not out, or Bjorn Hendricks can stay with him. Fox is battling to save it, but they've got an awful lot of work to do. 152 for 8.
Baker in bowls, and this comes off a pad, I think, and just disappears beyond Ben Cox, trickles away for a leg bye. Did Leicester City win, or didn't we know?
They were winning. Well, if you don't want to hear, close your ears now, or put your fingers in your ears now. They were winning by 2 goals, 2-0 at half time. I haven't seen since then.
Here's Baker in bowls, wide of the off stump, and there is no run. My grandson is a big fan of the Leicester City, and if they won, he'll be a happy little boy. Well, he's not little anymore. Well, we won't tell you the score, but they won. Here's the next ball from Baker. Played it on the onside. And there is no run. End of the over. 153 for 8. I think I mentioned it last time I was here with you. That, we went on the tour of the King Power Stadium. You can buy a tour on non-match days, of course. It was excellent. The chap who showed us round, he was very knowledgeable, answered any question, really interesting, and you go in the dressing room and on the edge of the pitch, and just very good, very good. I thoroughly recommend it. Only trouble is you have to go in the club shop after, which can be expensive. Yeah. But I've been on the Arsenal one as well with my other grandson, and the Leicester one was much better.
Was it?
Yeah,
the new Arsenal stadium.
Yeah, because you get a recorded thing there. Where I felt with this guy's taking the party round, and as I say, he knew a lot. Looks if Azhar Ali's wonder spell. Yeah,
he might prove to be a useful option at various times over the summer. Yeah. As it is, they're going to try and blast out right, and the man trying so to do is, of course, Dylan Pennington, who's done a pretty good job for his side in this game. He's ready to go. Wright is inclined to make him wait. Taking his guard now. 2 for 22 from his 10 overs so far in the innings for Pennington, who is in and bowls to Wright. A bouncer, a bit of a banged in, very short, loopy bouncer. Slow, relatively slow, hasn't yet worked up to his full pace, of course. Chorus of a enthusiastic encouragement from his Worcestershire teammates. Azar has a word with Brett D'Oliveira. Why are you taking me off? I have it on a string. But every decision D'Oliveira has taken in this innings, indeed pretty much in this match, has pretty much been the right one so far. And no reason to suppose that won't continue. Pennington is in, bowls to right, who is carefully forward on off stump, out into the offside. It goes. Well, they know, Worcestershire, that Wright can be a hard man to get out. Which did he make in that first innings before holing out to Baker? He made 32 off 47 balls, and he kind of got himself out in a way by taking on Baker. Partnership of 48 for the last wicket with Big Buren Hendricks. But they had a target in terms of runs in mind at that stage. Pennington is in, bowls, Wright is right on his back foot. You can see his right foot back quite close to his stumps there as he defends that, blocks it off the thick outside part of the bat out towards backward point. And there's no run.
Yeah, it was a different scenario in the first innings, wasn't it? They were battling to avoid, not that much different, I suppose, battling to avoid the follow-on, although we believe that Worcestershire would not have enforced the follow-on.
Pennington is in and bowling. Good straight delivery, but Wright, with the softer ball, is able to get forward, and he knows he's going to have to really bang it in to get some life out of it. But again, he's pretty much on the money. Dylan Pennington, 4 dot balls, and Wright has had to play at all of them, I think. In comes Pennington and bowls. Fuller, driven hard back to him, thumps into his feet. So a good piece of work, really. Wright will consider himself perhaps a tad unfortunate that it didn't sort of go underneath the big, tall, blonde fast bowler and rattle into the advertising hoardings.
Yeah, that was
there at the Bennett end, because it was a crisply hit.
That was forward if he hadn't stopped that.
Yeah, for sure. And could have been a bruise, but if there is any pain, he's not showing it. And what is being shown by Joe Leach to umpire Watts is the ball. So, having thumped into various advertising hoardings, it's Dylan Pennington's feet that put it out of shape. He's showing it now to his fellow umpire Neil Mallender.
Well, I think Mr. Nallender's got the measure, the hoop, whatever you want to call it, the circle. And if it goes through the circle, it's not gone out of shape. And it looks as if it hasn't gone out of shape. In fact, they are calling for the box of balls.
The nuclear code box?
Yeah. I think Charlie Morris is put in charge of that. No, he's not allowed.
Does look like it should be handcuffed to the wrist of one of the umpires, shouldn't it?
Adam Finch has got it. They used to just come in a little cardboard box, the new ball, didn't they? What's this?
I guess they're the old, I mean, they need a ball that's, 67 overs old, more or less. So they need a reasonably battered pill. Well,
yeah. Oh. And as we know, you can, very often changing the ball does change what the ball does. You can say, oh, it's the same. You can argue, and scientists will argue forever that a cricket ball is a cricket ball and won't do different things, but it does. We know not why.
Yeah, different properties, a little bit of different hardness here or there on the inside. Who knows? Mr. Finch retreats.
Those pink balls we had for day-night cricket, they were awful. I did an interview with Matt Mason.
Had some good games with them, but the players hated them.
They were terrible. You bowled 20 overs and they'd gone.
Yeah.
There's no hardness in them.
And under the lights, they went bonkers.
Yeah. Went round in circles. So we've got a different ball. Not a new one.
A new old ball. Is thrown to Joe Leach, who applies a little sweat and a little polish on the back of his Worcester whites. And will eventually it will get into the hands of Dylan Pennington. Leach is giving it the full rub, ready to go now. Pennington doesn't bother giving it a polish, just charges in and bowls. A nice lifting delivery, right, brings his bat back inside the line, but a good bounce and good pace from Dylan Pennington. Another maiden over. There'll be a fair few of those if these two hang around for any real length of time. And Pennington is still sitting therefore on figures of 2 for 22.
There's a few have stayed. There's a little knot of Worcestershire supporters down in front of us who...
Well, they'll be here to the very end.
They'll be here till the last ball. As when and if it comes. But there's a few of the Foxes faithful who've hung around. Ed Barnard coming on for Josh Baker at the pavilion end. Well, we got still 13 overs to that new ball, or the possibility of taking the new ball. Barnard's bowled 9 overs, yet to take a wicket, and conceded 18 runs. And he's going to bowl around the wicket to Assad, who has faced 180 balls for his 75 runs. An obdurate innings if ever there was. But well, Brett D'Oliveira's got on the attack here. He's got 3 slips in. He's got 3 slips, but then virtually everybody else is giving away a single. There's a deep square leg, deep extra cover. And there's a mid-on, mid-off as well, but most of them are spread out. In fact, Baker, who was at 3rd slip, has been sent off down to 3rd man. Assad awaits. Barnard bowls down the leg side. Oh, and I think that, well, was it? There was a shout of catch it, but whether it came off the bat or off the pad, we shall never know.
Celebrations were almost underway,
yeah,
weren't they?
Ben Cox went a long way down the leg side. Whether umpire Mallinder's finger would have come up,
yeah,
remains to be seen. Just see, I'm not difficult to tell on the replay. Away goes Barnard. Bowls. This was definitely off the bat, solidly off the bat, into the leg side. D'Oliveira will field, and Leicestershire will get 1 more to their total, which has moved on to 154 for 8, and Hassan Azad has 76 of those.
28.4 overs to go. That's a lot of deliveries.
Yeah, and if we get to that, the light might become questionable. Now, 3 slips in for right, and where's Charlie Morris going? He's come up from 3rd man to mid-off. Barnard bowls. Solid shot, that is. Right, leaning forward into it. Plays it back down the pitch.
He's faced the considerable majority of deliveries post-tee, Chris Wright, 32.
Yeah.
He's faced for his single.
Barnard turns. Pavilion end. And this time, right, lets it go by. Outside the off stump. Not drawn into the shot. There's a steward at the far side. He's just gone behind the indoor school. He's wandering around up there with his hands behind his back. And even from this distance, you can see he's pretty bored. There's some lads playing a game of cricket behind the stand over there. I can't see the batsman, but I can see the bowler. He's got a decent action.
They've been playing all day, haven't they?
Yeah.
And yesterday a bit as well.
Barnard bowls. Right. A little hurried, but gets straight into position. This time off the back foot, pushes it away into the covers. No run, 154 for 8.
Your security light is off. Is that...
Oh, it is.
Did you go and have a word?
I didn't. No. Perhaps they've realised. Perhaps somebody's been round and told them. Although, how they would know which house was which, I'm not sure. Barnard in, bowls. Pushed away on the offside, no run. Perhaps the blokes doing the building have cut the cable. It's 154 for 8. They've gone home, by the way. I saw them get in their van. 76 to Azad, 1 to right. There are 28 overs remaining in this game.
12 until the new ball.
Yeah, as long as the light stays.
And the way this the new old ball is behaving, although Pennington's getting something out of it. Big, strong, young, fast bowler. You wouldn't be entirely surprised if they do have to have recourse to it in the end, Worcestershire. Leg slip's going in, I think. No, he's not. He's running past leg slip and heading down to long leg. Pennington is going to go around the wicket. That means to the left-handed Azad, who's going to make Pennington wait until he is absolutely ready. Pennington is in and bowling. Azad is just bringing his bat down on that nice and late and turning it around the corner down towards backward square, where Azar comes in, picks up back in his 6 layers. The single is taken by Azad again off the first ball of the over.
And
just letting Wright do the work.
Yeah, Worcestershire setting the field deep so that they can take that first. They're quite happy that he takes the single, so that they can put a bit of
tactics are right from Leicestershire. You know, maybe Azad ought to think about turning down 1 or 2 early on, but he's got a lot of confidence in Wright, so I guess they'll have thought about it. So.
Yeah, it becomes a bit of a boring cat and mouse game when they don't take the single at the start of the over.
Pennington back over the wicket to the right-handed Wright, who is square driving but not putting his weight into the shot, and it goes straight more or less to Josh Baker. I wouldn't be surprised if they go back to him for an overall 2, but it did look, you know, nothing was happening at all for him in the end, in those last couple of overs he bowled. So one mistake, that's all it is, says, I think, D'Oliveira. Bjorn Hendricks will be padded up. I don't get the impression he's the sort of nervous type, to be honest. In goes Pennington and bowls. Back foot defensive shot from Wright, and he's going to pick up his 2nd run, because backward point has to run a few yards to his left. It's tended to be Roderick out there. Whether it is at the moment, I'm not quite sure. But a single is taken. Right on to 2 from 37 balls. Leicestershire 156 for 8 brings Azad back down on strike. 77 to him.
Yeah, well, there's 3 balls left in the over, and Worcestershire have sent the scouts out to give him a single, which only gives them 2 balls at right.
Round the wicket comes Pennington, bowls. Up on his toes goes Azad, chops it down towards wide 3rd man, and it'll be just the single. Morris comes in to meet the ball. I haven't seen a Leicestershire opener carry their bat. The nearest I've seen, i.e. in the last 9 years, was actually Gavin Griffiths, curiously, who went in as night watchman in a match at Bristol. Obviously he went in there for number 3, and he was still batting. He was not out at the end.
Oh, right.
He didn't make many runs, as I recall, but the rest went fairly quickly the next day. Pennington is in, bowls full, is driven away in the air for a few feet, but wide of Ali, out to the extra cover boundary for 4 by Chris Wright. I don't think that D'Oliveira and Pennington will be too unhappy about that.
No,
at all. You know, if Wright wants to drive, they can say, well, good, gives us more chance of picking up a catch. They're looking to give him one now. Field goes back up to a point. He's still got 3 slips in. But everybody else is retreating slightly. Pennington is in and bowling. Wright is turning it into the leg side and taking that single. Happy to do so. Moves on to 7. From Leicestershire's point of view, that was a reasonably productive over for once. 8 runs from it. Most un-Pennington-like end of the over. 12 overs, 2 for 30 for him. 162 for 8. 208 to win, or 27 overs to survive is the equation as far as Leicestershire are concerned. Just the 2 wickets as far as Worcestershire are concerned.
Yeah, as we say, the runs don't matter at this stage, and I'm sure Brett Dolliver has got far more idea than I have. Worcestershire have got far more idea of what they're doing. I think I might put a bit more pressure on here. Here's Barnard in, right forward, pushes the ball away on the offside. I mean, bowlers don't like conceding runs, no matter what the situation is in the game. But it's taking wickets here. That's Worcestershire's ambition. Get a leg gully in there, short leg. Just give the batsman something to think about. Right, looks pretty comfortable here. Barnard bowls. Right, plays off the back foot. Lovely shot, 4 runs. Just came up nicely onto the bat and he stroked it away. It has gone over the boundary rope. I'm going to say it slowed down a bit, but beautiful shot. You also should need to do a little bit of thinking here, because this is pretty straightforward to a batsman like Wright. The ball's coming onto the bat. I think he's quite happy with that. What have you got? Still 26 overs after this one. This is the 3rd ball of Barnard's 11th. This time Wright is forward, pushing the ball away. That might well roll away for 4 more. There's a chase. Gareth Roderick is after it, and the ball will slow down before he gets to the boundary rope. That's 3 more to Wright. He goes to 14. 169 for 8.
Yeah, a few others have made a similar point on the stream. Joe K, 72. Azad is batting well, but not protecting the tail. It's his job to try and play out for a draw. He's the set batsman. Needs to be facing 4 or 5 deliveries and over if possible. It's ridiculous, he says. He keeps taking a single off the first ball of each over.
Well, Chris Wright doesn't look in any trouble at all.
No, he's got full confidence in his partner.
Barnard round the wicket, steered away. There were some shouts of catch, but if it was in the air, yeah, there's nobody backward square on the leg side apart from fielder down on the boundary, so who is Roderick, so there was never a chance of a catch.
Ed Bernard, a little pointed word with Azad as he walked back to his back past him. Azad is, as he always does, just looks, doesn't say anything.
Well, he's got 79, so he's done his talking with his bat. Barnard in bowls. Wright pushes to mid-off. Morris fields.
He has had issues with the short ball into the body, as one is inclined to. In the past, Hassan Azad, and was targeted a little bit for, you know, in his breaks in the second of his seasons, really. But he looks to be more comfortable with it now.
Barnard bowls. Azad pushes away through the covers. Single only. Charlie Morris from mid-off goes away to his left to do the fielding. Completion of the over. Ooh, I think I may have missed an update there.
You never know. Fingers crossed. Dave heads next door. Dylan Pennington rushes with his foot a load of dust away from the bowling crease. Azad and Wright have a chat. 26 overs remain. What's that? Times 6 is 156 legitimate deliveries. Don't know whether that sounds better or worse from Leicestershire's point of view. Just the 2 wickets needed. Pennington is in and bowls to Wright. Very straight, but right behind it. Back up towards Pennington. The Inferno. Illogically, Wright has kept the strike for the 2nd time running. Yep, he looks full of confidence with the bat as Pennington is in and bowls. He's going to turn it down the leg side. It's a appeal for leg before he's gone. He has given it. Wright looks disgusted, but he has given it, and Wright has to go. He sort of raised his bat. Now, whether that was an indication he thought he might have got something on it, who knows? We'll have a look at the replay. Whatever, Wright is on his way, and that could be huge because the prospects of Buren Hendricks keeping out 100 and what is it now, 154 deliveries in company with Hassan Azad seems unlikely. So once again, a Leicestershire sort of tail ender has got in, but not been able to go on. Right, like Parkinson and Barnes, got into double figures. Barnes 15, Parkinson 14, now Wright 15. But it's not enough.
Can't tell you about the replay because on my screen, Azhar Ali's bowling.
Certainly height wasn't an issue, having seen the replay.
No, it was just whether it was.
It was just
missing.
whether it was going on to miss leg or whether he got something on it. Umpire Watts decided neither was the case. Wright has to go for 15, and Hendricks
here we go.
Comes wandering out with Azad 79 not out.
Just got a replay of that. So
thoughts? Excited.
It was tight.
Yeah.
It was one of the, it's one of those where the bowler would have complained. It's one of those where the batsman's probably not over happy. But there you go. The umpire makes the decisions. He's made the decision. So on your way. So.
Okay, that's why Azad should be facing the majority of deliveries.
Oh, yeah, I suppose. Yeah, yeah. He's made his point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Dylan Pennington, 3 for 30. What's his first class best? I would imagine he's had a fair.
I think he's had a 6
more
for
than that. Yeah. Okay.
I think. Good question though.
Let's have a look. Michael Pepper. Dylan Pennington.
Dylan Young Pennington.
Yeah, great name. His best is 5 for 32
right.
against Derbyshire last year. Looking to make it 4 for. Comes in and bowls to Buren Hendricks, who plays with a degree of certainty that is even now making us raise our eyebrows, as it on the back foot just drops it out into the offside. Looks levelly back down the pitch at his fellow left-hander Hassan Azad, who's been there since the start on 79 not out. 3 balls left in the over. Pennington is in and bowling, and nicely played by Hendricks. Just went back and blocked it round the corner down towards Charlie Morris. Comes in from the boundary in front of the meet, and Hendricks happy to take 1. It will be interesting to see how they play this Leicestershire. There are a lot of overs left for Azad to try and farm the strike, but he's wandering down and saying to Hendricks, do I try and take 1? Are you bothered? Do you want to take an over? Another over?
Yeah, well, I'd have everybody up in little circle and not give him the opportunity of taking the single. There's only 2 balls left in the over. Just really tighten it in.
A couple of bouncers. He's probably not going to hook, is he? So he's coming round the wicket to Azad, Dylan Pennington that is, and bowls. Azad hits him very high. Oh, that is not. Oh, is there going to be a run out here? Pennington is still appealing as Joe Leach hurls the ball at the stumps at the non-strikers end. Bit of a mix-up, but that's sort of almost into the body of
Yeah.
Azad, that was
Well, Pennington only joined
can't
in.
be a serious
Yeah,
appeal.
he joined in about well, a second later than everybody else.
I can't help feeling it's a reaction to some of the decisions made. That it's worth a shout every time.
He was outside the line. It was missing and going over. So
Yeah. We'll put that one down to enthusiasm. In he comes again and bowls into the body of Azad, and he's cross with himself. Pennington immediately puts his hands up to his face because he's realised he's given Azad a single, turned it down to Morris at long leg, and does indeed keeps the strike. But I think he'll be forgiven for having picked up a wicket in the over. 173 for 9. Azad on 280. Pennington 3 for 32.
that's interesting. Josh Baker back into the attack.
Yeah.
So maybe they think that if Hendricks is facing a left-hander, of course, he might not be able to resist the spinner. Ed Barnard, 21. No, sorry. Anyway, Ed Barnard wicketless in this innings.
Matt Fango Fox on Twitter. Oh, sorry, on WhatsApp. Missing leg comfortably. The right decision, he thinks.
Here's the Baker in bowls. Slightly quicker and
Get up.
didn't bounce as much delivery. The floodlights have come on.
That might give D'Oliveira a few palpitations. The light.
Baker in again, and now that one goes past the outside edge of Asad's bat, taken by Cox.
Bounced a bit as well, didn't it?
Bounced
after
a bit.
The one that
Hit,
stayed low.
I think that one hit a foothold, didn't it? The one he probably wanted to go straight on anyway. Baker bowls again. That's a long way down. Pad together, pushes the ball away. I see he's had 3 balls now. I'd bring the field in now. Don't give him the single. Keep it tight. But they'll probably do it after the 4th ball or even the 5th ball. Baker in bowls. Turned away for a comfortable single.
The way Hendricks runs as well. He runs in a very casual way as well. I'm going to get there.
Yeah. His cricket is more that of a West Indian, isn't it? Slightly laconic and laid back. Not that all West Indies cricketers are laconic and laid back, but quite a few of them are. He's got 2 balls in this over to face. Baker angling the ball into the left-hander, who plays this comfortably. He's got a very good eye, Hendricks. There's not a lot of foot movement, but
I bet he's one of those who's good at every sport.
yeah, yeah. Plays off 2 at golf. Here's Baker in again. And it's a long way forward. Oh, he doesn't actually make contact with that, and Ben Cox whips the bails up. But Hendricks' left foot is behind the line, his back foot, so there is no decision to be had. So, well, the total is 174 for 9, which doesn't really mean much. Minimum remaining 24 overs, but the lights are on. And, well, we lost the light last night, but it was 7 o'clock. And we lost the light because the sun went down.
Yeah, there's no danger now, certainly, I don't think. 144 balls of the legitimate kind for Leicestershire to survive, to not lose one single wicket. Azad on 81 from 191 deliveries. He's waiting because third man is going much wider. Roderick. Round the wicket comes Pennington and bowls. Azad calmly waits for a delivery that's sort of angled in towards him a little bit and just plays it back up the pitch towards Pennington, who picks up in his follow-through. Field is such that, obviously, other than the 3 slips, there's pretty much a single to be had just about, well, anywhere on the leg side, literally anywhere on the leg side. Even Joe Leach at mid-on is sort of deepish. Extra cover Baker is sort of fairly conventional, as is D'Oliveira at mid-off, outside off stump. banged in grunt of effort, but too wide, and Azad just lifts his bat over the line of the ball, lets it bounce through to Cox.
They're bringing the field in a bit tighter now, which I'm all in favour of. Or is he going into slip?
Short leg, perhaps. Helmets.
Yeah.
For Gareth Roderick. Helmet is all the protection he needs, apparently. Roderick fairly charges in and bangs it in short into the body of Azad, who's equal to it, up on his toes, defending it. Out into the offside. No run. Come on, Penno. Turns at the top of his mark. He looks very fit in and bowls short. Azad just leans back out of the way, lets it go through. He's had injury problems in the past, hasn't he? Judging by his entry in Who's Who.
He's had one or two, yeah.
That's his big frustration.
There's 2 balls left. Get that deep square leg in here. Get your third man up to a short third man. Close the circle.
As if he's heard your very words,
yeah,
Bradders. Well, in comes Azhar Ali from deep backward square to square leg. Roderick goes out of short leg to a run-saving position at the backward point. And Azhar's gone in at mid-wicket, so it is pretty much a single saving field now. Pennington is in, bowls outside off stump. Azhar steps forward, lets it go through. 1 ball left in the over. Hendricks. His heart might be beating a little bit faster, but he doesn't kind of look like it.
It doesn't look like it.
Leaning on his back with his hand on his hip.
He's not a man who looks stressed.
What will be, will be.
Yeah.
One of those, what do they say? Ready to join one of those religions whose only tenet is a complete submission to fate. Pennington is in and bowling. Azad is putting it into the gap. He's calling Hendricks through for the single. If it hits, it would have been close, though Hendricks actually sort of gathered a bit of pace as he got to the stumps, but was probably a good call, but it would have required a decision of umpire Malander. Baker was the man throwing at the stumps, but he had only 1 stump to aim at and wasn't able to hit it.
And he is left-handed, it's to his right, so he's got to twirl round and wang the ball in.
82 then to Azad at the end of the over. 175 for what the total is worth, but the main figure is Min Rem on the board, and that is currently on 23.
Baker to continue. New ball due in 7 overs after this, if Worcestershire should need it. Azad, 82 to his name, waits. Quicker delivery from Baker, but it's outside the off stump and doesn't really draw the batsman into the action, apart from stepping across the crease and putting his pads in the way just in case. He's in again, and this time forward comes Azad. Baker does his own fielding. Very quiet around the ground, apart from the chirping of the Worcestershire fielders. Is Baker's next ball forward solidly. Azad.
Bakesy.
We have to put a.
You've got a Y in it
put a
somewhere.
Y, yeah.
Yeah. Bakesy.
Yeah. Morsey. Next ball from. I nearly called him Bakesy then. Right, field comes in now because there's 2 balls left. That was played back down the pitch to Baker. Worcestershire trying to stop Azad getting the run. A game within a game. Azad looks all the way around to see whether he can find a single. Baker bowls, he's down, he's driving away through the offside. Yeah, he's going to get a single. Well played. Just eased it past Joe Leach. And they're happy to take the single. Now the field starts to go back because they're happy to give Hendricks a single. Still 3 close catches, and Hendricks forward. Plays the ball out on the offside, no run. The wail of a siren. They always do that, sirens, they always wail. Not many other things in life that wail, but sirens do apparently. End of the over, 176 for 9. The figure we're looking at, though, on that scoreboard is 22 overs remaining.
Or 132 deliveries.
Whichever comes sooner.
Only one of which
yeah,
may be important. Pennington, as ever, giving his all, will continue. Joe Leach is advising the younger man, who will be bowling to Hassan Azad with 3 slips in a very angled echelon and a short leg. Pennington is in, and one hand off the bat from Azad as he turns it around the corner down to Azhar Ali. There's 1 or 2 with hands on heads out there, as if it might have been a sniff of a chance for Roderick at short leg under other circumstances. I guess, Brad, as you ought to be sort of be commentating Toot Searle now, because but it could be a while. Do you want to see if you can keep going?
Oh,
see if you're still going in about 15 overs time.
Yeah,
I'll interrupt. But over to Dave Bradley of BBC Hereford and Worcester.
Pennington to bowl to Azad, who takes a look around the field because there are 1 or 2 adjustments taking place from Brett D'Oliveira, so the game comes to a standstill. Now we're having a leg gully coming in here, or a leg slip, whichever you prefer. I'll call him a leg slip. Azhar Ali in there. Pennington to Azad, who plays up the field. And D'Oliveira will field. There was a game a few years ago when Worcestershire played Somerset, and their good friend Anthony Gibson was commentating for the Southwest stations, so we handed over to him. I think it was just after lunch the 9th wicket went down. He was still talking at tea. It was a record Worcestershire last wicket stand. Milton got 100. McGoffin got, I think, a career best. Highest Worcestershire last wicket stand. He was still talking. Keep going, mate. Pennington bowls. Bouncer. That's a decent bouncer at this stage of the game, with a not very hard ball. The batsman, as that, ducks underneath it fairly comfortably, but he was hurried a little. Pennington walks back up to an advertising logo that's pinned to the outfield. In he comes, bowls, Azad forward. He's gone past the 200 mark in terms of balls faced. Azad, he's got 206 balls against his 83 runs. Now, changing the field here as they're trying to keep him on strike. So the leg gully disappears, he goes to extra cover, and the short leg goes to square leg, but there's still a big gap on that onside. If he can work it through there, square leg to mid on, and Pennington's going to come around the wicket. Sorry, he's going to come over the wicket to angle the ball across the batsman. Down the slope comes Pennington, bowls. Sad lets this one go by outside the off stump. 1 ball left in the over. I'm relatively convinced that Hendricks quite capable of playing out an over at this stage of the game. Right, more changes here. Fine leg comes up to square leg. So 3 on the onside, 3 on the offside, saving the single. 3 slips. A wicket keeper and a bowler. Pennington to Azad, and it's outside the off stump. So Pennington kind of does what he wanted to, in that he keeps the batsman in check, and an opportunity to have an over at Hendricks. Pennington 15 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 33. Baker has 4 for 44. That's nice. 3 for 33, 4 for 44. Easy to work out the averages.
Joe Leach starting to warm up. Maybe with a view to the new ball in 5 overs time. Maybe Pennington's in need of a breather.
Well, Charlie Morris hasn't bowled for a long time, so he'll be fresh for a new ball. Here is Baker coming in to bowl Hendricks. Hendricks, well, he goes to pad this away, and I think it almost hits the stumps. I'm not quite sure what he did with that. He certainly thrust a pad down the pitch.
He said, you didn't play a shot though, did he? But it was buys, I think. Hang on. Did it hit the pad?
Did it hit the bat?
Did it hit the bat?
It did, yeah.
No signal. How on earth did... Because he seemed to lift the bat out of the...
He certainly did.
Let's have a look,
Let's
see.
get another look at that. What he...
Well, he pulled the bat right back out of the line, but it must have bounced and spun onto it.
All very strange. The thing is, though, it was a single, which brings Assad back onto strike.
How on earth?
I've no idea what happened there. He said there was certainly no signal of buys or leg buys or anything, so we assume it hit the bat. Baker to Azad, squares him up a little bit.
Hello to Robin in Denver, Colorado.
Ah.
Says it's been an age since he's seen a game of cricket live.
Really?
He's been watching SA South Africa bullying Bangladesh.
Ah, right. Here's the next ball pushed away on the offside. Big shout of no. Leach fields at cover point, we're going to call him.
In the place of his birth, he says, but watching a real game is a real pleasure.
Good. Nice to have you with us. Baker bowls again. Azad's down. He's looking for a single to get up to the other end. He doesn't get it. 1 ball left in the over.
Cockney pair, Stephen Hancock's is watching as well.
Next ball from Baker, and that's flicked away. Ah, he's going to get the single. There's actually 2 there, but Azad is not going to come back for the second. Just worked it down towards back with a square on the leg side. And those overs are ticking down. 20 left. And Joe Leach
120 balls in.
Is indeed taking his sweater off, so he can have a couple of overs with the old ball, and then the possibility of taking a new ball.
You're doing a grand job.
Hey?
You're doing a grand job, Brandis.
I know.
I quite enjoy this watching cricket.
I could be
talking
doing
about
this
it.
in another hour's time, mate.
Exactly.
Thank you very much. Feel free, anytime.
Just give me a shout if you need a cup of tea or something.
Rub down with the sporting life. Charlie Morris is going off to get his bowling boots on, because he's going to be coming up the slope very shortly. So Adam Finch is on as 13th man, because Gareth Roddick's been on since the start of play, and Finch has gone to mid-on. So Leach has got 3 slips and that leg gully stroke slip in. Azhar Ali is at cover point. He was a little bit deeper, but Oliveira's called him in a bit. Assad it is, who waits for Leach and flicks this one away through the leg side. That's a comfortable single, but they're not taking it. Josh Baker out on the fence at deep square leg. It's not as bright as it was earlier.
The light is beginning to fade a little bit.
Oh, the irony if they had to come off a bad light. As Leach turns, leaves the Bennett end behind him, bowls. Assad once again turns it on the leg side, and there is no run. It's I always think it's this stage of a game where you explain the game of cricket to somebody who's never seen it, and then you try to explain what's happening now. Well, he's not trying to score runs. Why is he not trying to score runs? So
I'd be inclined to have just about everybody in a catching position, to be
Oh,
quite
well,
honest.
I'm thinking that, you know, get them all in. The runs don't matter. Azad waits, Leach bowls, and turns on the onside. No run. So that's 3 in-swingers or balls coming into the batsman that Leach has bowled. Is he going to bowl the away swinger? I'd have that guy in now, deep square legs. Save that single. Bring your fine leg up. Oh, in fact, he is. Well done, Dolly. Get him in a circle. Leg gully disappears. He goes to mid-wicket. Big gap on the offside, though. They're looking for a run there. It's just a push. Much pointing and gesticulating between skipper, bowler and wicketkeeper.
Fine leg is being
He's
brought
coming
in
back.
now, Pennington.
Leg gully is coming back. There's still a run on the offside if they want it, or if he can get a bat on it. Here comes Leach. Azad is halfway down the wicket. Leach bowls one down the leg side. That's quite comical cricket there, because Azad had gone, what, 3 steps up the pitch? And Leach thought, go on. So he just slung one down the leg side, which wasn't a wide, of course.
He was once run out dancing down the track.
Really?
Yeah, he didn't get back, or didn't walk back quickly enough. Keeper took it, just rolled the ball at the stumps. It was, and hit him.
That gap in the covers has now been filled. So Leach, having bowled 4 down the leg side, he's going to bowl a couple that might go the other way. He's in and bowls. Oh, Assad gets that's a short one. Gets his nose out the way. Umpire indicates above the shoulder delivery. It was above the head and everything else. Assad, last ball of Leach's 11th over. He has nothing in the wickets column. You'd be very chuffed if that 1 wicket that he did take was that of Hassan Azad. He's faced 218 balls now for his 84. 3 on the off, 3 on the leg, saving the single, 3 slips. Leach bowls, another bouncer, and he makes sure that Azad stays at that end.
Ian Furneaux, decent fight by the Foxes, though. He said could have crumbled.
Yeah.
They're making it as hard as they can, but I think well, who knows. 19 overs to go, which means 114 legitimate deliveries. Much waving from. It's the start of the final hour, is it?
I guess that's what Neil Mallender
he was waving at the scorers.
just signalled. What time is it?
It is
5:02. Oh, I better go.
Updates time. So I will take over for the time being. In goes Baker bowls. Big stride from a big man, Bjorn Hendricks, getting to the pitch of the ball, defending it back down the pitch. On the offside, there'll be an update also for BBC Radio Leicester shortly, as Baker is in, dabs down on it a little late there, Hendricks, and it bounces to first slip. And there is obviously no run. Baker is in and bowling. Hendricks back, and a lot of time to defend that one back down the pitch to Josh Baker. 4 for 46, his figures at the moment, a career best. He is in and bowls, stays a fraction low, and he bends down as they're ready to celebrate young Baker, but Hendricks, as you will have heard from the sound of ball on bat in the effects microphone, played it comfortably enough. Baker is in, and that's sort of worked down towards gully by Bjorn Hendricks, nurdled if you like. Leach jogs in pursuit. Hendricks going nowhere because that was the 4th ball of the over. So Azar comes in to silly point or second slip. He goes to second slip in the end, I suspect, to his relief. Baker is in, a play and a miss as an appeal for a catch behind, or the stumping. Anyway, Cox took the bails off, but Neither appeal, if 2 appeals it was, are answered in the affirmative. And that is the end of the over. So Hendricks has played out a maiden. 18 overs remain then. 108 deliveries. Just 2 overs now to the new ball. I must admit, there was a point at which Leicestershire didn't look like they were going to reach the new ball. So just the 1 wicket has fallen post tee, which was taken on 147 for 8. Joe Leach is going to go round the wicket to Hassan Azad. Short leg is in. Leg slip is in. Dave Bradley is back in the commentary box as Leach is in and bowls. He's looking to turn it into the leg side. Thumps into the thigh pad. Everybody starts to leap into the air. Everybody chokes off the start of their celebrations, realising it's going nowhere, and Bradders is back. You just might be interrupted by BBC Radio.
I can live with that. I didn't get interrupted by BBC Hereford and Worcester because they didn't bother. So.
Oh, crack on then.
Yeah.
Until we hear something.
Yeah. Leach round the wicket to Hazard bowls, turned away. That might go away for 4 actually.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Although at this stage of the proceedings, it doesn't really matter. Well, it matters to Azad if it goes to his personal total, of course. He's got 84 out of 178. 88. Yeah. Out of 182 for 9. The scoreboard was a tad slow on that occasion.
Mr. Legit on the stream says this is getting quite interesting.
Yeah. Especially with the light dimming. Leach in, bowls, Azad forward, plays up the pitch. Charlie Morris goes across the field. Morris, I suspect, will get the next over.
He's bowled an over in warm-ups in that 15 seconds there when he's had the ball in his hand, windmilling away. Leg slip comes out to cover.
Oh, so 3 balls left in this over. Leach to Azad, who is not for the first time today forward playing the ball away on the offside. D'Oliveira looking round his field but happy with where they are at the moment, although no, he's not happy with where they are at the moment because Roderick at short leg is probably going to go to mid-wicket. What effort this has been. Great effort from Hassan Azad this is, with 223 balls he's faced. Opened the batting at 11 o'clock this morning. Still here just after 5 o'clock. Leach bowls, turned on the leg side, tumbling take from Roderick. Lots of chattering, come on boys, come on boys. 1 ball left in the over. Is Leach going to bowl a bouncer? Those floodlights are beginning to shine brightly. Leach to Hazard. He does indeed bowl a bouncer. Hazard can't get a bat on. 2 helmets coming out here, so Charlie Morris is off down towards...
Yeah, will be the last over from Baker, won't it? You would imagine.
Yeah.
You can see, if they were to get to sort of 2 or 3 overs to go, he might come back on with the harder, newer ball, see if he can get a bit of bounce and turn. But yeah, I was just thinking the lights on the scoreboard look brighter, the floodlights look brighter. It's beginning to be quite gloomy. 17 overs though still remain, 102 deliveries.
Well, that's an hour's cricket, isn't it? We're still here at 6 o'clock.
Hendricks has a lot of company.
It does. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fielders around the bat, plus the wicket-keeper. As Baker comes in and bowls, Hendricks forward, plays a nice shot. He's only going to he's going to settle for one. This is bizarre cricket. Worcester should be quite happy if that goes over the ropes. They can't kick it over the ropes, of course, because that is illegal. So Hendricks takes a single. Now, they can leave the field where they are, I think, which is, for me,
absolutely.
Yeah, a good idea. So there's a silly mid-off, 2 slips, a leg slip, and a forward short leg. Baker jogs in and bowls a quicker delivery. Assad covers up.
Hendricks just doesn't look bothered,
No.
leaning on his back.
It looks like he's waiting for the bus. Baker bowls. Assad is down a long way, couple of steps, making sure he smothers any spin. 3 balls left of the over. 16 overs after this one, possibly. Changes in the field. One of the slips becomes extra cover, the other one becomes a fine leg, saving a single, or a backward square leg. Here's Baker. Bowls. Flicked away, and a good stop there by Joe Leach. Got down to his left at backward point and made sure there was no single to be taken. 2 balls left in the over now, and the short leg disappears to square leg. So, and the silly mid-off disappears. So there's 3 helmets piled up behind wicketkeeper Cox. Umpire Neil Mallender has a stretch. Last ball of the over, and Sad is down. Can't do much with it. Plays it defensively. 1 ball to come in the over. I do apologise. Miscounted. Can he nurdle a single? There's 4 on each side now, saving the single. And he's flicked that one away, but I think he's got too much on it. That's raced away for 4 down the hill. Has it? Yes, just about made it over the rope. Not very often a batsman curses when he hits a boundary, but he might well have done there. But he's gone to 92 out of 187 for 9. Now,
Well,
it's going to be Leach and Morris, but the umpires are having a chat.
it is quite gloomy out there. He's handing the new ball to umpire Watts, and in turn it is handed to Joe Leach. I think the lights are okay.
It's
not great, but it's okay.
No, it gets much dimmer than this, though. They might be having a discussion, at which point Brett D'Oliveira will say, all right, we'll bowl our spinners then.
16 overs, 96 deliveries. It seemed so very long ago when it was in the 150s.
No,
so
that's true. Leach round the wicket into Hendricks, turns it on the onside. Still no real demons in this Grace Road pitch. I say we lost almost a day's cricket, so it's the end of a 3rd day pitch, but it's played pretty well. There's been a little something in there for the bowlers, and a lot in there for the batsmen.
Mike Jelfs, far too dark still to be playing.
Leach bowls. Hendricks seems to have a lot of time to play the ball. He never seems to be hurried. I wonder if Joe Leach is going to try and bowl him a shorter one or get one up into his ribs. Although I'm not sure that there's that much bounce in this pitch now.
Kyle Ferguson getting nervous now. It's been a good cricket match.
It has. Hendricks waits for Leach, and Leach gets... Ooh. He gets it past the edge of Hendricks' bat. That one was the one that was just short of a length and bounced a bit, and Hendricks, who likes to get onto the front foot, couldn't get there.
It nibbled, didn't it, off the pitch, the new ball.
The arms of the slips and wicketkeeper Cox, well, wicketkeeper Cox arms didn't go up because he was catching the ball, but the slips arms all went skyward. Oh, yeah, just watch a replay of that one. Actually, it went inside, I think. It's inside his bat. Here's Leach again. Hendricks From here, I'd have sworn he edged that one. He went the other way, that one.
Yeah, bounced a bit that time, that's for sure.
Into Cox's gloves, perhaps the inside edge of the bat. So, 2 balls left in this over, and then there's 15 after that, possibly. I'm still not convinced we're going to get them all in. Leach to Hendricks. Hendricks turns this casually away on the onside. Well, he's thinking about taking a run, but
5th ball of the over.
yeah, his partner says,
SSN.
don't worry too much about it. And D'Oliveira doesn't have to set a field to save a run. He needs just to. In fact, what's he putting in here? The helmet's coming on. One of the. In fact, there's 4 helmets out there now. And Roderick takes one of them and goes to shortish leg. He's a couple of pitch lengths away from the batsman. Leach bowls. Hendricks solidly up to mid-on. Leach has his hand on his head. And good over from Joe Leach, but hasn't taken the wicket that Worcestershire desperately need. It's going to be Charlie Morris to bowl from the pavilion end.
15 overs to go, potentially. And Worcestershire supporters should be reassured to know that the sun is actually visible at the moment. It's sort of, you can see it through the haze above to our right, and
yeah.
And in those circumstances, you know, that the light certainly isn't. Although the floodlights are on, they're not taking over from the sunlight. You can't really see shadows being cast by the lights.
Charlie Morris is the bowler. 4 slips and a leg gully for Azad, who's on 92. Almost half his team's runs. Nobody else has got over 20 in the Leicestershire innings. 11, 12, 11, 1, 0, 9, 15, 14 and 15 are the individual contributions.
Four slips and a leg slip.
Morris charges in, bowls, nice shot. 4.
Yes.
Azhar Ali is giving it a chase.
Azad deserves 100, I think.
He does, without a doubt, yeah.
96 not out to him.
Yeah, and with the field set as it is, very attacking, there's a few gaps as well, so we can get bat on ball. We saw Lewis Hill in the first innings, who probably deserved 100, but didn't get it. Here's Morris to Azad. That's very, very solid bat and pad together. Pushing out on the offside.
Yeah, he hasn't given a chance, has he?
No.
Unlike Hill. It's been an admirable display of temperament as well as technique, really.
Well, to bat for this long, brilliant. Morris bowls. Azad lets it go through outside the off stump, taken low down by wicket-keeper Cox. So what did he bat it by? 2 hours this morning. 2 hours this afternoon, 4 hours, and since tea, which is at 4 o'clock, another hour and 17 minutes. So he's batted for 5.25 hours.
Yeah, just about 81.5 overs.
Yeah. He'll sleep well tonight. Morris, can he end it all? He's in and bowls. Azad flicks this one around. Nice shot. That's probably going to roll away for a very good 100. Is it? No, it's going to stop short. They might run 4 here. Hendricks doesn't look interested. And they do, in fact, run 4. So that is Asad's century. I think they've run 4, haven't they?
I think they ran 2.
Do you?
3, sorry. They took 3.
They took 3 in the end.
They're taking 3.
That's it. They could have taken 4
on the
there.
4th ball. So, don't get out now, Bjorn.
I was convinced they'd run 4 there, because that went all the way down to the ropes.
Within a foot of the ropes.
Yeah.
Oh, don't get out now.
Two balls left in this over. Short leg in now. 4 slips and a short leg. Morris around the wicket to Hendricks. Bowls. Hendricks drives out to mid-off. It looks as if he feels no tension at all here, Hendricks. And maybe he doesn't. These overs are ticking away. 14 left after this one. Charlie Morris. Round the wicket he goes. Bowls. Hendricks lifts his bat out. This bloke can bat, I tell you. This guy is not a number 11 batsman. He's a sheep in wolf's clothing. Joe Leach rips his sweater off. 194 for 9. These two came together in the 79th, and we are in the... what we just finished. They batted more than 3 overs, haven't they? Well, maybe not.
82...
Hendricks has faced 21 balls. They must have done.
171 when the wicket fell. So, yeah, far more than that. 84 balls to go.
Of which Joe Leach is going to bowl 1 to Azad, who's on 99 now. If there's a single to be had, does he take the single here and get 100?
Not off the first ball, I don't think.
Oh, it's difficult, isn't it? Leach bowls Azad. There's a comfortable single there, but he ain't going to take it. That must be a great temptation to do so. He needs 2, doesn't he? So he can get his 100 and get back. There's probably 2 to be had on the offside if he can get it through the covers. 4 slips, a leg slip, a deep square leg, a deep backward point, a mid-on and a mid-off. Leach. Down the slope he comes. Bowls. Sad lets it go by outside the off stump. Cricket just throws up different scenarios, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And this is a scenario that you might not see again this season. A guy on 99 doesn't want to take a single.
Despite the fact the last man is at the other end.
Yeah.
Because it would mean exposing that last man.
That last man who can bat. Trust me, folks. Hendricks is just kidding us all. Leach in to Azad forward. Solid. Pushes back up the pitch. Now, what are Worcestershire going to do here? They're going to pull them in. 3 balls left in the over. Yep. Square leg, cover point come in. But if they want to keep this attacking field on, there's 4 slips and a leg slip. So I guess the leg slip stroke gully is going to have to come out. No, he's leaving him there for now. Leach powers in, bowls, push to Azhar Ali at cover point. No run. I see the Worcestershire coaching staff have gone for a walk, trying to take a wicket. So now from here, the leg slip stroke gully has come out into the covers. The 4th slip has gone into mid wicket. So 3 on the leg side, 3 on the offside.
They probably wouldn't mind if he hits a 4 here, Worcester. They don't mind if he gets 100 as long as he stays on this end, really.
Yeah. Leach in, has that down. Gets a little bit strangled to a ball down the leg side, mainly because he's gone down the pitch. Cox takes 1 ball left of the over. 13 overs after this one.
Andrew Humphrey. This is why 4/5 day cricket is the greatest format. No other sport gets into these sort of situations.
No, as I say, this is a situation you may not see again 2 or 3 seasons. It's a guy on 99. Now he wants to take a single more than anything in the world. Can Leach stop him doing that? He can. Plays it to mid-wicket. And there is no run. Leach 14 overs, 5 maidens, no wicket for 35.
Well, he turned down a single on the first ball, didn't he? But
He did.
Had to, really.
I think you can see that, can't you?
Yeah.
But he's batting for his team here.
Yes, he is.
It would have been easy to have taken that single and said, look, here I am, I've got 100, but he would leave Hendricks to face 5 balls. But
78 deliveries left to be bowled.
Possibly. And our watery sun's still just about shining through. Well, I must admit, that's, what was it, 122 for 7? I didn't think we'd still be here heading up to 5:30. Here's Charlie Morris bowling to Baron Hendricks. Hendricks forward. Solid. A good old scrap, this, isn't it? No quarter given.
Leicestershire on the ropes, but weaving and ducking and covering up and trying to get through to the bell.
Well, the last 2 wickets have taken Worcestershire, I think, 37 overs to get them out. Morris, can he end it all? Bowls to Hendricks. Hendricks squeezes that one away. He's going to pick up a single, which is exactly what he wanted. In fact, it's gone for 4, which was probably what he didn't want. It was never going to be cut off by Gareth Roderick anyway, who was pleading with the ball to go over the rope. So Hendricks has to face again, and Azad is still on 99.
Oh. Even after all this time and all this cricket watching, my stomach is clenched for him, you know?
Yeah. Charlie Morris. Can he be the hero? Bowls to Hendricks. Hendricks gets nicely into line and pushes it on the offside. I'm gonna repeat what I said before. This bloke can bat. No, I don't know what he's told the coaches or the captain or anything else, but he can bat. Right, as we say, everybody can hold a bat these days. There's no bunnies, there's no rabbits left in county cricket, or if there are, there's very few. Morris to Hendricks, forward, pushing away on the offside, no run. Joe Leach comes over, has a chat with Morris. What's he going to tell him? Bowl him a short one, put him under his ribs, make him uncomfortable. We've got now a short leg and 4 slips. 5th ball of the over coming up. Worcestershire not bothered if he takes a single, and Morris has gone over the wicket, so angling the ball across the left-hander. And this ball is off an edge, but it's along the ground. Stopped by Baker at 4th slip, but and that's hurt his hand as well.
Still, it's gone cold again, hasn't it? Really cold, and yeah, it has gone a bit darker now again. You can just about see the sun through the haze, which is just about keeping the light acceptable with the floodlights.
Last ball of the over. Hendricks up on his toes, pushes away on the offside. I think Baker would like a bit of freeze spray on that, because in fact he's holding his arm, his forearm, as if it hit him somewhere inside his elbow in that direction.
Chris Wright was out. I think there were 24 overs remaining.
He was out in the 79th.
Was he?
No,
just 5? No, that can't
be right. 69th?
Yeah, I think so. So, yes, that makes more sense. So they've got halfway through. 72 balls left. 12 overs.
Possibly. I'll keep saying possibly.
Well, yes.
Here's Leach to Azad, and Azad can take a single if he wants it, but he doesn't take it. Oh, do you know, I'd be tempted if he gets a single off the 3rd ball. I'd take that, get me 100, because I think Hendricks is quite capable of hanging around. Now Baker is, whether he's doing that not to get stiff, but he's just been doing some arm twirling.
Yeah, with a nice hard ball with a bit of a seam. It's got to be worth a try.
Leach in bowls and pushed into the offside by Azad. There's not two there. There's one.
Just the one out to Azad. Doesn't take it. Can't take it.
Of course, if the light stays, we've got to get down to the last ball, haven't we?
Yes.
You know, sometimes if there's 4 wickets left, they'll shake hands before the last over, but
no.
There's only 1 wicket left.
Absolutely, yeah. We are going to the very end. Come what might.
Joe Leach is the bowler. Bowls to Azad, turns this one round on the leg side. There might be 2 there, and that's a century for Hassan Azad, and a very good 100 it's been in difficult circumstances. Well batted. 101 out of a total of 198. Assad with that boundary has 103, 243 balls, 11 fours, 331 minutes, 5.5 hours. Well batted.
Yeah, well done, Hassan Azad. His 7th first-class century. He's brought up the Leicestershire 200 with that as well, but it's been... I don't think it's unfair or over the top to say it's been an almost epic effort on his part. 9 wickets have fallen at the other end, and he hasn't given a chance, and he's been solidity personified. Can he keep it going?
Can Joe Leach end it all? And he's flicked this one away, and he's going to get the single he wants as well to get up to the other end, so Hendricks will have 2 balls to face.
Welcome to listeners to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
Oh, welcome.
To the Uptonsteel County Ground, where we have one of those situations at the end of a game dominated by Worcestershire, but Leicestershire, though against the ropes, are ducking and diving and weaving and hanging on. They are 203 for 9. They have 11.2 overs to survive. Hassan Azad, Leicestershire's opener, has gone to his century. It's been a superb effort from him. With him at the moment is Bjorn Hendricks, Leicestershire's last man, who is 7 not out of 27 balls and facing Joe Leach.
Who is in and bowls, and Hendricks gets it in the air. Oh, and there's 3 men on the leg side. There's a short leg, mid-wicket and a mid-on. It's gone up in the air and landed between all 3. Leach walks back with his hands on his head.
Oh my goodness.
That is probably about the first full shot that Hendricks has played, because he's a very competent number 11. He's a very laid-back number 11, but oh, that could have been it.
It's the first time he's been discomforted, and it could have gone anywhere, and it went between about 8 fielders. Goodness me.
Last ball of Leach is over, and Hendricks has an expansive drive at this one. Goes through to wicket-keeper Cox, whose ours more hands on head than hands possible. But Azad 104. It's been a brilliant 100. I know those of you on Sports Extra not been with us this afternoon, doing other things, but as good a century as you're going to see, and in very difficult circumstances, with wickets tumbling all around him. 122 for 7. When the 7th wicket went down in the 46th over, and we are now in the 86th. So the last 2 wickets have taken 40 overs for Worcestershire to nurdle.
Chisel out. You're listening to Dave Bradley of BBC Radio Hereford and Worcester, and Richard Ray of BBC Radio Leicester, the last knockings of this game.
Back to spin. Baker in bowls. Azad, not for the first time today, has gone forward defensive. I reckon tomorrow morning I'll go mow my lawn, and I'll have to move Azad because he's playing forward defensive. Can you move over a bit, mate? Baker bowls. Azad is down. Quite likes doing that couple of steps.
His 100 incidentally came off 243 balls. He hit 11 fours, many very beautifully wristily through the offside, and has occupied best part of 5 3/4 hours.
Here's the next ball, which is played out on the onside. BBC Radio Leicester are coming to us for an update from Richard Ray.
203 for 9 with 10.5 overs to go. Can Leicestershire pull off the extraordinary feat of saving this game? And if they do, they'll have Hassan Azad to thank. The opener has played throughout the day. He's 104 not out. It came off 243 balls. Worcestershire have 10 overs to take this final wicket, but they had 24 overs to take the final wicket. And together with Bjorn Hendricks, Azad is defiant at the moment.
Changes in the field because we've had 4 balls of the over, and so some fielders have gone to save the single. We've still got a silly mid-off, a leg slip and a slip. Baker bowls. Azad is down, and oh, where's he going? Where's he going? He has to hurry back because D'Oliveira's throw has sent him back into his crease. But I mean, I think he went 3 steps down there.
At least. And yeah, just seemed to lose his head slightly. I wasn't quite sure where he was and managed to scramble back into his ground.
He's going to try and take a single off the last ball. Baker bowling left arm over, bowls. Azad forward, actually plays it defensively. And Hendricks, Baker, 27 overs, 8 maidens, 4 for 51 for the young Worcestershire spinner.
First class best for him in his fledgling career.
Leach to continue.
He'd give anything to make it 5, wouldn't he?
Oh, yeah. Well, Leach would give anything to make it 1.
Just to add for listeners to Sports Extra that it's beginning to get quite gloomy here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. The floodlights are on, and it could be, with 10 overs to go, that light becomes a factor. Not at the moment, according to the umpires, who are Neil Malander and Chris Watts.
Joe Leach talking to his skipper, Brett D'Oliveira. Men out today: Evans 11, Rhodes 12, Ackerman 11, Hill 1, Swindles without scoring, Mike 9, Barnes 15, Parkinson 14 and Wright 15. So nobody else in this Leicestershire batting order has got more than 20 apart from Azad, who's got 104. And it's Hendricks to face, who has a very laconic batting style. Here's Leach. Can he hurry him? Bowls. Ooh. And he does a little bit there. That bounces a bit. He's probably gone forward to a ball that's just a bit too short to go forward to, Hendricks, but he's got he's got a bottom hand on it. He's looking at the fingers.
Yeah, well, a few batsmen have been hit. Lewis Hill has a particular issue after being hit on the hand by a ball from Leach. Maybe we've just rolled his fingers across the seam, got a bit of extra bounce. Under the floodlights, starting to do a bit. It is cold as well here at the Uptonsteel.
Here's Leach, and this time Hendricks. Oh, well, he goes to pull the ball somewhere over deep square leg into the practice nets and gets it off the toe end of the bat. And again, that could have gone anywhere.
Just in the last over or two, having looked so secure for so long, Bjorn Hendricks is just starting to look a little bit, shall we say, vulnerable.
Nazar Ali does extra cover, but he's a catching extra cover. He's not a walking in extra cover. 3 slips, short leg, Leach, bowls, Hendricks, oh, plays and misses. Hands go up in the air.
Yeah, a bit too good for Bjorn, that one. I think it's straightened a little bit off the seam.
He's just telling us what exactly what it's done.
Left me.
Yeah. Thanks, mate.
Would have beaten Sobers.
Yeah. Well, he's talking to a fellow South African, Gareth Roderick, so perhaps they're chatting away in Afrikaans or something. Here's Leach to Hendricks, and Hendricks, solid on this one. Never a bother. Do have to say that I would not be at all surprised if the umpires came together at the end of this over. At which point Brett D'Oliveira might say, well, hang on a minute, I've got a spinner on one end, so it's not dangerous, but if Leach was to stay on, or
he's got to be a bit careful about banging it in, hasn't he? Give the umpires pause for thought. 4th slip isn't going in. It looks like Baker's going to go to leg slip, possibly.
Leg gully, yeah, leg slip. Yeah. Leach to Hendricks. This ball, it's a bouncer. Hendricks ducks underneath it.
Not sure that was a good idea.
5th ball of the over.
make the umpires think. Number
Yeah.
11, darkish light.
Saw it nice and early. Floodlights are on, but you can't really see the effect of the floodlights. You can't really see any shadows. By the way, last night we lost 4 overs here because the sun went down. It was after 7 o'clock and
It was
just
7:07, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It went down behind.
disappeared behind the houses. Leach in, bowls to Hendricks, and that's very short, and Hendricks not drawn into it at all. Leach not very pleased with himself.
No. Too wasted. Maiden over, but
Yeah.
not really a dangerous one of those last 2 balls. The previous 4 were Leach thrashes the air, having taken his cap from umpire Watts. 9 overs to go. 54 deliveries. It was 140, I think 146 when these deliveries potentially left, when these 2 came together. And it's now 54.
Well, there's people leaving. I mean, okay, maybe they've got something to do. Maybe they've got to get home for country file or something. But not sure I'd be leaving at this stage. Baker is the bowler. The ever thrusting forward Azad is the batsman.
Pennington is starting to warm up, the young fast bowler.
Yeah.
So it looks like Leach's work is done.
Next ball from Baker. Bat slightly away from the body this time from Azad, but any turn that Baker's getting is a bit slow. This has been a good pitch. There's always been a bit in it for the bowlers, but
yeah, it hasn't broken up, has it?
It's been good to bat on. But he's looking for those bits of rough outside the left-handers off stump, and well,
going to go round.
he is going to go round. A bit puzzled as to why. Bowls, forward comes Azad, because surely that more of that rough goes out of play, if that makes sense.
Indeed, and he's got to turn it, straighten it quite a long way back into Azad to get a leg before.
4th ball of the over, and twirled away Baker. Now it's at this stage that Brett D'Oliveira pulls away his slips and everybody else.
Helmets are piled up behind the wicket-keeper. 1, 2, 3, 4 of them.
Brett D'Oliveira, who pulled off a master stroke when he put Azhar Ali onto bowl. Parkinson had batted forever out there, very obdurate, and he got him 3rd ball. Don't think he's going to bowl again though. Next ball, just dabbed away on the leg side by Azhar. This will be the last ball of the over, so he'll be looking for a single here to get Hendricks off strike. The pile of helmets continues to build. Still got a slip in there though. Here's Baker in, he bowls. I said, not really looking for a run there.
Content to give Bjorn Hendricks the strike against the quicker deliveries that will be propelled by Dylan Pennington. Maiden over for Baker. A rare blank in an innings for Joe Leach, who had picked up 4 in the first innings plus a 70. But not this time around. So Pennington has already got a couple of wickets in this innings. George Rhodes, formerly of Worcestershire, of course, and Ben Mike were 2 of them. Who was the 3rd? Harry Swindles? No.
Right, Mike and Rhodes.
It was Wright, you're right. Chris Wright, leg before wicket. Just after tea.
4 slips, a short leg. By the way, a couple of those catches earlier by Ed Barnard were top draw. Here's Pennington. Round the wicket he comes. He bowls to Hendricks. Hendricks pushes on the offside. He called for a quick single. He's going to get it as well. D'Oliveira throws at the stumps at the non-striker's end. For me, Hendricks was comfortably home.
Single off the first ball gets Azad back down on strike. And Azad applauds Bjorn Hendricks. Taps his hand against his bat. Hendricks can relax. I don't think he ever isn't relaxed, to be quite honest.
The thing we like about Hendricks is he plays a shot and then he just stands there and waits for the next ball. Don't go walking about or anything. Here's Pennington. He's in and bowls Azad into that forward crouch. Plays the ball back up the pitch.
7.4 overs remain.
Well, we're going to count balls now, aren't we?
We are.
46. 46 balls away. And as we were saying earlier, we've got to get down to the last ball. It's not one of those where you could shake hands with an over left or something like that.
Light permitting. It is worsening a little.
Yeah. There's a few more people leaving as well. Bizarre. Pennington to Hazard, and Hazard lets it go by outside the off stump. Well, whatever points Leicestershire get out of this game, Hassan Hazard can say, I earned a few of those. Although Lewis Hill batted very well in the first innings for them. They went past the follow-on target, although Worcestershire probably wouldn't have enforced the follow-on anyway.
Sports Extra have gone elsewhere.
Have they?
Indeed.
What's better than this?
But they have left with an online plug, they said, to try and... should people wish to have kept listening.
Foolish. Pennington, over the wicket, bowls. Late decision from Hazard, but he takes the bat out the way. Correct decision. Well, we were worried about missing the traffic coming out the football, I don't know.
Rush hour tomorrow morning, if Hassan Hazard is there. Has anything to do with it?
Yeah.
44 balls remain. Potentially to be bowled.
Changes again in the field. Becoming routine, this is.
So they've got through 102 balls, these two.
Hazard. Bat held high, waits, lets the ball go by outside the off stump. Need to make him play here, Worcestershire. So still a fairly new ball. On a fairly benign pitch, it has to be said, but you've got to get the batsman to play.
Well, Hazard will be looking for a single off this ball, last ball of the over. Pennington is going to go around the wicket and I suspect bang it in short.
Blonde hair, broad shoulders, Pennington. Down the slope he comes, bowls. Hazard, oh, well, Ed Barnard leaps about 12 feet in the air because he thought he'd edged it, but he hadn't. He had to go past the edge of his bat. Pennington walks away, cursing his luck. Some squawking gulls somewhere.
We haven't really heard gulls in this game,
No.
so the nearest gulls really that I know, there's a big colony over at Rutland Water, but that's a good few miles away. Some of the lakes up to the north of the city perhaps, but of course they tend to flock around the rubbish areas these days, don't they, as well?
Yeah. Baker. Yeah, into the dustbins, the old
7 overs,
city goals.
42 deliveries.
What are we doing here? We got short leg. Short leg, slip.
Don't think Leicestershire are going to get the 166 they need to win the game.
Possibly not. Be a good finish if they do. 4 a ball. So we've got 3 crouching close fielders now. And Hendricks, oh, plays and misses. There's an appeal for a catch, there's an appeal for a stumping.
Slightly airy drive from Buren. Doesn't get anything on it. Inside the line. Hazard's warming up again.
Oh, he is, yeah. Baker bowls forward. Perhaps he's just got cold. No, he's warming up to bowl, isn't he?
On Worcestershire debut.
Baker to Hendricks. Forward. Pushed away, offside. No run. Oh, it's 5:45. I was on about missing the traffic from the football. It's Baker in again. Dabbed down into the ground. Cox from behind the stumps comes round and completes the fielding.
Stomach is churning.
Are you hungry?
How can it situations
it's
develop in...
It's a long time since lunch.
Goodness me. 39, 38 deliveries.
5 close catches plus the wicketkeeper. Hendricks waits. Baker bowls. Quicker delivery. Hendricks goes back. Gets bat on it. Pushes it away. 204 for 9. The runs don't really matter, but that 9 is a big figure up there. Baker bowls, forward comes Hendricks. Now Pennington is going to continue.
36 balls, 6 overs.
Do you think Azhar Ali was just making a point to the captain that don't forget?
Possibly.
Don't forget I'm a wicket-taking bowler.
I wonder what Azad and Hendricks are saying. Azad's saying, look, Bjorn, I know you're relaxed, but we've come this far. We might as well go the distance.
No, perhaps it's just to give that impression that he's relaxed.
Hendricks was not out in the first innings, lest we forget.
18 did he make?
16 not out in a partnership of 48 with Chris Wright, and he's 8 not out off 42 deliveries.
Dylan Pennington bowling to Azad, who's forward.
35. Got to count them down now. Azad continues to swing his arms, blows on his hands.
D'Oliveira is sending him off somewhere. Not sure where he's going. He's a very willing fielder. He's all over the place. Come on, lads, he's saying he's going to slip leg gully. Morris comes across to mid-off. 4 slips. Shortish leg. Leg gully, I say shortish, he's a pitch and a half away. Pennington bowls. That's a good bouncer. It's gone over the top of wicketkeeper Cox. Down to the boundary for 4 buys. He'd have done well to have fetched a step ladder and climbed up to get that one. I think he might have just
he touched it over the bar, yeah, he did a huge leap. It was like a trout.
But we've got an update for BBC Radio Leicester.
They are. It's 208 for 9. 5.4 overs remain to be bowled. 34 deliveries then. Worcestershire need just 1 wicket, but they've needed just 1 wicket for 146 deliveries, and now there are just 32 left to be bowled. The main man for Leicestershire has been Hassan Azad, the opener, who is 104 not out. 264 balls he's faced, an epic innings by him. Bjorn Hendricks, though, the number 11, is also playing a sterling role. He came in when Chris Wright went leg before wicket for 15 at 171 for 9. Then there were almost 26 overs left to be bowled. Now there are just 5.5.
Pennington around the wicket, in and bowls. Azad is forward, drives up the ground to Morris, who makes a bit of a hard work of it, but manages to stop it. So the cat and mouse game starts. 2 balls left in the over, and Worcestershire dearly want to have another dig at Hendricks. But if Leicestershire get through this, they will celebrate it like a victory. But Dylan Pennington is going to try and stop those celebrations. Bowls to Azad, forward. Pushed up on the offside.
Every dot is now being approved by the Leicestershire balcony, understandably. Azad looks around him. Where's a single to be had? There isn't many now. Single saving field. 1 ball left in the over.
Oh, it's all tight, tense stuff, isn't it?
It is.
Worcestershire, having put so much into the game, will be very annoyed if they don't win it. Or disappointed rather than annoyed. Pennington bowls.
Good Yorker.
Digs it out. Was a good Yorker. Difficult to say. And he is coming on to bowl. Azhar Ali. Brett D'Oliveira going back to his secret weapon rather than putting himself on.
The delivery that dismissed Parkinson was not the greatest I'm sure he's ever bowled, outside off stump, and Parkinson was drawn into just sort of pushing at it. Took a faint edge and was well caught by Cox, but it could be a golden arm. 5 overs to go, 30 deliveries. It was 100 and, I reckon, something like 146 when these two came together.
Yeah, I didn't write it down, so I know it was 46th over when the 7th wicket went down, so what a rearguard action this is. Azhar Ali is going to bowl around the wicket to Hendricks. Hendricks, oh, that's a long hop. He's just whacked that away. That was, as my old cricket master would say, that was rubbish.
Yes, it was a safe whack, wasn't it? It
Yeah.
was such a rank long hop, and nobody out back down at mid wicket. He could pretty much whack it anywhere, and had he holed out,
Well,
there would have been.
the daft thing is, he could have got a top edge up in the
Yeah,
air and
yeah.
gone.
Well,
And Azhar Ali would have been celebrating.
D'Oliveira has now gone back to deepish mid wicket.
I think that's a bit negative, isn't it, at this stage of the game? If he bowls properly, he won't need to be out there.
He's there for the long hop that's mishit, isn't it? He's coming in now.
Can you set a field for a bad ball? He's coming in and leg slip is going back in. So slip, leg slip, forward short leg. Azhar Ali bowls forward. Comes Hendricks. Lots of oohs and ahs, but it looked to me as if he got the vast majority of the bat onto that.
28.
Azhar Ali bowls again. Hendricks turns it on the leg side. Doesn't take. Maybe there wasn't a single there, but it was to the right of Baker, who's left-handed, so they might have pinched one. Azhar Ali in again. Hendricks does turn this one on the leg side straight into short leg.
26.
You're more annoying than that drill this afternoon.
Sorry.
No. Here's Azhar Ali. Oh, one that goes along the ground by Joe. Hendricks did well to keep that one out. It was a real scuttler. It didn't bounce. And
how did he keep it? Oh, my goodness.
This guy's got a good eye.
Wow. Because he's
that
got a
out.
long reach down there,
Yeah.
hasn't he? And
Needed a hockey
goodness
stick
me,
for that one.
didn't get off the ground.
One ball left of the over. Azhar Ali bowls. Hendricks forward, pushes away on the offside. 24 left. Even I can work that. Oh, that was just seen a replay of that. If he'd have missed that, he'd been the plummest LBW of the season. But he didn't.
A couple of inches off the ground. Barely rose at all. Well played, Bjorn Hendricks. 92 overs have been bowled today. 4 remain. 24 deliveries. Not quite all results still possible. I don't think Leicestershire, as I say, are going to win it. 158 more needed from 4 overs. But it would be an extraordinary effort to save the game. First game of the season, important as well, isn't it? If they
Yes.
can,
Yeah, if you can get
know,
some
really
points
a
from
real
it.
big lift to
Yeah.
take 12 points instead of 4 would be something special.
Stick a man in a helmet right under Azad's nose.
Looks like the light is going to hold for these 4 overs. The sun a sort of blob through the haze, but it is visible.
Dylan Pennington to bowl, and this is wide, the off stump wide of the batsman, who has a lot of time to see it go through. So one of the 24 balls, a little bit wasted there. And there'll be different feelings in the camps if Leicestershire could survive the next 23 balls. They will celebrate. And I think Worcestershire will be somewhat disconsolate, having dominated quite a large part of this game. Pennington bowls. Forward comes Azad.
22.
Never any doubt that he was going to get in behind that one. Actually, just got a message from my wife saying, why are you still playing cricket? Because we can't get these blokes out, that's why. Or Worcestershire can't get these blokes out. Four slips. Leg slip. Short leg. Pennington in. Bowles. That's a decent ball.
Was.
Squares the batsman up a bit.
Played it well, didn't he? Got out of the way really well.
He got himself and his bat out the way.
I think even Hendricks will be thinking, I'm glad I didn't get that one. 21.
Going to bowl over the wicket here, Pennington. Angling the ball across the left-hander. Still lots of chatter. What a celebration there would be if Worcestershire could take this wicket. What a celebration there will be if they don't. Pennington in. Bowles. We haven't seen that before today, have we? That's that going forward. I mean, in terms of, we're on about, in terms of concentration, it's been a hell of an innings. But, I mean, physically, he must be...
Yeah, he's an awful lot fitter than obviously he was. He's been a full-time pro for sort of 2-3 years, really, now. And he feels, I think, himself much more like an athlete, a professional sports person than when he first came into the side.
6 o'clock at night, he started at 11 o'clock this morning. Pennington in. Bowles. That's that forward. A model of concentration.
19. They've been together an hour and a half, these two now. It was about close on 4:30 when Chris Wright was dismissed.
Pennington going to come back around the wicket. Last ball of the over, so the field spreads out to save the single. Although Azad doesn't seem too bothered about it in the last couple of overs. Perhaps he thinks Hendricks to face the spinner would be a better option. Bowles pushed up the pitch. Good stop, that is, by Pennington. I think he might have gone away for 4 if he hadn't got down to it. But he stops it, so 3 overs left, 18 balls remaining. We started all this, well, we didn't, but we were supposed to start at 11 o'clock on Thursday morning. But we didn't.
Mr. Legit has just, if only there was a day 5. Oh, I'm not sure I agree with that.
Now, here's a change. Joe Leach is going to bowl. Well, he can only bowl 2 overs.
Yeah.
So
did we just have the 1 over from Azar?
Yeah.
Despite the fact he got one to creep along the ground, which was as dangerous as any delivery. We're going back to, quote, unquote, a proper bowler.
Well, Charlie Morris has hardly bowled, has he? I've got the scorecard up. I think he's...
I'll have a look for you.
He's not bowled 10 overs, has he, in this innings?
Notts beat Sussex by 10 wickets, I see.
Oh, right.
Goodness.
I think Notts are going to beat a few teams this season in Division 2.
They certainly think so.
Yeah. Well, they always think that.
Yeah.
Here's Leach, bowling to Hendricks. What can he do? Round the wicket, Bowles. Hendricks flicks that away. It's probably going to go for 4. Straying onto leg stump. 4 it is.
Yeah, Morris has bowled 11 overs, 1 for 39. Leach 16.1 now. Barnard 11. Pennington 18, 3 for 34. Baker 29, 4 for 51. D'Oliveira 5, none for 6. Azar 3, 1 for 8. 17 balls left.
17 balls
available.
Indeed. That was not a great delivery, I have to say, from Joe Leach. It was a nice leg stump half volley.
He hasn't bowled much up the slope, has he? So he's got to get used to it. Clint Mackay said it took sort of half a season to really adjust to the different ends, the difference in the ends.
Yeah. Leach, can he end it all? Round the wicket, Bowles. Hendricks, it's another ball drifting onto the leg stump. Floodlights just about starting to create shadows. Baker, who's at mid-wicket, has a shadow following him round.
Just 16 deliveries left, though. I think if they're needed, we'll get them.
Yeah, yeah. Although there is a bit of a shadow, the light's no worse than it was half an hour ago. Leach to Hendricks, and Hendricks comfortable. Comfortable, this guy. He's just... I mean, he had a couple of mad fits, didn't he? Thrashed at one or two, and then one came off a top edge and could have gone anywhere. But apart from that, how many balls has he faced? 51 balls. 15 left. Wicketkeeper Cox standing up. Leach bowls. Hendricks pushes away on the offside. Barnard comes from slip to field.
I joked about your commentating for the next...
Yeah, thanks, mate. I'll send you the invoice.
And it has come to pass.
Yeah. 154 for Leicestershire to win. Unlikely. 1 wicket for Worcestershire to win. 14 balls left. Hendricks, the obdurate Hendricks, waits. Leach bowls. That's not a great ball again from Joe Leach. It's on leg stump, and Hendricks plays it comfortably. Doesn't look for the single because there's 1 ball left in the over. I think this might be one of Brett D'Oliveira's gambles today that maybe hasn't come off. Or decisions, won't call them gambles, because he's mostly got it right, but...
Every change he's made has been pretty good.
Yeah, and he's not been afraid to make changes, so he's been very proactive in that way. I'm not criticising him, I'm just stating a fact, really. Leach to Hendricks. Hendricks looks so solid.
2 overs to go. 12 deliveries.
A lot of applause from down below. The noise from the Leicestershire dressing room has increased considerably in the last hour or so.
Nobody, I promise you, in that dressing room, wherever they've been sitting, will be moving.
No. Get your feet up. If you've got your feet up, leave your feet up.
Ever, wherever you're sitting, do not move.
Come
Come on, Dill. That was the shout. That was the encouragement. But it was a slightly plaintive, lone voice. Leach and D'Oliveira deep in conversation. Leach has put on just about every sweater now, so whether D'Oliveira will go somewhere else for the final over if it is required. But Pennington will give his all one last time from the Bennett end.
He's got to make the batsman play. Got to make him play. Azad waits for Pennington. Bowls. He's
4
gone.
Slips and a leg slip.
Forward defensive. Yeah, 4 slips, a leg slip. Short leg.
Point just about in a catching position. 11 balls left.
Short leg is not exactly under Asad's nose.
I think even that spider who's been built, who's been in that web is entertained at the moment. He's wrapped by the cricket as he wraps the fly.
Azad waits. Pennington bowls. Oof. That's a right nasty bouncer, that one.
It is, but it ain't going to take a wicket against Azad.
It's not going to take a wicket. It's made him jump out of the way. So will the next one be a full length delivery, is what we ask. But I think Azad's temperament is good enough, as he's proven today, not to be too bothered by that.
10 balls.
Charlie Morris and Leach having a chat before he throws the ball back to Pennington. Come on, Penno. Come on, Penno. He's bowling over, bowling across the left-hander. And this ball is another short one. Well, they're good bouncers, these, but I'm not sure that they are what's needed at this stage of the game.
Azad is not going to tense up again. He'd let it hit him if he had to, but 9 balls left now.
Might knock him over, but it won't get him out.
Barnard's right in his ear. right in his ear. We walked up from third slip.
Pennington to Azad, and this ball, he's forward and he's pushing back up the pitch. 8 balls left. I'll say it before you do.
Incredible. Incredible.
Still changing the field to try and keep Hendricks on strike.
Only Championship cricket can produce real situations like this.
Yeah, 50 over, 20 over, 100 ball cricket doesn't provide this kind of tension. Pennington's on his way, but Asad's not happy because he's not sure where all the fielders are. 3 on the off, 3 on the on, saving a single, and 3 in the slips area. Pennington to Azad yet again, and this time forward. No ball.
Oh, that's not what Azad wanted.
No, won't be too bothered about
that.
No.
So still 8.
Well, he would have been bothered if he'd have taken the wicket.
Yeah. That would
have been the irony of ironies, wouldn't it? Azad just standing in his crease, looking round, making sure he knows exactly where everybody is. Ed Barnard once again being very loud right next to him. Now he goes back to slip. Pennington in bowls. Azad so solid.
Will he leave it? Will he leave the last over to be faced by Bjorn Hendricks?
Well, he's had a lot of confidence in him lately, hasn't he?
He's complete, yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, I think Hendricks has looked more uncomfortable against the spinners. The medium pacers.
He's watching to see if D'Oliveira puts single. Well, it is a single saving field, really, isn't it? Yeah, it is.
3 and 3.
Yeah.
And he's got to keep the slips in just in case.
Yeah.
So
Pennington's last legitimate delivery.
Last ball of the game for him. Bowls. Azad lets it go by. Well, I think there was 4 balls in that over, including the no ball, that Azad didn't have to play.
Yeah, well, I mean, very well bowled, Dylan Pennington. Whether he didn't take the wicket or not, 19 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 36 was on a relatively unresponsive final day pitch has been a marvellous effort from the young man, and I suspect he might be too unhappy. He's going to get a week off, a few days off next week.
Yeah.
Or this coming week.
Well, Josh Baker's going to bowl the last over. Well, the last 3 overs have been bowled by 3 different bowlers.
Leach, Azza, Leach, and now Baker. From this end, from this pavilion end. Yeah. 6 balls for Bjorn Hendricks to keep out.
Well, you might as well have them all in now.
If we get to the last, I can maybe do the last ball.
You could. Oh, yeah. Please do.
Slip. Silly mid-off. Short leg.
Baker. Left arm over. Bowls to Hendricks. Forward. Leisurely. Almost, no disrespect, almost lazily pushes the ball out.
Yeah.
No great alarm.
Insouciantly.
Yeah. No bother, boys, no bother. Don't worry about it. 5 balls left. Josh Baker bowls. Hendricks forward, plays it down into the ground.
That was the line, though. That was the line and length.
Yeah.
Just so he can't get on top of the spin.
4 balls.
Welcome back to listeners to 5 Sports Extra. What an epic moment to arrive.
4 balls for Worcestershire to win. Hendricks goes back. Oh, there's an appeal. I don't think the bowler's not joining the appeal. I think he got an inside edge onto the pad to that one. But Worcestershire are going to appeal for anything at this moment in time.
Leicestershire's last pair have been together for 144 balls now. If they can survive 3 more, they'll have saved the game.
Baker in. Hendricks. Honest, he could be playing for Lutterworth thirds here. He just there looks no tension, no bother. I don't know whether Lutterworth have got a third team, by the way. If they have, I'm sure they're very good.
Spectators in the ground, I think they can hardly breathe, and not just because of the cold. They hardly dare breathe. 2 balls to go.
There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 close fielders and the wicket-keeper. The penultimate ball of the game. Baker bowls. Hendricks forward, pushes it away on the offside. I've been commentating for 4 days continuously here. I'm going to leave my colleague Richard Ray to
the final ball of the match.
The
if it's a legitimate delivery, it is the final ball of the match. Bjorn Hendricks is completely surrounded, and he is being made to wait by Brett D'Oliveira, the Worcestershire captain, who's pretty much done everything right in this game. And he goes up to young Josh Baker and he taps him on the back. Whatever happens, he says, you've done a really good job in this game. 4 for 51, first class best for Baker. He has every Worcestershire fielder around Bjorn Hendricks. Baker over the wicket is in and bowls. Hendricks keeps it out. Leicestershire have saved the game. An extraordinary, absolutely extraordinary game of Championship cricket in 2022. Everybody shaking hands. You would not have given Leicestershire a chance of saving this game when Chris Wright went leg before wicket to Pennington for 15. Very shortly after tea, they were 171 for 9 at that stage, where they have finished on 218 for 9, courtesy mainly, it has to be said, of Hassan Azad, who has played an extraordinary innings. He has, well, effectively carried his bat. He hasn't quite, because obviously Hendricks wasn't out, but he came in at the very start of play, and he is 104 not out of 280 balls. But Bjorn Hendricks, 16 not out of 60 balls.
Batsmen in this country can't play long innings.
So they say. Well, Hassan Azad
came in at 11 o'clock this morning. It's 6:15.
Hassan Azad, certainly. BBC Radio Leicester and BBC Hereford and Worcester, Richard Ray and Dave Bradley have been your commentators on absolutely wonderful final days cricket. It's been a different sort of day's play. It's been tough many times, and it's really good to see that Brett D'Oliveira has just gone up to Hendricks and Azad and applauded them, because it has been an extraordinary effort. Azad is grinning as he walks off. Hendricks lets him go first. He's almost as worthy of applause, but Hendricks' expression hasn't changed throughout. Well,
no,
it's a perfectly normal day for Bjorn Hendricks as far as he's
just
concerned.
Took the dog for a walk.
But that was a truly epic knock from Hassan Azad. 8 points each. Worcestershire understandably disappointed, because frankly they've dominated this game from almost the start, when they recovered from 45 for 4 in their first innings to set a very, very competitive first innings score with an unbeaten century from D'Oliveira. They almost made Leicestershire follow on. Leicestershire saved the follow on, but it looked even though as though Worcestershire had done enough throughout the day. But Leicestershire's last pair dug in spectacular fashion, and they have saved the game. Leicestershire take 12 points, Worcestershire 14, but one of those great days in its own unique way of Championship cricket.
Good, hard, gritty.